Is she still alive? This is the only issue Yazii is currently concerned about. If he dies, he will never be able to repay this kindness. She's probably still alive, the middle school girl said, rubbing her wrist. She was kidnapped by human traffickers this afternoon. Steal? Lu Mengying asked doubtfully. Yeah, we went out to kill zombies this afternoon, so we were half strength. A group of human traffickers sneaked in, deliberately set fire to the place, and kidnapped several of us girls, including Jiaminger. Kong Guyun said viciously, but they also paid a price. Yazii raised an eyebrow. Are there any prisoners? No, all I have are fragments of a corpse. Do you want them? The little girl gave a neurotic smile. Kong Guyun was laughing too, and all the junior high students were laughing. This scene sent a chill down Yazii's spine. Lu Mengying asked, don't they know how to cheat? Why do they have to rob us? We've been scammed countless times, Kong Guyun said, his smile turning grim as he added sullenly, first the teachers, then the classmates' parents, and finally even the classmates themselves. We've been scammed time and time again, running away again and again. Out of hundreds of people, only a dozen or so of us are left. Yazii fell silent. Lu Mengying, you should know what those people are like, right? What were they doing before the apocalypse? The little girl shook her head. I don't know. They might be selling houses, or they might be doing advertising and sales. Anyway, they're all very good at lying. A young man stepped out from the crowd. I know, he said. The one who kidnapped Jiaminger was a refined-looking man, wearing glasses and with a full beard. Yazii looked at him and asked, how's your figure? About the same as you. What does he look like? About the same as you. Yazii was speechless. Yao Xiang burst out laughing, and even Lu Mengying couldn't help but chuckle. Only Mu Yin remained, angrily warning, please watch yourselves, don't laugh. It's disrespectful to adults. No one paid any attention to her. Even some of the middle school students couldn't help but laugh a few times, which made Mu Yin so angry that she wanted to rush over and hit them. Yazii maintained a blank expression throughout. After laughing, Yao asked, puzzled, but why are they fighting over girls? Little girl, what else can we do? Of course, we'll sell it to that nearby shape-shifting demon and exchange it for crystal cores. Mu Yan gritted her teeth in hatred. It's that scumbag who deserves to go to hell. That mutated demon, I've already taken care of him. Yazii sheathed his machete. Where are the human traffickers? I don't know. They weren't just one group, there were many groups, and some were acting alone. In total, there were probably hundreds of them. They've kidnapped almost all the girls in the neighborhood. Yazii frowned. These guys are really going too far. They all deserve to die. In the future, if he encountered any survivors and confirmed that they had been involved in human trafficking, he would kill them without hesitation. But how do we distinguish them? As he pondered this question, the little girl asked him, did you really defeat that mutated demon? Yes. Mu Yan nodded in response, that's where he rescued me. Was my sister also trafficked into this place? Mu Yan paused, then nodded resentfully. That's right. Yazii asked the girl, do you have a photo of Jiaminger? I have it on my phone, but it's out of battery. No problem. He turned to Lu Mengying and said, go outside and get a power bank. Good. No need to bother, I have one in my backpack. Yao Xiang proudly pulled a power bank out of his bag and handed it to the little girl. You guys wait here, I'm going to the classroom to get my phone. The little girl took the power bank in her hand, turned around, and ran towards the classroom. The remaining two groups remained wary of each other. To be precise, it was the middle school students who were wary of Yazii and his group. Their eyes were filled with distrust of strangers, and they were on guard against them at all times, as if they were thieves. Yazii didn't have much to say. The natural disaster had changed almost everyone. The friendly and harmonious society before the apocalypse was gone forever. Nowadays, strangers are, in a large sense, enemies. The girl ran back. She showed Yazii a photo on her phone. It was of a girl with a very pure and innocent appearance, making a face at the camera. She looked about 5 points similar to Dr. Jia. She must be his daughter. This is the person, Yao Xiang. Come and take a picture. What? I don't have a phone. Yao Xiang was still trying to play dumb, but Yazii couldn't stand her stupidity. You don't have a phone, yet you brought a power bank. Yao was taken aback, seemingly only then realizing the question. She pursed her lips, took out her phone from her bag, and snapped a picture. Let's go. These middle school students clearly didn't welcome them. Now that they had gathered all the necessary information, Yazii had no reason to stay any longer. He led his men over the school wall and headed back the way they came. Lu Mengying leaned closer. Where do we go now? Go back to that office building. What's the point of going back there? Didn't they say that many human traffickers go there to make transactions every morning? Lu Mengying immediately understood. You're going to go and wait for them to come to you. Yazii chuckled coldly and ordered, run. We need to get back at full speed. We can't let the survivors inside escape and spread the news that I've killed the blonde man. The group started running, and Yao Xiang, whose attribute values were far behind the others, quickly fell behind. Yazii clicked his tongue, turned around, picked her up, and ran. So Yao Xiang was in trouble. She was jostled around so much that she was completely disoriented. When she finally arrived at the office building, she threw up her dinner and cursed Yazii for taking revenge on her personal behalf. Yazii ignored her, only asking Lu Mengying to keep an eye on things, while he led Mu Yin upstairs to gather the women together first. After a thorough count, wow, in less than an hour, only half of the 40-odd women remained. What are you going to do? Seeing the women looking at him timidly, Yazii didn't bother to communicate with them and directly instructed Mu Yan. I'll leave this to you, I'll go outside and bring the others back. Yes. Yazii climbed out the window and onto the roof, using his dark vision to observe his surroundings. Soon, he saw 5 women fleeing together come out of a clothing store, and he immediately went down and caught them. The reason they were captured was because they absolutely refused to go back, and they were convinced that Yazii had regretted his decision and had returned to imprison and torment them. Yazii didn't bother with further words, so he slapped the loudest woman across the face several times before she finally obeyed. These girls have already forgotten who rescued them from their misery in just 1 hour. Even if Yazii really wanted to sleep with them, they had no right to refuse. After capturing them, Yazii repeated the process and captured 10 more women. Because of the zombies, they didn't go far, only wandering around nearby convenience stores and clothing stores, making them easy to find. Yazii gathered them together and asked them about the whereabouts of their companions, concluding that there were still 4 who had escaped. And there was a big fish among them? When Mu Yan explained the situation to him, she was gritting her teeth and extremely angry. Sir, among these women, there's one named Wang Miao who particularly pleased that scoundrel. After we left, she secretly opened the safe where the crystal cores were stored and took all of them for herself. The other 3 women probably went with her. Snort. Extremely annoyed, Yazii stepped onto the edge of the window. Which direction did she go? Yazii chased after them in the direction Mu Yan indicated, and after nearly a kilometer, he finally found their trail in a very secluded alley. These women were using this dark alley as their base, luring zombies in to hunt them down one by one, and making extremely little noise. If it weren't for his dark vision and the fact that he was looking down from a high place, he really wouldn't have noticed them. Without hesitation, he jumped down from the rooftop, floor by floor, until he appeared before them. To be precise, it was in front of that petite beauty sitting with her legs crossed at the chessboard in the alley. In the dim candlelight, she was enjoying a massage from her companions. 3 beautiful women were massaging her shoulders, pounding her legs, and massaging her feet when Yazii suddenly appeared, startling them. It's you? The petite beauty was so startled that she almost jumped off the chessboard. You, didn't you leave? What are you doing back here? Yazii sneered and said, don't you know why I came back to find you? Do I have to remind you? The petite beauty's forehead was beaded with sweat, and her face was visibly turning pale. The other 3 beauties were in the same state, though not as dramatically as hers. You knew everything, she asked, her voice trembling. Otherwise what? Yes, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. The petite woman immediately knelt before Yazii. Facing Yazii, who could kill that terrifying demon head-on, she showed no intention of resisting and hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. I saw that you left without taking the crystal cores, so I thought maybe you didn't want them and that's why you dared to use them. If I had known you needed them, I would never have dared to use them without permission. You've been wanting an excuse for a while now, haven't you? Yazii was so angry he laughed, and he raised his right foot and stomped on her shoulder. I'm innocent, my benefactor? I truly didn't know you needed crystal cores. For someone as powerful as you, crystal cores are completely useless. She gritted her teeth and hurriedly denied it, not daring to resist at all, and obediently let Yazii step on her. Yazii narrowed his eyes. This woman was really good at talking, and her attitude was also very appropriate. No wonder she could win the favor of that blonde guy. She also knew that ordinary crystal cores had no effect on mutants above level 10. As Yazii was pondering, she suddenly yelled at the 3 women standing there in a daze. What are you all standing there for, you idiots? Kneel down before your benefactor. Please calm your anger, my benefactor. With 3 thuds, the 3 women immediately knelt down before him. That's a brilliant tactic. Yazii couldn't help but chuckle, and leaned down to ask the petite woman. What's your name? What did you do before? My daughter's name is Wang Miao. She used to be the secretary of a company's CEO. Are all secretaries this good at getting things done? Yazii grabbed her hair and carefully examined her pretty face. Young and fresh-faced, with a small face, cherry lips, big eyes, and long eyelashes, her face initially appears exceptionally pure, but upon closer inspection, a touch of alluring charm can be discerned. She's a beauty who'd be a 9 out of 10, even prettier than Mu Yan by half a point, and has a great figure, though she's a bit short. Wang Miao was being pulled by the hair, but there wasn't a trace of displeasure on her face. Instead, there was a strong sense of ingratiation, and her expression was so fawning that she probably wouldn't have any complaints even if she were slapped. What level are you? Yazii asked her. To be honest, I hate being lied to the most, especially by women, Yazii reminded her with a gloomy expression. Level 10. Wang Miao closed her eyes in despair. Level 10, which means she just absorbed at least 200 crystal cores, which should have been Yazii's spoils. This was undoubtedly a huge sum of money, enough to buy 20 of her from human traffickers, but now she had squandered it all. Wang Miao felt that she was definitely doomed to die, but to her surprise, Yazii wasn't angry at all. She then realized that perhaps 200 crystal cores weren't a big deal for Yazii, but Yazii wouldn't just swallow this injustice silently. He wouldn't let this woman off easily. What elemental power have you awakened? Yazii asked her. Who? Fire. Fire? Not bad attribute. My mood has improved. Yazii loosened her hair and took his feet off her shoulders. I'll give you two choices. From now on, do as I say, and I'll give you some benefits. Or, you can work for me to earn crystal cores to pay off your debt. 200 crystal cores. Once you've paid it off, you'll be free. However, this will accrue interest at 10% per day, and the interest will compound if you don't finish paying it off. Wang Miao was stunned, and an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. She was shocked, not because the terms Yazii offered her were too harsh, but because they were too good. You're willing to set me free. Of course, as long as you pay me back what you owe me. Yazii kicked her. So you've chosen to pay off your debts and redeem your freedom, is that it? Come with me. Life is precious, but freedom is even more valuable. She may have been plotting how to escape from that blonde devil all along. Yazii saw through this. Wang Miao's eyes did not deceive him. Yes. Yazii walked out of the alley, and Wang Miao quickly followed. Her 3 female followers exchanged glances and quickly followed. They had no choice, powerless, they could only survive by clinging to the strong. Yazii quickly returned to the office building he had been in before. He handed Wang Miao over to Mu Yan. In fact, he entrusted all these women to Mu Yan's management. Having subordinates made things so easy and pleasant. He himself went to Lu Mengying's side, where she was dutifully watching over Yao Xiang to prevent her from escaping. The two chatted and laughed. Yazii greeted her and came out. Then he found an empty room on the 5th floor, set up a few small warning traps, locked the doors and windows, set an alarm, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. At the same time, in the lobby on the 4th floor, long candles sat on candlesticks, their flickering flames illuminating the spacious hall. If Yazii were here, he would surely be stunned by the scene before him. Nearly 40 young women with curvaceous figures stood naked in rows against the wall, looking at Wang Miao kneeling in front of them with fear on their faces. She was also naked, lying prostrate on the ground, her cheeks swollen and covered with bright red finger marks. Her head was also on the ground, her teeth clenched, but she dared not raise her head. The entire hall was deathly silent. The entrances and exits were locked, and no one could escape from here. All of this was the work of Mu Yan, the tall woman standing in the middle of the hall. She held a long, barbed whip and was lecturing the women with a sinister expression. You filthy trash! The dregs of humanity! You are utterly worthless. Each and every one of you, besides being given a pretty face by God, you are utterly useless. It was thanks to the adults that you were rescued from that scum, and you have not a single ounce of gratitude. Not only that, you even dared to steal the spoils that rightfully belonged to the adults. You have no shame whatsoever. You deserve to go to hell. Today I'll teach you how to be human. Smack! Mu Yan lashed Wang Miao hard across the back with her whip, causing her to arch her back in pain, trembling all over, her face flushed red, as if she were forcing herself not to cry out. A cruel smile appeared on Mu Yan's face. Yes, that's right. No shouting. If anyone shouts and disturbs the adults' rest, I'll drown them. Mu Yan, mean what I say. Wang Miao pleaded in a trembling voice. Mu Yan, why do women have to make things difficult for each other? We all know you were tortured terribly before, you were so pitiful, but you don't have to do this. We've already suffered enough, why do you have to torment us too? Why? Because you deserve to be tortured. Mu Yan twisted her pretty face and lashed Wang Miao's back.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Hard with the whip again, making her roll on the ground in pain. You all deserve 5 lashes for being ungrateful. Stealing the crystal cores that rightfully belong to the adults, you, Wang Miao, deserve 50 lashes. Wang Miao struggled to her feet. The 2 lashes from the whip had nearly killed her, the 2 bloody welts on her back burned with pain. Let alone 50 lashes, if Mu Yan were to be whipped 10 more times like this, she would surely die. At this moment, Wang Miao had no choice but to fight back. Her pretty face, which was both innocent and lustful, twisted with resentment as she ignited a burst of blazing flames in her hand. Don't think you're the only one who's awakened elemental power, Mu Yan. If you push me too far, believe me, I'll take you down with me. A sneer appeared on Mu Yan's mature and pretty face as pools of clear water continuously flowed from her hands. Don't you know that water overcomes fire? Ring ring. The alarm clock's urgent ringing woke Yazii from his sleep. He stretched, opened the window, stood on it, and urinated while gazing at the sky in the distance, where a hint of dawn was breaking. It's 6 a.m., and the best time of day for human activity is just around the corner. I wonder how many of those human traffickers will come today? Yazii sneered, pulled up his pants, turned around and jumped off the windowsill, grabbed the half-empty bottle of mineral water on the table and drank it all in one gulp. My scalp is a little itchy, it's time to wash my hair. Then Yazii had an idea. Since Mu Yan awakened water elemental power, could he ask her for help? He'd completely forgotten to research the characteristics of this water elemental force. Besides healing, he remembered that last time he faced those thugs, the water elemental on the other side seemed to be able to conjure water arrows. He planned to go to Mu Yan to verify it. When he went downstairs, he was stunned by what he saw. Wang Miao was completely naked, like the female protagonist in some restricted sadomasochistic films, bound with ropes and suspended from the eaves. Her mouth was also tied up and stuffed with underwear, her body covered with whip marks, stab wounds, and burns. She felt slightly damp all over, with white crystals forming on her skin. Yazii went over to take a closer look and discovered that it was actually salt. Clearly, she was covered in injuries and had been thoroughly drenched in salt water. Who did this? Could it be Miu Yan? Yazii's face darkened. He opened the rooms one by one and quickly found that almost all the girls in the rooms had injuries on their backs and were sleeping face down on the beds. What happened? Why were they all punished so severely? Yazii found Miu Yan in the last bathroom, where she was resting in a large bathtub. The sound of Yazii opening the door startled her awake. Upon seeing Yazii, she respectfully stepped out of the bathtub and knelt before him. This servant greets your excellency. Good morning, your excellency. Yazii frowned. Why was she referring to herself as a servant? This woman appears to be quite ill. He went straight to the point. What's going on outside? Were those women the ones you taught a lesson to? Yes, they were disrespectful and ungrateful to their master. I have made them all pay the price. Yazii's lips twitched. Don't refer to yourself as a servant anymore. It sounds uncomfortable. Just say I. Miu Yan paused for a moment, then respectfully replied, yes. What's the story behind Wang Miao? She dared to use the crystal core that belonged to the adults without permission. She deserves to die. But since the adults need her, I only punished her slightly to let her know the consequences of stealing from the adults. You call this a slight punishment? With a cold face, Yazii grabbed her hair and slapped her hard across the face. Miu Yan screamed and was slapped so hard she rolled on the bathroom floor before crashing into the bathtub with a thud. However, she seemed completely oblivious to the pain and showed no anger whatsoever. Instead, she crawled over on her knees in a panic. Please calm down, my lord. I don't know what I did wrong. Yazii kicked her again without hesitation. Who gave you permission to pull this stunt on your own? Did I give you permission to punish them? Miu Yan was kicked away, but quickly scrambled back up. But the adults told me to manage them? Only pain can teach them a lesson. If I don't do it this way, they won't listen. Yazii asked her with a cold laugh. Don't you even have the slightest desire to derive pleasure from sadism? Miu Yan's body trembled, and she dared not answer. Yazii knew she was struggling with whether or not to lie, or had already decided to lie, but was racking her brains for an excuse. Unfortunately, the person she was facing was Yazii, the one who planted her seed. No matter how elaborate her lies were, Yazii could see through them immediately. To Yazii's surprise, Miu Yan did not choose to lie, but instead sincerely confessed her guilt. I'm sorry, sir. You're right, I did have those thoughts, and they were very strong. I hate them. I hate that not one of them pleaded for me before, that they stood by and watched me suffer. I hate that all of them are doing better than me. Especially Wang Miao. I hate her shamelessness in trying to please that scumbag. I hate her fawning, and I hate even more the boyfriend who sold me to that scumbag. I'm sorry, sir. I was indeed settling a personal score. Without a word, Yazii reached out, grabbed her hair, and slapped her hard across the face, causing blood to trickle from the corner of her mouth. But for Miu Yan, who had suffered countless misery and torment, a slap was nothing more than a drop in the ocean. She even felt that Yazii was showing her affection, not punishing her. She felt Yazii's affection and vowed even more in her heart to be loyal to him. If Yazii knew what she was thinking, he would be both angry and amused. He coldly warned, these 2 slaps are a warning. A few lashes at the other girls are one thing, but you went too far with Wang Miao this time. Bringing her back means I've already forgiven her, and yet you've punished her on your own. Where does that leave my name? I know I was wrong, sir. I'll never do it again. Miu Yan knelt on the ground and kowtowed in remorse. It's okay to make a mistake this time, but if you make the same mistake again, it won't be as simple as just slapping you twice. Yes. Miu Yan's head pounded against the ground. Yazii half squatted down, lifted her chin, and stared intently into her eyes. You don't need to kneel before me anymore, nor do you need to kowtow. The way you are reminds me of the woman I hate most. Don't let me have those associations again. Yes, yes, Miu Yan replied in a trembling voice. Yazii dash. Just then, the bathroom door was suddenly opened. Yazii turned around and saw that it was Lu Mengying. The junior was shocked. In her eyes, all she saw was Yazii and Miu Yan, who was naked and soaking wet, in the bathroom. Yazii was half squatting in front of Miu Yan, who was kneeling on the ground, with one hand holding her chin and staring into her eyes, as if he was about to kiss her. Just as Lu Mengying's face began to turn red, Yazii calmly stood up and faced her. What's up? Several child traffickers have brought a girl over. They're on the first floor, and it looks like teacher Jia's daughter is inside. Yazii raised an eyebrow, a cold smile playing on his lips. What does Yao think? I locked her in the room. Very good, let's go. Upon descending to the lobby on the first floor, Yazii first saw 4 girls who looked like junior high school students. They were slender and hadn't fully developed yet. One girl, who looked remarkably like Jia Minger, stood at the front. While the other girls were timid and didn't dare to look up, she stood there calmly, her eyes fixed on Yazii like those of a fledgling eagle. She mistook Yazii for some kind of mutant demon. The 3 men couldn't hide their excitement. The zombies were extremely ferocious, and as ordinary mutants, collecting each crystal core would be life-threatening. However, human trafficking was a very convenient shortcut. They couldn't wait to absorb the crystal cores and become stronger, so they blocked the door to prevent the girls from escaping. However, when they saw that it was Yazii instead of the person they had imagined, their brows immediately furrowed. Who are you? Where's brother Huanglong? Yazii smiled warmly. I'm Huanglong's new underling, just call me Xiaozi. Brother Long is in a particularly good mood today, still having a good time upstairs, so he sent me down to greet him. Please don't mind. Are you one of brother Huanglong's henchmen? A bespectacled man asked suspiciously. I already asked around. Brother Huanglong never takes on henchmen, so why would he take you? Actually, I'm not really his little brother, Yazii laughed. Brother Huanglong is my brother-in-law now, I'm just getting a living off him. Oh. The three men had knowing expressions, assuming that Yazii had betrayed his sister, and didn't ask any further questions. Their gazes towards Yazii became savage and conspiratorial. Yazii, suppressing his disgust, continued. Girls you brought, please wait here. Brother Huanglong has something to tell everyone today. I'll go up and call him when everyone has arrived. Is there something you want to say? The three men exchanged glances. The one wearing glasses looked at Yazii, bowed slightly, and rubbed his hands together ingratiatingly, saying, Young brother, could you perhaps offer a hint? It's really nothing serious, Yazii said, sitting down on the sofa and waving his hand with a smile. It's just that brother Huanglong is planning to set up a special organization. I heard it's hard to get beautiful women these days, so we can all act in an organized and planned way. He was talking nonsense, while giving Lu Mengying a wink. She was also putting on a convincing act, looking every bit the female bodyguard. She nodded and went over to guard the door. Come, sit down. The three men looked at each other, then carefully moved to sit down opposite Yazii. But hasn't brother Huanglong always ignored us? Someone cautiously raised a question, only to be impatiently rebuked by Yazii. Before, it was because your business skills were quite good, but now look at yourselves. What kind of shoddy goods have you sent? Yazii pointed and gestured at the four little girls. Such a tiny girl, with no breasts or butt, barely any pubic hair, and you dare to even show her off. A slightly overweight man looked puzzled. But brother Huanglong said he wouldn't mind. Wasn't it true that he could bring any virgin over for a quick look? Brother Huanglong might not necessarily want them all, right? Yazii cursed the blonde-haired scoundrel in his heart, his expression quite displeased as he said, even if looks aren't important, you should at least be a beauty, right? Bringing these ugly ducklings here, what, are you looking down on my older brother? No. The slightly overweight man immediately panicked and reached up to wipe the fine sweat from his forehead. How could I dare? I was just asking casually. Please don't make things difficult for me, young man. Don't worry, I'm not that petty. I won't tell my older brother. Yazii, with a smug expression, asked them about other human traffickers and the situation on the street. Time started to fly by. Because he established his authority over the three men through his acting skills, making them hesitant to offend him, Yazii gradually gathered a lot of information. It turns out that it wasn't just brother Huanglong, whom he had killed, who was collecting beauties in Kowloon district. There were other powerful individuals doing the same thing. The three of them knew of at least 5 of them, all of whom were daring and aggressive elemental awakeners, and some might even be special awakeners. They were in a state of mutual hostility, and they were also fighting over each other's women. In Kowloon, the trafficking and abduction of beautiful women was extremely rampant. However, brother Huanglong still offered the highest prices, was the most generous, and had the strongest financial backing, so ordinary human traffickers preferred to bring the beautiful women they had abducted to him for transactions. However, brother Huanglong is very picky, he doesn't accept ordinary women. He only accepts those he finds pleasing to the eye. Because there are no complicated rules and the conditions are generous, human traffickers usually bring the abducted beauties here to test them first. It's worth mentioning that Yazii not only found out a lot of information about human traffickers, but also discovered the area where 3 mutated zombies frequently appeared. Although there were actually 5, he had already killed 2 of them, which was an unexpected bonus. Time passed by, and more human traffickers arrived, 1 or 2 at a time, then 3 or 5, and later 2 groups of 7 or 8, totaling more than 30 people. The human traffickers had gathered. Yazii greeted the group of about 30 people with a smile and explained the situation. The group had brought an astonishing 50 girls, all of them young and beautiful, each with their own unique charm. The majority were young and innocent girls, followed by curvaceous beauties, and there were even some blonde and blue-eyed foreigners among them. These were just the best of their catch. In their hideout, many more vulnerable and pitiful girls were imprisoned, and even some handsome little boys. Although Yazii appeared all smiles and chatted amiably with these human traffickers, he was actually filled with murderous intent. These beasts, worse than animals, not only trafficked women but also robbed young boys. They truly deserve to die. Seeing that it was almost dawn and that no more human traffickers would come if they waited any longer, Yazii smiled and clasped his hands in a fist salute to them. It's almost time. Everyone please wait a moment while I go call brother Huanglong. They all replied with smiles. Young man, slow down. Listen to the noise before you call out, lest you disturb brother Long's enjoyment. You'd better listen carefully. Haha, remember to tell your little sister to bring down plenty of snacks and drinks. Don't worry, everyone, I remember everything. After Yazii finished speaking, he went upstairs. He walked up the stairs step by step, entered the room on the second floor where he kept Huang Long's body, and picked up the blonde head with one eye socket pierced. The cheerful voices faded away, leaving Yazii with only a cruel killing intent in his heart. Those people downstairs deserve to die. A violent smile curled at the corner of his mouth, his previous grin vanished, replaced by an icy coldness and a chilling killing intent. He carried the severed head out of the room. He walked down the stairs step by step through the long, dark corridor. The traffickers below were initially surprised and delighted when they saw him return, but the next second, when they saw what Yazii was carrying, their expressions all changed to the same look. Terrified. Holy crap. Isn't that brother Huang Long? Oh my god. This kid's up to no good. Run. Feeling guilty, their first instinct upon realizing something was wrong was to run away. Within 3 seconds, the crowd exploded, scrambling towards the exit like a herd of fish in a ditch, pushing and shoving, pulling, and tugging at each other frantically. Yazii sneered at their ugly behavior, while Lu Mengying, who had been guarding the stairwell, also wore a cold smile. The closed door was quickly opened by them, and then time seemed to stand still for the entire world. In the stagnant world, Yazii vanished like a phantom, a cold and murderous glint flashing in the slow-motion world as he went on a killing spree in the reception hall. 20 seconds, 30 or so people, calmly chopping off 3 heads every 2 seconds was no difficult task for Yazii now. He swung his sharp blade with gusto, severing the heads of these evil scourges. When it was all over, time returned to normal. About 30 heads shot into the sky, turning the entire hall blood red, and the air was filled with the stench of blood and rust. The scene was too gruesome. The abducted girls screamed in terror, but Yazii ignored them and walked directly to the girl who resembled Jiaminger. The girl also looked extremely shocked, but she didn't scream. Your name is Jiaminger. The girl's pupils slowly focused. The moment she regained consciousness, she instinctively took a step back, looking at Yazii with fear, her body trembling slightly. The powerful killer terrified her. Yazii had no choice but to give Lu Mengying a look, signaling her to come over and smile like a kind older sister. Lu Mengying did it easily. Little sister, don't be afraid. We're not bad people. Your father asked us to come find you. Tell your older sister, is your father's name Jia Liang? Jia Liang is Dr. Jia's real name. The girl stared with her beautiful, large eyes and nodded gently. Were you sent by my father? The little girl's eyes lit up instantly. Lu Mengying glanced at Yazii, who gently sheathed his knife at his waist, a faint smile on his face. Yes, he asked me to come and see you. Why isn't he here? Where's my dad? And my mom? The little girl's expression became anxious. But Yazii really couldn't answer that question. Lu Mengying explained from the side, your father and your mother are hiding at your house, but it's too dangerous outside, so they had to ask us to come and find you. We've finally found you. That's wonderful. My dad's still alive, and my mom's alive too. Jiaminger jumped up with joy. Yazii had never seen a girl so excited and overjoyed. He looked at Lu Mengying, wondering how his junior was going to cover up the lie, but she just smiled and clapped her hands to congratulate Jiaminger, her expression utterly sincere. There's absolutely no indication that he's lying. This scene sent a chill down Yazii's spine. He never expected that the seemingly innocent beauty could be such an award-winning actress when it came to deceiving people. Shall we go back now, sisters? You'll take me back, right? Lu Mengying shook her head and said, no, because we have other business. Ensuring your safety is just a side benefit. What? Jiaminger was stunned. You're actually not taking me back. Yes, you'll have to walk the way back by yourself. Lu Mengying patted her head and turned to look at Yazii. Or are you going to take pity on her and send her home? The little girl looked at Yazii with a hopeful expression. This is quite frustrating. He's not going to take responsibility for covering up this lie. The most useless thing in the apocalypse is kindness, he said calmly. Little sister, you have to go back by yourself. Oh, how could this happen? Jiaminger lowered her head in disappointment. Yazii continued, however, I will keep my promise and give you 2 things. What is it? Follow me? There were too many people around, and it wasn't convenient to talk about many things, so Yazii went up the stairs first and gestured for them to follow. The 3 disappeared around the corner of the stairs. Seeing this, some of the other abducted women in the hall quickly slipped away, some were bewildered and at a loss, while most slowly gathered together. Yazii, on the other hand, didn't care about them at all. He had Lu Mengying take him to the room where Yao Xiang was being held. The vase was still fast asleep on the bed, her long legs wrapped in a thin blanket, her big buttocks half exposed. She had no sleeping posture at all. Even Jiaminger was taken aback by her. Lu Mengying walked to the bedside and woke her up. Yazii opened her backpack, took out a syringe, and sat down at the table. As entrusted by your father, the first thing I'm giving you is a body that can be immune to the gen virus. Immune, constitution. To the little girl's astonishment, Yazii drew a vial of his own blood and extended his right hand to her. Stretch out your arm. After this injection, you'll never have to fear being infected by the zombie virus again. Is this true? Can an immune system really be transferred so easily? Yazii smiled wryly, although it goes against medical common sense. It's true. Think about the system, if something this absurd has appeared, what else can't happen? Lu Mengying nodded beside her, don't worry, we won't hurt you. Jiaminger swallowed hard and obediently stretched out her arm. After Yazii finished injecting her, he counted the number of crystal cores they now had. There are only 18. This was far too shabby, Yazii couldn't possibly present it. So he simply went out and got 200 crystal cores. It took him less than half an hour. As agreed with your father, this is the second thing for you. Yazii placed the backpack containing 200 crystal cores in front of Jiaminger, feeling a sense of satisfaction that a wish had finally been fulfilled. So many crystal cores. Jiaminger opened her backpack and was immediately stunned. That'll be enough for you to level up to level 10 directly, Yazii said nonchalantly. Leveled up directly to level 10? Oh my god, does that mean I can become an elemental awakener like Li Kongyun? My god, that's amazing. The little girl was overjoyed, jumping around the room non-stop, while Yazii watched her with a slight smile. When he returned, he didn't see Lu Mengying and Yao Xiang, so he casually asked them. Jiaminger said they had gone to the restroom. How strange, why does Sister Lu insist on going to the toilet with Sister Yao? Jiaminger suddenly realized this and asked in confusion. Yazii smiled but did not answer, gesturing for her to quickly absorb the crystal core. The little girl's attention was immediately diverted, and she began to absorb the crystal nucleus. Yazii looked at her quietly. The girl was cheerful, her face filled with joy, excitement, and exhilaration, the purest form of happiness, something he had rarely seen since the apocalypse. He couldn't help but think of himself. Before the apocalypse, he too had been just as happy. Sophia. Yazii covered his forehead. He realized that this woman had become his inner demon. Yazii could not find true happiness until he saw her body with his own eyes and confirmed her death. To start a new life, he must see Sohui's body with his own eyes and confirm her death. I've awakened the lightning element. Yazii snapped out of his daze and saw purple lightning flashing in the girl's hand. He smiled slightly and said, Congratulations, your lightning element is very strong. I am a lightning elementalist. The same purple lightning that crackled in his hand as it did in the girl's. As for the specific usage, you can experiment with it yourself. Just remember not to squander your elemental power too much, always keep some as a life-saving measure. The girl excitedly began experimenting with the use of lightning element, but Yazii had already lost patience. He stood up. That's settled then. Take care of yourself. I'll be going now. Jiaminger finally snapped out of her ecstatic excitement. Big brother, are you leaving already? Yazii nodded lightly. There's something even more important waiting for me to do. Oh. The girl thought for a moment and said, I wish you every success, big brother. You're such a good person, a really good person. Yazii hated that nickname. He laughed self-deprecatingly. Have you forgotten who killed those 30-odd people downstairs? They all deserve to die. The girl nodded earnestly. Big brother was just killing bad guys. Really? Yazii shrugged, too lazy to argue with a middle school student. Anyway, be careful. Remember, don't trust anyone easily, and don't try to be a good person. I'm leaving. Take care. Yes, take care, big brother. Will we meet again? He had already opened the door and walked out when he heard those words and turned back around. He thought for a moment and said, yes, if you're strong enough. Strong enough. The girl seemed to realize something, so Yazii quickly brought up a new topic to interrupt her thoughts so she wouldn't overthink it. Oh, by the way, if you ever encounter someone with special abilities like mine, and you're cornered by them, I'll allow you to reveal my name. The title of Big Brother. The girl's attention was successfully diverted. Yazii smiled faintly. Okay, just tell him that there was once a special awakened individual who liked to do evil and could freely control other people's bodies, but he was killed by an older brother I know named Yazii with a single slash. When Yazii arrived on the 5th floor, Mu Yan had already healed Wang Miu's injuries. She didn't mention the abuse she had suffered at all, and asked Yazii about his plans as if nothing had happened. I'll use this place as my base for now. Yazii's idea was simple, to go back to the Olympic Sports Center to check on Sohui's situation. He first had to reach level 20. He was currently level 17, so he would see if he could reach level 20 after killing the 3 mutated zombies he had just learned about. Mu Yan, you stay here. Mobilize the women and clean the first floor thoroughly. If any more human traffickers come, try to detain them and gather information. If you can't detain them, kill them. We absolutely cannot allow anyone to spread the news about this place. Yes. Mu Yan bowed respectfully in agreement, then looked up and asked in confusion, where are you going, sir? Find a few mutated zombies and take them out. Mu Yan was confused, but respectfully lowered her head. Wang Miu, standing to the side, raised an eyebrow but remained silent. Yazii looked at her, you know about mutated zombies. I guess so, but I don't know much about them. I only know that each one is extremely terrifying, but you can get treasure after killing them. Yazii took out a holy relic, which would emit a very conspicuous light as soon as it was brought into reality. Yes, that's right. Wang Miu stared at the light in Yazii's hand, her eyes even brighter than the light itself, while Mu Yan kept her head down, not even glancing up. Yazii put away the relic. He suddenly recalled the results of his previous experiment in the hospital ward. Mutated zombies were attracted to the relic. He immediately thought of a good idea. He could have used the relics to actively lure the mutated zombies over. Mu Yan, I'll leave this place to you. Yazii turned and walked downstairs. Suddenly, Wang Miu asked him from behind, can I go out and kill zombies to pay off your debt? Yes, but don't reveal the situation here. Wang Miu was both amused and exasperated. Even if you gave me 1,000 lives, I wouldn't dare. Hopefully, Yazii replied casually, then turned and walked down the stairs. He didn't linger long, he told Lu Mengying and went hunting. Now, Lu Mengying's main task was to keep an eye on Yao Xiang. Yazii knew she was also trying to persuade Yao Xiang to accept his seed. However, it seems to have had little effect. Yao Xiang, this beautiful vase, may be soft-hearted, but that's only when her life is threatened. Now that she's certain Yazii won't kill her, she won't budge no matter what. Yazii was also a bit troubled, but there was no rush. He planned to stall her for 3 to 5 days first. If she still didn't budge by then, Yazii wouldn't mind using some extreme measures. This woman was the most promising special awakened person he had ever seen besides himself. She was extremely important and he had to hold on to her tightly. With that thought in mind, Yazii had already climbed to the roof of the shopping mall opposite the office building. This is the tallest spot in the vicinity, although it's only 2 stories taller than an office building. This isn't a commercial area in Kowloon, it's just a regular large urban intersection. A building this tall is already quite impressive. He stood atop the billboard's fence, peering out to determine his direction, and pulled out a map to examine it. He had previously marked the locations where the 3 mutated zombies frequently appeared. They are located in the west, north, and south directions. The first one he went to was naturally the closest one, a small amusement park less than a kilometer to the south, where there was a zombie with a thick lizard tail. He scrambled across the rooftops to get there, encountering several survivors watching from the rooftops along the way. However, they didn't dare to talk to Yazii and instead hid inside the buildings like he was a plague god. Yazii didn't bother with them. He stored his weapons next door while his neighbor stored his grain. His neighbor's granary was right next door. People saw him easily traversing between buildings and knew he was a powerful expert with extremely high attribute values. They didn't dare to negotiate with him easily. Moving across the rooftops was incredibly fast. Yazii arrived at the amusement park in less than a minute. He observed from the highest point nearby for a while but didn't see a single mutated zombie. Only ordinary zombies can be seen everywhere. Then let's give it a try. Yazii muttered something to himself, then took out a relic from his backpack. To make the lure effect better, he used the rare relic that had been enhanced to level 12, the wet tongue. On a billboard of a tall building, a dazzling light inexplicably shone in broad daylight. In an instant, Yazii had a feeling that he was being watched by something. The effect is incredibly immediate. He resisted the urge to take back the relic and continued to look down at the amusement park. Soon, a dark figure appeared and then disappeared from his sight. That's it. It was moving too fast. He only saw a blurry shadow flash by in the green belt of the amusement park. Even from this distance, he couldn't make out the other person's figure. Without a doubt, this is an agile opponent. Immediately afterwards, the shadow flickered quickly in his field of vision a few more times. It even knew to find cover to conceal itself. Does this guy even have intelligence? Yazii couldn't help but swallow hard, recalling the talking mutated bat zombie he had seen at the Olympic Sports Center. The dark figure flickered repeatedly and soon disappeared from the ground floor of the building where it had been standing. They're coming for him. Yazii jumped off the billboard and onto the spacious rooftop, where he drew his machete and gripped it tightly, waiting for his prey to come to him. No matter how fast the opponent is, they can't outrun his will. Just as he was thinking this, Yazii suddenly felt a sudden gust of bloody wind blowing behind him. He turned around and saw a dark shadow leap up from the wall, opening its long, narrow, blood-red mouth in midair to bite him. Yazii's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly activated Time Stop. Time seemed to stand still for a moment, and the shadowy figure suddenly hovered in midair. Yazii then got a clear look at its appearance. It turned out to be a mutated zombie that resembled a lizardman. However, its entire skin was burned away, and its body surface was severely charred. Apart from the black charred skin, there was only flesh underneath. No wonder its whole body was black, it had been charred by some unknown elemental awakener. However, Yazii estimated that the unlucky guy was probably already dead. Such an agile mutated zombie was simply not something an ordinary elemental awakener could afford to provoke. Yazii suppressed his nausea, jumped up lightly, and plunged the sharp blade in his hand into the guy's eye socket, then twisted it hard. Sizzle! The sound of brains being crushed. You have obtained a soft connective sheath, rare. The system notification was proof that the monster was dead. Yazii exited the time freeze, and the lizard zombie crashed heavily onto the rooftop, its body twitching wildly a few times. He didn't rush to retrieve the crystal core, but instead brought up the relic he had just acquired to examine it. Smooth connective sheath, rare. Location, necklace. Effect, wind element manipulation plus 99%. Additional effect, agility plus 9%. Enhancement level, 0. Yazii's eyes widened. It was actually a special relic that enhanced wind element. It's a relic of the same kind as the damn tongue in his hand, and both are necklaces. Unfortunately, Yazii's own necklace was a mutated zombie knuckle that enhanced his strength, and he had awakened the lightning element, just like his tongue, so he couldn't use it either. What a pity, what a pity. Yazii couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. When would he finally get a special artifact that he could use? With mixed feelings, he began to extract the crystal core. Even the crystal cores of mutated zombies are difficult to extract, but with his strength of 205 points, these were no problem. He easily smashed the zombie's head and extracted a blood-red second-tier crystal core. After absorbing the knowledge, he successfully reached LV.18 and gained an extra quarter of his experience. Once done, now it's time for the second. Good luck. By using the artifact as bait, he might reach level 20 today. Yazi's lips curled into a smile as he sharpened his knife and headed toward his next target area. Unbeknownst to him, several kilometers away in an ecological forest, a formidable and terrifying being had already been alerted by the aura of his rare sacred relic. At 9:20 a.m., the sun peeked out from behind the clouds. The autumn sky was clear and crisp. Yazi was running and leaping across the rooftops. He felt that he was no different from the masters of lightness skill in martial arts novels. Once his strength increased, he could easily jump dozens of meters away. Although his agility limits his leg swing and prevents him from running very fast, his jumping ability is sufficient to maintain a speed of around 20 meters per second for extended periods. He quickly ran to the location of the second mutated zombie. It was a European retro-style pedestrian street with a wide open space. Usually, there would be a lot of zombies in such places, but to Yazi's surprise, he didn't see many ordinary zombies. Looking down from the top of the clock tower, the highest point in the area, only a few zombies were wandering the wide pedestrian streets. Furthermore, there weren't many zombie corpses on the ground, confirming that the low number of zombies on this street was not due to human error. That's the reason for the mutated zombies. Yazi reasoned rationally. Could it be that these mutated zombies prey on their own kind? Drive away their own kind? Never mind, just do it. Yazi retrieved the relic from the system. This thing is incredibly seductive. Everything was calm for the first few seconds, but soon, a huge figure suddenly stood up from behind a hot pot restaurant on the pedestrian street. It was a massive, muscular zombie, resembling a small mountain of flesh, its body covered in bulging, well-developed muscles, and probably standing 4 meters tall. He had been lying behind the hot pot restaurant, and the commotion he made when he stood up just a minute ago shook the ground 3 times, giving people a strong sense of awe. The moment it got up, it locked its eyes on Yazi and walked towards him with a longing look on its face. Thump, thump, thump. The ground began to tremble slightly, and the surrounding zombies, upon discovering it, actually ran away to avoid it, as if they were afraid of it. It was simply unbelievable. As the mountain of zombies approached, a strong, pungent stench assaulted Yazi's nostrils, causing him to frown immediately. This stinks like hell. It's practically a mixture of rotting flesh and feces fermenting in the sewer for a week. Who would willingly jump onto that stuff? Yazi was filled with resistance. But there was nothing he could do. He didn't have a gun, nor could he shoot arrows, and he had no means of ranged attack. This was definitely his most frustrating weakness so far, and he decided that he must make up for it in the future. At the very least, you should learn how to throw a javelin. Roar, roar, roar. The zombie walked up to the building where Yazi was standing and roared at him with an extremely foul odor. Yazi felt like he was about to faint from the stench and quickly held his breath. The mutated zombies were right beneath his feet, and now was undoubtedly the perfect opportunity to strike, but Yazi was so disgusted that he hesitated for a moment. Bang, bang, rumble. The zombie began swinging its arms to destroy the clock tower beneath his feet. This thing was made of simple bricks and stones, and it shattered with a single blow. As the clock tower collapsed, Yazi lost his footing. Now Yazi had no choice but to act. He held his breath and activated time stop when the zombie reached out its arm to grab him. The time stop effect abruptly halted everything around him, from the roars of zombies to the falling rubble. Yazi was completely suspended in midair, still enveloped by the laws of time. However, with just a thought, he broke free from the membrane enveloping him in law and began to fall freely. As he fell towards the mountain of flesh zombies, he drew his machete with the fastest speed he could muster, aimed it at the zombies' huge, swollen eyes, and plunged it straight in, then twisted it violently. Sizzle! You have obtained the retina of a mutated infected, level 1. The moment the system notified him, Yazi immediately deactivated the time rewind. The stench was unbearable. He didn't want to waste even a millisecond to escape this putrid hell. This can only be described as hell. It's an extreme torture of the sense of smell. You can smell this nauseating, rotten odor even if you hold your breath. It's also extremely penetrating, as if it can seep into your body through your skin. He dared not breathe deeply, and with the fastest speed he could manage, he grabbed the fire axe from his back and smashed it down several times with the back of the axe, crushing the enormous zombie's head like smashing a watermelon. He reached into the disgusting red and white stuff, grabbed the crystal core, and ran away. It stinks. He ran as fast as he could, a block away, into a convenience store, grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the floor, opened it, and washed his hands. He didn't even have time to pay attention to the zombies that were chasing him, which were roaring all the way. He just kicked them away. After a flurry of frantic cleaning, he finally got rid of the stench. Although a slight smell remained, it wasn't unbearable. Several zombies that he had kicked more than 20 meters away roared and pounced on him again, their ferocious faces showing no fear, completely unaware that Yazi was the most ferocious one to them. Yazi, however, clicked his tongue with an expression of disgust and swiftly drew his knife, severing their heads. He drew his sword, swung his arm, and spun back, then chopped with his backhand and repeated the cycle. His movements were fluid and extremely skillful. Yazi suddenly realized that he felt a bit like an assembly line worker. However, he tragically discovered that because the handle of the knife was covered in filth, his hands were dirty again, and the familiar stench had returned. Grass? There's no other way but to wash it again. Yazii turned around and opened another bottle of water. This time, he did a thorough cleaning, washing not only his hands but also his machete and fire axe. As for my clothes, pants, and shoes, I'm sorry, it's time to say goodbye to them too. Yazii ran out without stopping, looking for a clothing store nearby. He also absorbed the crystal core, successfully leveling up to level 19 with over 15% more experience. Just one more mutated zombie away from level 20. Yazii was excited. Reaching level 20 would definitely be another leap forward in his strength, and then he should be qualified to go to the Olympic Sports Center to find out more. So Huiya, you just wait. He ran as fast as he could, but finding a clothing store in the food street was unrealistic. He ran all the way. Ding! Relic enhancement successful. Rewinding time. Ding! Relic enhancement successful. Time rewind. Yazii was happily relaxing when he suddenly sensed an unusual noise coming from outside the shop. Rumble. It was like an IS-7 heavy tank at full throttle rampaging through the city. Obstacles like walls and houses crumbled before this tank. Rumble? Yazii suddenly became alert. The sound was getting closer and closer. He hurriedly ran out of the shop, jumped onto a high vantage point, and saw, to his horror, a mutated zombie that looked abnormally strong was charging towards them. No, you can't use the quantifier only then, you should use head, because it was a super mutated zombie dragon that was nearly 10 meters long and weighed at least 20 tons. This zombie was covered in jet black scales and resembled a dragon from Western mythology. It had a long tail, thick lower limbs, and a heavy breastplate. Its gaping maw was filled with sharp, interlocking teeth, and its eyes were particularly narrow, like two thin slits. However, it has no wings. Instead, it has a pair of sharp, scythe-like forelimbs, resembling those of a mantis. These two scythe-like forelimbs, which gleam with a metallic sheen, are a full 4 meters long and 2 meters wide. It looks just like the inhuman dragon, and is extremely terrifying. The oppressive aura emanating from this terrifying creature comes from the genetic level, just as humans are born with a fear of snakes. Yazii's first thought upon seeing it was to run, without the slightest hesitation. Run? Just like an ordinary person would instinctively run away when they see a giant forest python. He didn't even have time to climb the wall, he just ran along the road, not even bothering to upgrade his artifacts. He just threw in 3 soul crystals to fully enhance them and equip them, without even bothering to check the additional effects. With a 168-point agility boost, his running speed increased significantly. However, even so, he was still slower than the mutated zombie dragon behind him. As Yazii ran, he felt a terrifying figure getting closer and closer behind him. He couldn't help but turn around to look. Just then, a cold light flashed in his peripheral vision, and he was shocked to find that his upper and lower body had been separated. His upper body slammed to the ground due to gravity, while his lower body bounced quite a distance away. Blood splattered in midair. The bloody scene was too horrifying. Yazii immediately used time reversal, and the world's time began to reverse. He allowed the laws of time to envelop him, not daring to break out of that invisible membrane at all. Desperate escape? Soon, his body returned to normal, which relieved Yazii greatly. After confirming that his upper and lower body were intact, he waited another second before daring to remove the membrane, freeze time, and run towards the building next door. But after running for a few seconds, he realized something was wrong. Time had stopped, and he was still running. What the hell was he doing? He quickly turned back and looked at the mutated zombie dragon that was standing still like a statue. His eyes widened immediately because even with time slowed down 100 times, he could clearly see that the creature's scythe-like forelimbs were swinging in the direction he had just been. Holy crap, how fast is that? This is absolutely outrageous. It's outrageous beyond belief. But, how generous a reward would I get if I killed it? Yazii refocused his gaze, looking at the ferocious and terrifying body, those savage and bloodthirsty narrow eyes. Thinking of the possible rewards for killing it, greed instantly overcame fear. Let's do it? Without hesitation, Yazii drew his machete and jumped up. Taking advantage of the mutated zombie dragon's posture as it swung its large scythe, he knelt on the zombie dragon's head, gripped the long blade with both hands, and stabbed it into the zombie dragon's narrow eyes. Bang! Yazii was startled. He was halfway through his stab when something suddenly blocked his way. The zombie dragon's head structure was different from a human's. There was a layer of solid bone behind its eyes. This terrified Yazii. If he couldn't kill the monster within the time freeze, he would be in danger. So he quickly exerted his strength again, trying to stab once more, but he was still blocked by that layer of bone, and the blade could not advance an inch. Not only that, but because he used too much force and got excited, he accidentally broke the blade of his machete. Grass. Yazii cursed and channeled all the lightning elemental power in his danchin towards the eye. A strange thunderous explosion was heard, but the zombie dragon's eye socket wasn't blown open. Only the eyelid and eyeball were gone. The guy's bones were too hard to be destroyed. Wipe. This wasn't entirely fruitless, but it was absolutely useless. Feeling that the remaining time reversal was running out, he had no choice but to jump off the zombie dragon's head and escape. Better to live than die, survival was the priority. He didn't run forward, but instead went to the densely packed houses on the left. He didn't try to hide either. Who knows if the creature found him by its scent? If it did, hiding would only lead to his death. Yazii dared not gamble, so he climbed onto the walls and jumped from rooftop to escape. He had only jumped over 2 rooftops when his mental strength gave out, but he still endured it for 2 more seconds. This was the first time he had overexerted himself since his mental strength reached 200 plus, but in this situation, every second counted in a life or death race, and he couldn't care less. Roar, row. The moment time returned to normal, the mutated zombie dragon let out a deafening roar, for it discovered that it had inexplicably had one eye gouged out, and its intended target had inexplicably moved to the rooftop on the other side. An overwhelming rage instantly filled the monster's entire being, and it pursued relentlessly. How dare you even glance at me with such paltry food? Rumble? The mutated zombie dragon's advance was incredibly loud. Yazii was nearly 50 meters away from it, but the deafening impact still filled his ears. This wasn't an impact, it was clearly an explosion. Boom 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 boom. The mutated zombie dragon is a veritable empire-destroying dragon. Once enraged, it rampages like a bulldozer, smashing through any buildings that stand in its way. Wherever it goes, there are crashing sounds comparable to bomb explosions, leaving only a cracked hole in the building afterward. It's so tough that it's impervious to any boulders or concrete. The walls of these buildings are like paper in front of it, and it can easily bend or even break the steel bars in the concrete. The good news is that its speed has also slowed down to less than a third of its original speed. The bad news is that Yazii's speed has also decreased. His speed leaping between rooftops was usually very fast, but in this life or death situation, it was too slow, completely slower than his running speed with his feet on the ground. Yazii ran as fast as he could, leaping and running between countless rooftops, but even at his maximum speed, he was still 10% slower than the mutated zombie dragon's advance. Roar, row. Yazii fled for his life, while the mutated zombie dragon behind him chased after him relentlessly, his ears filled with endless terrifying roars and deafening explosions. It was a thunderous revelation, enough to make one's heart tremble. Yazii knew that the zombie dragon was now locked in a life or death struggle with him. As the distance between them drew closer, his fear grew stronger and stronger, reaching an unprecedented level. 50 meters, 45 meters, 40 meters. Closer, even closer? If this continues, it's only a matter of time before he gets caught up. He can't even guarantee that he'll still be alive before the 1-minute cooldown period for time reversal ends. Yazii's feelings at this moment were pure fear, pure terror. He felt that he was about to die, and his heart was filled with the most genuine despair. He even had a desperate premonition that he would definitely not survive the day. Anyone being relentlessly pursued by such a terrifying being would be terrified, but he didn't give up. He still had hope of turning the tables. As long as he can stall until the cooldown of rewind ends. Boom, boom, boom. Like a thunderclap from a clear sky, the commotion continued to erupt in the southwest corner of Julong District, Chongqing. In just 1 minute, Yazii had already run nearly 2 kilometers. He didn't know how many rooftops he had crossed, and how many times he had narrowly escaped death while crossing rooftops with significant differences in height. All he knew was that the buildings along the way had been destroyed by the monster that was frantically chasing him from behind, while the monster seemed completely unaffected. Its entire body, not to mention its bones, even the scales on its surface, are harder than steel. Beneath its streamlined body are bulging muscles brimming with explosive power, especially its lower limbs. Yazii conservatively estimates that its strength is at least 1,000 points. That's 200 times that of an average person. Moreover, its agility was also quite high. Yazii tried to escape by making sharp turns, but it adapted even faster than Yazii on the roof. It didn't even need to look. Even if Yazii was behind an obstacle, it could react to the direction he was running in the first instant, as if it had already locked onto him with its mind. This made Yazii extremely anxious. The distance between him and the mutated zombie dragon had now been reduced to 20 meters, which was only 2 body lengths for the monster. Yazii could feel an intense sense of impending death, as if a giant sword was hanging over his head, ready to fall at any moment. His intuition told him that once the distance between them closed to 10 meters, he would be close to death. At that distance, the mutated zombie dragon could easily attempt to charge in and kill him. Yazii had experienced firsthand how fast its 2 large scythes could slash. There are still 30 seconds left before his time rewind cooldown ends. There's simply no time. Yazii was covered in cold sweat. If he continued to flee like this, he would only be doomed. He had to change his escape strategy. If you can't walk on empty streets or jump between rooftops, then you only have 2 options left: climb tall buildings or jump into buildings to escape. Jumping into the building was fraught with uncertainty, so he first tried climbing a tall building. Just ahead was a residential community with apartment buildings that were all over 30 stories high. He jumped off a rooftop on the street and headed straight for it, leaping all the way to the 6th floor. Then he began to climb upwards using both his hands and feet. But Yazii didn't expect that the Grim Reaper behind him had a jumping ability that was no weaker than his. It leaped up and jumped directly to the 6th floor of the apartment building. Moreover, it was equally good at climbing stairs. It used its scythe-like forelimbs as climbing spikes, quickly and alternately inserting them into the concrete wall. Its lower limbs kicked haphazardly as it climbed upwards. Its speed was no slower than Yazii's, and it was even faster. Yazii was truly dumbfounded. He had never seen such a monster climb walls with such agility and speed. The distance between them was rapidly reduced, shrinking to 10 meters within seconds. Yazii's hair stood on end instantly. He dared not climb any further and quickly slipped from the balcony into a house. Immediately afterward, a sharp snap sound came from behind him. He instinctively turned his head, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw nothing but emptiness. The balcony had vanished into thin air, grass. Yezi's skin crawled with goosebumps. If he had come in even half a second later, his body would definitely have been torn apart. He didn't have time to recover from his fear and immediately took off running. The zombie dragon swung its knife and sliced through the wall like it was cutting tofu. Its head crawled into the apartment and tried to bite him, but got stuck in the wall 2 meters before it could bite him. Yezi was so frightened that he almost lost his mind. He didn't even have time to pull the glass door of the other balcony, which shattered completely. With his shoes on the balcony floor, he leaped with all his might toward another apartment building. With a loud crash of shattering glass and shards flying everywhere, he was launched off the balcony, tracing a sharp arc through the air before crashing into the 7th floor of a neighboring apartment building. It was thanks to his superhuman jumping ability that he was able to cross the nearly 60-meter chasm between the 2 apartment buildings, jumping from the 11th floor on one side to the 7th floor on the other. Ugh. Yezi was very lucky. When he jumped, he didn't hit the wall, but instead crashed into the room from the balcony of the apartment. He rolled twice on the ground before his shoulder hit the wall to absorb the impact. It hurts. The impact was too strong. Yezi felt like his body was about to be smashed apart. To make matters worse, another rampaging zombie roared and pounced on him. He endured the pain, stood up, and punched the zombie in the head until it exploded. At the same time, he turned around to look behind him. Just then, I saw the mutated zombie dragon leaping and bounding towards us. He was first shocked, then overjoyed. The mutated zombie dragon, weighing over 10 or 20 tons, made it impossible for it to easily gain leverage by stepping on it. The balcony was directly crushed by its weight. It leaped across, but not completely. It covered 2/3 of the 60-meter distance, crashing to the ground from the 11th floor like a prehistoric python. Boom! A loud bang came from downstairs. Fantastic! Yezi was so happy he almost jumped for joy. This way, his time reversal cooldown would definitely be ready in time. He breathed a sigh of relief, ran to the balcony to observe, and as expected, the strange creature was not injured. Its body was too tough. After struggling for a couple of seconds, it stood up again, roared at Yezi, and began to climb up to the floor where Yezi was. Damn it, did I dig up your immortal grave? When will this ever end? Yezi cursed under his breath and quickly ran out of the room, sprinting up the stairs in the emergency exit. He leaped over 20 steps in one stride and reached the next floor in 2, which was much faster than when he was climbing the wall outside. He went straight to the top floor, and by then the cooldown of the rewind was over, and his heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. He went out the window, climbed onto the rooftop, ran to the edge of the railing, and looked down. The zombie dragon had only climbed to about the 15th floor when it saw him and roared again. It feels like it will take at least 10 more seconds for that thing to climb up. Yezi turned around. The rooftop was empty. What could he use to take down this monstrosity? His hands were empty. He had thrown away the fire axe while fleeing for his life. Grass. Yezi's heart trembled. He realized he had to leap again. Just now, he had been on the brink of death, his life hanging by a thread. That's why he was able to disregard everything and jump so far, performing the feat of leaping from one apartment building to another. And now, well, now it's a matter of life and death. Let's give it our all. Yezi let out a low growl, aimed at the next apartment building, and took a running start and jumped. Rush. Yezi didn't waste his skill. He used the 3-second slow effect to practically teleport him to the apartment building. He wondered if the monster could react in time. Before that, Yezi had to take care of himself. This time, his luck wasn't as good as last time. He crashed straight into the exterior wall of the apartment building. Yezi cursed inwardly, but there was nothing he could do. He could only spread his fingers and solace, preparing to cushion the impact with his hands and feet. Splat! Superman's strength was demonstrated at this crucial moment. He successfully cushioned his fall by clinging to the wall like a gecko, then slammed down and landed on the edge of a balcony below, successfully climbing into a house. But he still inevitably scraped his knees and elbows, wincing in pain. At this point, he can only rely on the self-healing ability provided by his 198 points of health. Sitting on the back of the balcony to ease the pain, he cautiously peeked out and saw that the zombie dragon had climbed to the roof of the opposite building, the spot where he had just been, and had spotted him, roaring ferociously at him. How could they even notice that? Yezi frowned, then decided to stop hiding and slowly stood up to meet its gaze. Clearly, it wasn't locking onto him with its eyes. But this thing didn't jump over. Maybe it knew it couldn't. This building is 33 stories high, a full 100 meters tall. Falling from here would be a completely different level of impact compared to the fall from the 11th floor. No matter how strong its body is, it would still suffer internal injuries. Even if it jumps down, it will have to climb the building again to kill Yezi, only to fail to catch him again, creating another cycle of being toyed with. Therefore, the mutated zombie dragon, which possessed a certain level of intelligence, stopped on the rooftop. Yezi, standing on the balcony, sneered and began plotting how to kill the thing. For a moment, the man and the dragon were locked in a strange stalemate. The stalemate didn't last long. Less than half a minute later, the mutated zombie dragon on the other side made its move. It actually started trying to climb down the building, and in a simple and brutal way, it casually clung to the exterior wall of the apartment building with its limbs, and soon slid down the building with a series of bangs and cracks, causing the wall along the way to peel off. Yazii was somewhat puzzled. Had this guy given up on chasing him? However, he was quickly wrong. After the mutated zombie dragon descended to the ground, it actually ran to the apartment building where he was and began to wreak havoc. Its giant, scythe-like forelimbs lashed out wildly, severing the reinforced concrete support columns one by one. It was trying to demolish the building. How foolish! To attempt to shake the steel forest forged by human industrial civilization with flesh and blood? Rumble? Explosion-like noises kept coming from downstairs, and a noticeable tremor was felt underfoot. This zombie dragon could not only slash, it could also ram. After slashing, it would use the impact to accelerate the destruction of the supporting pillar's balance. At first, Yazii sneered inwardly, but now he could no longer laugh. He was filled with fear and his heart was pounding, because the tremors beneath his feet were getting stronger and stronger. Holy crap, just how much destructive power does this thing have to perform such an incredible feat? Another minute later, the tremors beneath his feet reached their peak, equivalent to an 8.0 magnitude earthquake. This guy, Yazii, could already feel the building tilting. Grass? This is absolutely outrageous. For the first time, Yazii felt what it meant to have earth-shattering power. Was this something a carbon-based life form could actually do? Buzzing. The last remaining steel bars groaned in despair, unable to hold on any longer. The building had begun to tilt to one side, and the sky, the earth, the whole world began to lean. Yazii fell to the ground along with the apartment building. He gripped the balcony railing tightly, falling to the ground along with the tall building. Just as the apartment building was about to crash to the ground, he activated time stop. The next second, a figure rushed out of the apartment building that was tilted at a 30-degree angle to the ground. He didn't try to find where the mutated zombie dragon was. It couldn't be stupid enough to be crushed by the building it demolished. Yazii ran straight into the nearest apartment building and rushed upwards. When he reached the 10th floor, he deactivated the time-stopping effect, because he was certain he was absolutely safe. Boom! A tremendous commotion erupted outside, like a magnitude 6 earthquake. Yazii ignored it all and sprinted up the stairs, taking 2 steps per floor. He was determined to see how many apartment buildings that destructive dragon could demolish today. He ran up to the top floor, but all he could see below was a yellowish-brown haze. He couldn't see anything except the treetops, and there was no sign of the zombie dragon in his field of vision. Where did you go? Thump, thump, thump. Yazii's feet began to shake again. He almost laughed out of anger. Fine, let's go again. Let's see how many buildings you can demolish. Yazii had plenty of leverage. The time it would take for the zombie dragon to demolish the building was longer than the cooldown time he needed to rewind time. He remained calm and composed. No matter how the monster demolished the building, it couldn't possibly kill him by falling or force him to go downstairs. I'm moving upstairs today, so you can demolish everything downstairs as you please. Rumble? In about 2 minutes, the zombie destroyer dragon repeated the same method and demolished the building again. Yazii sneered inwardly and, just like before, paused time during the collapse of the apartment building before running into another building. He glanced around and saw there were over 20 apartment buildings like this in the complex. He refused to believe that the zombie dragon could demolish them all. Yazii and it just kept at each other's throats. Time passed second by second, and it turned out that even the strongest monster wasn't made of iron. After demolishing 5 buildings, it gradually couldn't demolish any more. The demolition speed became slower and slower, from demolishing 1 building every few minutes at the beginning to now taking half an hour to demolish 1 building. The dust had already settled and it still hadn't finished demolishing. And then finally, it wasn't taken apart. Yazii stood on the rooftop, staring at the zombie dragon 100 meters below. The creature's eyes were still bloodthirsty and ferocious, as if it wanted to tear Yazii apart and suck his marrow, but it was indeed weak and powerless, its strength almost completely exhausted. Then, to Yazii's astonishment, it began to devour the surrounding zombies. It rushed at the aimless zombies, stuffing them one by one into its gaping maw of sharp teeth, chewing them up. Under its powerful and brutal bites, the zombies were crushed like meat grinders, turning into bits of bone, blood, and flesh. Dark blood splattered all over the ground, and it feasted on it underneath. Yazii couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. This guy could actually recover his strength by devouring zombies. Then he'd be full of energy again. What a joke! If this cycle continues, this entire development won't even have enough space for it to demolish. We have to think of a way. Yazii frowned, then immediately relaxed. Why not just blind it completely? How can a blind zombie dragon find zombies to eat? Although Yazii knew that its method of locking onto him wasn't through sight, he guessed it was a skill that couldn't be used frequently, or on multiple targets. Otherwise, what was the point of it having eyes? Of course, this is just Yazii's guess, and its veracity cannot be determined at all. Experiments are needed. His experimental instincts kicked in as a medical student. After all, if he didn't conduct experiments, he would never know the truth. He climbed down the wall into the apartment building and searched for usable knives. He searched several places but could only find ordinary kitchen knives. He couldn't even find a sharp BG knife or a watermelon knife. Yazii looked at the flat-headed kitchen knife in his hand and, in a fit of anger, threw it out the window. Dangerous operation. Do not attempt. That's insane. How did he manage to blind that monster? No, keep searching. Rumble. The floor began to vibrate slightly, it had started again. However, he's gotten used to this pace now, so he just pretends it doesn't exist and continues climbing and searching. He went straight to the kitchen at several apartments, but when he arrived at a barebones apartment that was still under renovation, his eyes were suddenly drawn to a toolbox in the corner of the living room. To be precise, it was the pile driver drill bit and the large red steel hammer next to the toolbox. The drill bit was incredibly large, nearly 40 centimeters long and as thick as the neck of a pulsating bottle, like it was used to drill holes in walls. And that massive hammerhead was clearly a top-of-the-line 50-pound steel hammer, probably weighing around 20 kilograms. The apartment began to tilt, and Yazi's eyes lit up. He suddenly realized how narrow-minded he had been. Why use a knife at all? Why not use a combination of a large drill and a large hammer? If used to drill holes in that monster's eye sockets, that would be an absolutely devastating weapon. Ha 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 ha, heaven is helping me, heaven is helping me, ha 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 ha. Yazi couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. He rushed over and picked them up, holding the drill bit and steel hammer in his arms like treasures in the gradually tilting room. This thing is his most precious treasure right now, he wouldn't lose it even if the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. As the apartment tilted downwards, before it even hit the ground, the sound in Yazi's ears was already deafening. He stopped time, drill in his left hand, steel hammer in his right, and charged out of the building like the king of the construction site. This was a critical moment, and Yazi didn't waste a single second. After coming out, he immediately ran back to the bottom of the building and quickly spotted the mutated zombie dragon. Its terrifying body loomed in and out of sight amidst the swirling dust, but its enormous, ferocious head was clearly visible, staring intently in the direction where Yazi had been during the time reversal. This confirmed Yazi's suspicion that he was mentally locked onto by this thing, but that didn't matter anymore. With the divine artifact in hand, Yazi didn't believe he couldn't deal with this mutated beast today. A blur flashed across the community path as Yazi leaped onto the head of the zombie dragon with superhuman speed in less than 5 seconds. He then spent 2 seconds calming his momentum and 2 seconds adjusting his posture before wielding the drill and stabbing it fiercely into its intact eye. Sizzle! The sound of a steel drill piercing flash, it went all the way in, reaching the bone plate without much resistance. Although its eyelids were very hard, they were still connective tissue after all. With Yazi's strength of 200 plus, inserting it with his bare hand was no problem at all. After inserting it, he picked up a 50-pound steel hammer and slammed it hard into the drill bit's backside. Boom! The strange tone, stretched 100-fold by the paused time, seemed to be celebrating the drill bit's 1mm descent. Yazi was shocked. He possessed a strength of over 200, equivalent to 40 times that of an average person, yet even at full power, he had only managed to drive the drill in by a mere 1mm. Yazi was furious. Could this guy's bones really be harder than iron? He mustered his strength and swung the hammer down again. The feedback from the blow brought back the exhilarating feeling of hammering nails as a child. Then he swung the hammer again, and then another. Almost every hammer blow steadily caused the drill bit to sink by 1mm. At this point, the 20-second time rewind period had expired, but it wasn't enough. Yazi endured the backlash and took the 5th hammer blow, then the 6th, then the 7th. Damn, my head hurts so much. Why hasn't it broken through yet? Just how thick is this bone plate? Open it for me. Open it, open it, open it. He had no time to think about anything else, only one thought occupied his mind, to smash the drill bit's backside and let it, shove it into the mutated zombie's brain. He hammered wildly, hammering recklessly, his headache intensifying. How many seconds had he already exhausted himself? 10? Or 20? Yazi was unaware of this, all he knew was that his consciousness was gradually slipping out of his control, and the pain was so intense it felt like he was being tortured by 1,000 needles piercing his brain in the deepest hell. But how can we give up at a time like this? He desperately tried to hold back, using every ounce of his strength to endure it, frantically swinging the steel hammer in his hand, driving the drill bit in again and again. Bang! Finally, under his relentless, storm-like assault, the drill bit suddenly sank completely in. The bone plate is broken? He mustered all his strength and swung the hammer one last time. Pfft! The drill bit sank completely into it, producing a pleasantly moist sound. Ding! You have defeated the Mutant Zone Overlord, Tier 4 evolutionary form, and obtained the advancement quest item, Mutant Overlord's Soul Crystal, Tier 4, ×1. You have obtained the artifact, the spine of a vibrant steel lizard, extremely rare. You have obtained the weapon, Steel Dragon Lizard's Scythe, extremely rare. Ugh. Yazi's head was throbbing so badly that he didn't have time to carefully read the 3 system notifications. He couldn't even read them, because in that instant, he could no longer endure the excruciating pain and fainted. His body rolled off the dragon head with a thud. Then, silence returned. 10 minutes later, 4 men, armed with automatic rifles and dressed in black tracksuits, slowly rose from the bushes. Their movements were extremely cautious, as if they were ready to run away at any moment. Emerging from behind cover and facing the monster's terrifying body, they were all terrified, their faces turning pale, frozen in place, too afraid to move. The 4 men were dressed identically in black tracksuits and carried domestically produced Type 95 assault rifles. However, strangely, they all wore slightly bulky collars around their necks. The 4, however, seemed to be used to it. They exchanged glances for a while, as if they wanted to test the monster's life or death. But neither of them dared to make the first move, they just pushed and shoved each other, exchanging winks and glares. This seemed likely to have serious consequences. One of the shorter men couldn't take it anymore. He mustered his courage, picked up a piece of rubble, and tried to throw it at the corpse of the mutated zombie dragon. Bang! The stone struck the zombie dragon's scales, making a metallic sound. There was no movement. After waiting a while longer, he said tremblingly to the monster's corpse, "Hey, if you're dead, just make a sound. Don't suddenly come back to life and scare me." "Damn, that scared me to death," one of his slightly chubby companions immediately complained, followed by a series of complaints. "Quiet down, everyone. What if this monster isn't dead?" "Dead, definitely dead." "Hey, is he dead?" One of them suddenly ran back into the bushes and started shouting. The other three immediately followed suit, crawling back down in panic and with expressions of terror that practically screamed, "I'm scared to death." They exchanged accusatory glances, and finding no further movement outside, the shorter man who had gone out earlier took out a walkie-talkie from his pocket, turned it on, and spoke into it. "Hey, hey, hey, can you hear me, Brother Lang? The monster is dead." After a few moments of adjusting the frequency with a buzzing sound, a dangerous, deep male voice came through. "Are you sure?" 90% sure. "Do you want to die? I need it to be perfect. Go confirm it for me right now." The man, with a fawning and obsequious expression, forced a smile and replied fearfully, "Yes, I guarantee I'll complete the mission." The three men looked at him with schadenfreude, because he had now taken on all the work by himself. The short man had no choice but to continue taking the risk. He approached shakily, mustered his courage, and walked to the front of the zombie dragon to observe it carefully. The monster lay there lifelessly, without a breath. On its enormous head, a thick steel nail was driven deep into one of its eyes, from which black blood flowed. Seeing this, he was certain that the monster was dead. He breathed a sigh of relief and was about to take out his walkie-talkie to report when he suddenly saw a young man lying on the ground, who turned out to be Yazzie. He initially thought it was a zombie, but Yazila's yellowish-white skin made him realize that she was a person. Corpse? He went closer to take a look and quickly discovered that it was actually a living person. His brows were tightly furrowed and trembling slightly, as if he were having a nightmare or unconsciously enduring immense pain. The short man looked again and saw the steel hammer in Yazie's hand, which made his eyes widen. A steel hammer? Iron nails? Could it be that this guy killed that terrifying monster? He was completely shocked. If so, then Yazie's strength has completely exceeded his expectations. He recalled the information he had received earlier. The monster seemed to be chasing someone. Could it be him? The man swallowed hard. He was certain that this man possessed at least 2 fully upgraded relics. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to run so fast and for so long. Max-level artifacts? The man's eyes gleamed. His greed drove him to pull a dagger from his thigh and aim it at Yazie's heart, ready to plunge it in. However, just as the knife tip was pressed against Yazie's chest, he suddenly stopped. Because the man realized that even if he obtained 2 max-level artifacts, he still wouldn't be able to escape from that man. Because a miniature remote-controlled bomb was buried inside the collar around his neck. That man possessed thousands of guns, along with dozens or even hundreds of others wearing bomb collars like himself. Controlled by that man, even the most powerful and numerous holy relics were utterly useless against guns and bombs. He simply called over his companions and explained his speculation. The three men looked at each other in bewilderment for a moment, then began to discuss excitedly. Kill him quickly. This guy's strength is terrifying, he must possess more than 1 max-level artifact. Those are max-level artifacts. If we get just one, we'll be set for life. Don't get excited, fatty. Think about the bomb around your neck. Do you think Brother Lang would let you use the relic? What Lang Ji? We can just keep it from him, can't we? Are you sure you can keep it a secret? Well, we're all brothers here. It shouldn't be too difficult for us to keep this a secret, right? Kill him, and the artifacts will be hard to divide. He can't possibly have 4 max-level artifacts. If the spoils aren't divided equally, it will definitely cause a rift within our ranks, and then no one will be able to keep this secret, a bald man said, squinting. Then, should we report this to Brother Lang? No, absolutely not. Why should we let that BD dictator get such a huge advantage for nothing? We risked our lives to find this man, the short man vehemently denied. His resolute proposal was met with unanimous approval from all his companions. But they were still worried. Then what do you suggest we do? Let's just leave him here and let him live. He'll probably wake up soon. Let him live. The slightly overweight man said regretfully, that's a max-level artifact. We could have divided it up. I've already said there are too many people, how are we going to divide them? Or would you prefer to receive a smaller share? A smaller share is better than nothing. Giving less is very likely the same as not giving anything at all. Damn, that's quite possible. What should we do then? We don't have much time left, and we can't keep wasting time like this. Why don't you tell us, Lindsay? After all, you're the one who found the person, the bald man suggested. The other two seemed to trust him more, and both looked towards Lindsay. Lindsay I was silent for a few seconds, then dragged Yazzie by one leg and threw him into a dry ditch to hide him. He even covered him with a flat piece of rubble. Let's go. So you've decided to let him go. The bald man walked over and gave Lin Ziyi a deep look, a hint of admiration in his eyes. I didn't expect you to have such self-control, refusing a free max-level artifact. Lin Ziyi said irritably, who said I didn't want it? If I were alone, I would have taken it all. You're all a burden. Hehe, me too. The slightly chubby man grinned greedily, and another man chimed in, coincidentally, me too, damn it. Stop talking nonsense. I just don't want that old BD to get away with this. We're at his mercy now, we have to obey every order he gives us. I'm not happy about it. Rather than see him get such a huge advantage for nothing, I'd rather he get nothing at all. Lin Ziyi complained fiercely, but after pulling out the walkie-talkie, he suddenly adopted a fawning demeanor. A helpless smile appeared on the bald man's face. He took out paper and pen from his backpack, squatted down, and began to write something. The other two curiously crowded around, and Lin Ziyi did the same after he finished reporting. However, he didn't read what the bald man had written. Instead, he asked directly. The bald man chuckled and replied, write about the possibility of defeating Brother Lang. He then added, whether it works or not is another matter, let's just take a gamble. After writing the note, he walked over to Yaziyi, smiled, rolled it up, and put it in Yaziyi's mouth, as if he were playing a prank by offering a cigarette to a sleeping person. You'd better give me a big blessing, young man. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Yaziyi felt as if he had endured 10 years of torture in hell, and was finally relieved only when water droplets were poured on his head. Water droplets, water droplets? He opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a narrow strip of pitch-black sky. Is it already evening? When did I get into the drainage ditch? Pain? Yaziyi covered his head, grimacing as he moved the rubble covering him and stood up straight. Then, he noticed something had fallen out of his lips. Isn't this just notebook paper? Yaziyi covered his head. Wait, there are words on this? He picked it up and examined it, his eyes widening as he looked on with a relieved expression, as if he had just escaped a disaster. Damn, did I just escape death this time? The note on the paper was a message someone had written to him. It said that when they, a group of 8, came to check on the mutated zombie dragon, they found him. Seeing that he was unconscious, they planned to kill him and take the relic. This led to a chaotic battle, in which 7 people died, leaving only one person who had initially kept his distance. This person was a kind-hearted person who did not advocate killing and looting, so instead of killing him, he was hidden in a drainage ditch. I'm so incredibly lucky. After reading the note, Yaziyi couldn't help but sigh. At the end of the note, the man who had spared his life asked him for a favor. There was a military camp in the southwestern suburbs of Kowloon, a gathering place for survivors, but the survivors there were living in misery, being slaves of the dictator Lang Ji. Lang Ji is a PhD in explosives and a bomb fanatic. He has created a miniature bomb that can be worn around a person's neck to control them. He also has a large amount of weaponry. If possible, this person hopes that Yaziyi can go and kill Lang Ji. This made Yaziyi's expression somewhat solemn. A gun? If there's anything he's most afraid of right now, it's firearms like guns. Because the gun could kill him instantly, giving him no time to even activate his abilities. Send him to deal with a bomb-wielding arms enthusiast? Actually, it's not impossible. Yaziyi dusted himself off and stood up. But the problem is, what if I eliminate him and cause a gun proliferation? That's the biggest problem. Yaziyi shook his head and walked towards the corpse of the mutated zombie dragon, intending to take the crystal core first. However, what he saw before him left him completely dumbfounded. Damn, where's the zombie's head? Yes, that's right, the zombie dragon's head is gone. Yaziyi quickly ran closer to examine it carefully. Looking at the cutting marks on the broken end, he felt that it must have been cut off by a chainsaw. Damn, is he really that completely unconscious? Someone was using a chainsaw right next to him and it didn't even wake him? He raised his left hand to check the time. It was already 3 a.m. He was unconscious for nearly 12 hours. Yaziyi felt a wave of fear wash over him. He hadn't expected the price of overdrawing his mental strength to be so severe. If it weren't for his incredible luck, he would already be a corpse. I absolutely cannot take such a risk again. He silently warned himself and took out his compass and map. What is now certain is that his spoils were taken by this Brother Lang. Although he was very unwilling, he really had no way to use that crystal core to level up to level 20 now. We need to find another mutated zombie to kill. Yaziyi immediately checked the system. He remembered that he had obtained some good items when he killed the zombie dragon. A quest item that's not currently in use, a relic, and a weapon. He became excited and first examined the relics. A vibrant steel dragon lizard's spine, extremely rare. Equipment slot, necklace. Effect, strength plus 80. Additional effect, constitution plus 40%. Special effect, can transform into a dragon lizard form for a certain period of time. After the transformation, the same body part cannot be replaced with other artifacts for 1 week, can be triggered after fusion with an artifact. Enhancement level, 0. Yaziyi raised an eyebrow and inquired about the concept of system fusion and binding. Bound by fusion, artifacts of extreme rare or higher quality must be bound before they can be equipped, and only the bound player can equip them. So, once it's linked, it can't be used by anyone else? Then let's link it right away. After binding the equipment, Yaziyi immediately felt a strange sensation, as if his entire spine was wrapped in a layer of scales. Every movement made a cracking sound, but it didn't actually make a sound. It was both sore and painful. It took him a while to recover and adapt to the change. But that's not the most annoying part. The real annoyance is the side effects of this thing. Constitution plus 40%? What the hell does he need physical attributes for? Why couldn't they have given him some other strength, agility, stamina, or spirit? Why did they have to give him the most useless constitution? Give him some vitality, that would be great. Yazii was furious. The 40% bonus effect was so significant, yet he couldn't benefit from it. However, at least his main attribute boosted his strength, just like the necklace he was wearing, which was his only consolation. Without hesitation, he replaced the mutated infected's knuckles with the steel dragon lizard spine and began to enhance it. He planned to try 5 times first, and if he failed, he would check his weapon. Unexpectedly, on his third try, he had incredible luck and won the grand prize, receiving a 5 times experience boost. Upon closer inspection of the attributes, Yazii was completely stunned. Effect, Strength plus 110. Additional effect, Constitution plus 40%. Enhancement level, 3, 97%. Yazii almost fainted from anger. What the heck? After using a 5x experience boost, I only got to level 3 with 97% experience? Not even level 4? If this were a regular artifact, it could be upgraded to the maximum level instantly. Is this an artifact of extremely rare quality? Yazii was in a bind. He looked at the only remaining soul crystal in the system and fell into deep thought. Is this last one strong or weak? Yazii made a tough decision. Since keeping one was useless anyway, he might as well take it. He then proceeded to open the recess. After failing to achieve the 5 times experience boost despite numerous attempts, Yazii had to take a break. He took out the weapon he had obtained earlier to examine it. Apart from 3 special effects, it had no system notes whatsoever. In other words, it does not add attributes. Yazii felt a little regretful, but having 3 special effects was still pretty good. Steel Dragon Lizard Scythe, extremely rare. Blood Pact, can be bound to the user's genes. Once bound, it can sense the weapon's location. If the user has fused with a relic of the same origin as the dragon lizard, the scythe can be integrated into the body to form new limbs during transformation. Steel cutting, sharpness and toughness are greatly improved. Pathway, significantly improved efficiency in conducting elemental energy. Yazii picked up the sickle and examined it carefully. This is a long-handled scythe that is entirely black. The handle is about 1.5 meters long, and the scythe itself is not very big, about twice the size of a regular lawnmower. It seems capable of severing the heads of 2 zombies at the same time. However, it looks extremely sharp, and even in the darkness, the curved blade faintly gleams with a cold, sharp edge. Holding it in my hand, its overall appearance is very beautiful. Yazii stretched out his finger and touched the tip of the blade with his fingertip. It was almost an instant injury. His index fingertip felt as if it had been cut by air, with almost no resistance, only a slight pain. That blade is incredibly sharp? Yazii was secretly alarmed as he watched a drop of blood flow from his fingertip and then drip onto the blade. A miraculous scene unfolded. The blade seemed to suck blood, and Yazii's drop of blood vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed. Then, he felt a strange sensation, as if he had an inexplicable connection with the sickle. Is this the effect of the blood pact? Did he successfully bind it? It should be. Yazii figured out a way to tuck the scythe behind his back, ignored it, and continued working on the relic. Ding! 5 times the experience boost. Yazii, who was running through the dark streets, suddenly noticed something and jumped onto the roof of a white Mercedes to investigate. A vibrant steel dragon lizard's spine, extremely rare. Effect, Strength plus 140. Additional effect, Constitution plus 50%. Special effects. Enhancement level, 6, 79%. Yazii was very happy. Compared to his other relics, this artifact had much greater potential for enhancement. However, he was also a little troubled, because the attribute bonus this thing could currently provide was not as much as his previous knuckle. However, this artifact is only level 6, while his previous one was already maxed out. It's obvious which one is better. Furthermore, it is now certain that the enhancement level of this artifact could not possibly be only level 12. After all, the rare relic he obtained from the blonde guy was more than level 12. This extremely rare relic was clearly of a higher grade than rare. I wonder how many levels it can be upgraded to? He desperately needs artifacts to feed his NPCs. However, this couldn't be rushed. Yazii shook his head and continued running forward. His current destination is the North District of Kowloon, where he plans to hunt down the last mutated zombie, level up to 20, and then return to the office building he used to live in. It's been almost 16 hours since we came out. I wonder what the situation is like inside. But Yazii wasn't too worried. Although Yao Xiang was very unreliable, Lu Mingying was very reliable. With her watching over him, there wouldn't be any major problems. With Mu Yan keeping an eye on Wang Miu, she should be fine for the time being. The only concern is whether Mu Yan is truly loyal to him. If she has incredible acting skills and appears to be loyal to him on the surface, but actually harbors malicious intentions, then Yazii would really be in a bit of a predicament. She already knew most of the details. She figured Yao Xiang, this potential star, would probably be snatched away by her, and she would try to control her and use her for her own purposes. As for Lu Mingying, Yazii could only pray that nothing would happen to her. This girl is arguably the only person he can truly trust right now. To be honest, Yazii wasn't particularly interested in her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone hunting in the North District before returning to the office building. In the end, Lu Mengying, Yao Xiang, and Mu Yan were all just tools he found to serve as cheap labor. Tools are not irreplaceable, on the contrary, there are many. In the apocalypse, there is no shortage of people who can be used as tools. If one is lost, another can be found. It's not a big deal. And the person who spared his life before, Yazii would help him, but not now. That Lang Ji is a PhD in explosives, clearly a high IQ opponent, and he doesn't want to waste his energy provoking such a person right now. He still wanted to level up first, and then go to the Olympic Sports Center to see the difference in strength between himself and the talking mutated bat zombies inside. If the difference in strength is small, then go for it, expose their hideout, and find out where that BCH Sohuya is. If the difference in strength is large, then play it safe and develop your strength more cautiously. Yazii had plenty of patience, becoming stronger was his only pursuit right now, and he wanted to see just how strong he could become if he followed the path provided by the system. Are they as powerful as the ninja superheroes and superhumans from anime and movies? Lost in thought, Yazii ran all the way to the North District, then climbed onto a billboard on a tall building to observe. Looking around, what would be almost complete darkness for an ordinary person was, in Yazii's eyes, which possessed dark vision, no different from daytime. Wide, messy streets, congested and scattered cars, zombies wandering everywhere, dirty plastic bags blowing in the night wind, and a mutated rat jumping out of a pile of garbage. He observed and memorized for a while, getting familiar with the nearby streets, because he was about to fight here. Having memorized the general terrain, he prepared to retrieve the relic from the system and begin his luring plan. However, this time he used a regular, unenhanced artifact, not the rare tongue that was enhanced to +12 before. Yazii wasn't stupid, he had already figured out what had lured the mutated zombie dragon over it was that wet tongue. What else could it be? The tongue's seductive effect was too strong, it almost killed him. He could use it again when he needed to hunt mutated zombies of the same level as before. He took out the unused withered branch of the mutated infected that replenished his blood energy, and it immediately flashed with a bright light in the darkness. Yazii couldn't help but smile wryly. If someone were hiding in the house with a sniper rifle right now, they could probably blow his head off with a single shot. Gun, gun, gun? How can he defend himself against guns? Just as Yazii was secretly worrying, his gaze suddenly shifted. A mutated zombie appeared on the street, which sloped down several hundred meters. It was a muscular zombie covered in explosive muscles, nearly 2.5 meters tall, much taller than the average zombie. It ran straight toward the building where Yazii was. Its posture of swinging its legs while its arms were relaxed looked unusually strange. Yazii's lips curled into a disdainful smile. If it were before, he might have looked more serious, but now, having already hunted down terrifying beings like mutated zombie dragons, why would he possibly take this small, ordinary mutated zombie seriously? He stood quietly on the billboard, waiting for the zombies about 200 meters away to run closer. Based on his experience, he felt that the danger level of mutated zombies could be divided into 3 major levels: ordinary humanoid mutants, and non-humanoid mutant overlords. The overlord was naturally the zombie dragon from before. He had only encountered one so far, and he would further subdivide it later. Let's talk about the ordinary humanoid mutated zombies first. He's killed several of these, and they generally don't seem to be very dangerous. Of course, this is only true for him. For ordinary elemental awakeners, they are still very dangerous. Encountering one alone is almost certain death, and a team is needed to have a greater chance of killing them. The second type of common humanoid mutant zombie is the incredibly fast lizardman he encountered before. This type of zombie is clearly not on the same level of danger as ordinary mutant zombies. Ordinary elemental awakeners definitely do not have the strength to fight it alone, and even if they team up, they are very likely to be wiped out. As for the non-humanoid mutated zombie overlord, forget about it. Yazii estimated that even if a heavy tank came, it might not be able to take it down unless its movements were restricted. The reason for this division is because the quality of the artifacts they dropped is different. The blonde guy was quite strong, at least he was able to get a rare artifact like the wet tongue, which means he had the ability to take down a humanoid mutated zombie on his own. That's why Yazii specifically preserved his blood. If Yao could acquire his abilities, it would be like adding wings to a tiger for Yazii. However, it's hard to say. Who knows if she will still be obedient after she becomes stronger. Therefore, Yazii will not let her grow freely until he can completely overwhelm her. Roar, 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 roar dash. He was distracted when the mutated zombie, which had been 200 meters away just moments before, rushed closer and began roaring at him impatiently from below. Time stop? Yazii jumped off the billboard, landing on one knee on the ground, and uttered those words calmly. Time seemed to become his servant at this moment, stopping or moving at will. When it flows naturally, no one notices its existence, but when it stops, everything is forced to freeze, including the mutated zombie's muscular fist the size of a clay pot that comes crashing down on its head. Yazii calmly pulled a dagger from the side pocket of his backpack, lightly jumped up, and raised his hand to stab the mutated zombie in the eye socket. But halfway through, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a sickle. Give it a try. He landed back on the ground and took the sickle from his back. This time he didn't need to jump, he only needed a clean and crisp swing. Whoosh! A damp, whistling sound rang out, and the zombie's head and body were severed. You have obtained a mutated infected finger necklace. Is it a knuckle knot? Or a necklace? Yazii glanced at the attributes and thought, good heavens, it's another one that increases strength. But his scythe is way too fast. It was too sharp. The feeling Yazii got back from it wasn't like chopping off the head of a mutated zombie, but more like cutting off the head of a clay figure with a freshly sharpened kitchen knife. The special effect of cutting through steel has changed so drastically. Yazii cancelled the time stop effect, and the zombie's head fell to the ground with a thud, black blood flowing from the severed neck. Then came the thump sound of the muscular zombie collapsing. He picked up the enormous head, extracted the blood-red crystal core from it, and decisively absorbed it. Mutant level detected to be LV.20, breakthrough quest automatically triggered. Breakthrough mission. Task, in an open, unoccupied environment, use elemental power to destroy any +12 artifact. Rewards, advance to intermediate elemental awakener, increase elemental manipulation, elemental capacity, elemental mastery, and elemental regeneration, and unlock level restrictions, 20 to 30. Yazii was taken aback. He hadn't expected the so-called breakthrough mission to be this. In an open, exposed environment, using elemental power to destroy an artifact? And a +12 one at that? This. Yazii frowned slightly. To destroy a relic with elements, the relic would first need to be taken out and exposed to the air. Yazii sensed a deep malice from this behavior alone. This is because it could attract dangerous mutated zombies lurking in the shadows, and the relic's dazzling light could also be discovered by other humans. Isn't this tantamount to indirectly telling everyone, I'm about to break through? Grass. But there was nothing he could do, since the system had stipulated it. He had no choice but to comply. He wasn't worried at all. He took out a +12 artifact, his old, replaced strength-enhancing knuckle necklace. The moment he took out the relic, a dazzling light shone in the darkness, like the brightest star in the night sky. The brightness was enough to illuminate an area of 100 meters around him. It was practically a giant LED light. Without hesitation, he gathered all the lightning elements in his dantian into his palm and then detonated them. Boom! Like a thunderclap from the earth, the light shining in the night sky shattered instantly. It broke into 12 fragments, which first shot straight into the sky like fireworks, and then exploded one after another, forming countless small points of light scattered in the night sky. Yazii's eyes widened in disbelief. This was practically fireworks. These tiny specks of light slowly streaked across the sky, like shooting stars. Finally, as if suddenly subjected to gravity, they traced countless parabolic arcs across the sky before all returning to their positions and converging into Yazii's body. The entire process was incredibly conspicuous. The fireworks were detonated at such a height, and the explosion was so dazzling and spectacular that it was estimated that anyone within a 10-kilometer radius could see them. As long as there is an empty night sky above that person's head. Grass. Yazii cursed under his breath, estimating that it wouldn't be long before everyone in the Kowloon district knew that someone had already broken through the level limit. Congratulations! You have successfully broken through to become an intermediate elemental awakener. Before Yazii could even properly sense the changes in the elemental power within his chi, the system's good news came all at once. The selected player has completed their task. Gene potential points plus 99.99. The selected player has too many excess gene potential points. It is recommended to unlock the 4th talent skill slot, which will cost 8,000 potential points. Unlock. Although I had expected it, I was still a little disappointed when I saw that it really did take 8,000 points to unlock the skill slots. But there's no other way now, he has to unlock the skill slots first. He silently chanted unlock in his mind. Potential points minus 8,000, remaining potential points 2,997. Developing a skill awakening plan based on the selected individual's genes. The selected player's remaining gene potential points are too low. It is not recommended to attempt to awaken new skills at this time. Should I try to awaken? Yazii chose no. He must be out of his mind to choose to awaken skills. As the price of unlocking skill slots increases, the cost of awakening skills must also rise accordingly. Otherwise, how could the value of the skill slots be justified? He immediately chose to accept the next selected task. The selected individual has accepted the mission. Mission objective, level up the mutant to LV.30 and successfully break through the level cap to become a high-level elemental awakener. Mission reward, 500 potential points. The selected individual has been detected to possess Super S-grade top-tier aptitude. Completing the mission will grant a significant bonus, amounting to 9,499 points. The expected boost left Yazii very satisfied. He then thought, without the bonus of exceptional talent, wouldn't the chosen one class be incredibly unfair for a special awakened individual? You only get 500 points for completing the mission, which isn't even enough to exchange for a skill for Kiba. You don't even have enough skill slots to exchange for one. They were much weaker than the thieves and manipulators he had encountered. At least those manipulators had a special ability that specialized in a particular area. Although the chosen ones could awaken multiple skills and choose from 3 branch options provided by the system, that still required gene points. Without gene points, you can't awaken any powerful skills at all. Is this what they call job balance? Yazii shook his head, not wanting to worry about these things, and began to look forward to the skills he could awaken after breaking through to level 30. Is it an expansion of time-based skills, or a completely new ability? At that time, he had nearly 13,000 points. It would be a waste of the 8,000 points he spent to awaken an overpowered skill. The selected player has accepted the task. The system is now in a dormant state until the selected player completes the task. Yezi's eyes regained focus. Then, he suddenly noticed a commotion around him. It's zombies? To his astonishment, all the zombies in the surrounding area, like sharks smelling blood, were excitedly roaring and gathering towards him, densely packed and shoulder to shoulder, threatening to form a zombie horde. As Yezi was killing zombies, something felt off. Why were there more and more zombies? He looked up and noticed this situation. He quickly rushed out of the zombie horde and climbed onto a nearby building. He didn't want to provoke this number of zombies at all, they were too densely packed, and he wouldn't be able to maneuver properly if he was surrounded. Yezi's breakthrough seemed to have excited them all. They were like they were on drugs, roaring wildly at the building below him and trying to climb it. They quickly formed a human pyramid. Yezi was horrified. He had never seen these zombies so frenzied. They were even willing to form a human pyramid to climb up and bite him. I'm outta here. He determined the direction and headed northeast of the office building. At the same time, in an office building, in the relaxed and comfortable reception hall of the 5th floor foot massage center, candlelight flickered. Lu Mengying, Mu Yan, Wang Miu, and Yao Xiang sat on the sofa in front of the coffee table, waiting for Yezi to return. The scene looked quite serious. Even Yao Xiang, who wasn't usually very dignified, was all serious, her eyes wide open, not daring to relax in the slightest. Actually, the atmosphere wasn't like this at first. She waited all day but Yezi didn't show up, so naturally she was going to sleep at night. But Mu Yan stood up and gave her a stern lecture, saying that if Yezi suddenly came back to arrange the action plan, wouldn't everyone have to wait for her to wake up? Yao knew very well that Mu Yan had always been hostile towards her, and this was an opportunity to provoke her. Without thinking much about it, she started arguing with her. As a result, Mu Yan seemed to have been waiting for this opportunity, and took the chance to slap her several times. These blows stunned her. Yao Xiang was, after all, a veteran figure by Yezi's side. How could she be bullied by Mu Yan, a newcomer? In her anger, she immediately prepared to tear this BCH apart. But she quickly realized the harsh reality, the gap in strength between herself and Mu Yan was too great. She was only level 3, while Mu Yan was a level 10 elemental awakener. Naturally, the weaker Mu Yan was beaten mercilessly. No, she was whipped mercilessly. The barbed whip lashed at Yao Xiang's delicate body, causing her to scream in agony, which completely terrified her. Yao wanted to ask Lu Mengying for help, but it was no use. Lu Mengying had already spoken up for Yao from the beginning, but Mu Yan didn't care at all. Instead, she used Yezi's name to pressure Lu Mengying. After hesitating for a while, she chose to stand by and do nothing. Yao Xiang was desperate at that moment. She knew that Lu Mengying would never break ties with Mu Yan for her sake. She only said a few words to Mu Yan to stop when she couldn't bear to watch anymore. Only then did Mu Yan stop her cruel beating and make Yao Xiang admit her mistake. Yao Xiang was a spineless person to begin with, and immediately admitted her mistake, crying and promising that she would never disobey Sister Mu Yan again. Only then was she put down, and her injuries were healed. That's why the current situation happened. Mu Yan's brutal style intimidated all of Yezi's female companions. Wang Miu had been severely punished by her before, and even Lu Mengying was intimidated by her aura and dared not confront her directly. In the end, Lu Mengying was just a medical student with little social experience. In contrast, Mu Yan was a seasoned flight attendant before the apocalypse, and she was tortured by Huang Mao using brutal methods. Naturally, she knew very well how to easily subdue someone. Therefore, when Yezi was away, she had become the undisputed leader. Her word was law, and no one dared to challenge her authority. Mu Yan said that no one was allowed to go out during the day and had to wait for Yezi in the office building. No one dared to go out during the day. Mu Yan said that they should stay up all night to wait for him. Yao wanted to object, but was hung up and severely beaten, and then he behaved himself. Under Mu Yan's oppressive rule, even at 3:30 a.m., they remained obediently seated on the sofa, not daring to doze off even for a moment, creating an unusually serious atmosphere. So when Yezi climbed over the wall and entered the room from the outside, he was puzzled by what he saw. Why aren't you all sleeping? What are you doing? All so serious. Everyone looked towards the window and, seeing that Yezi had finally returned, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Mu Yan was the first to stand up, bowed formally to him, and said respectfully, "Sir, we have been waiting for your return." "Wait for me? Why are you waiting for me?" "Because I was worried that the adults might suddenly issue us orders to move out. I dared not slack off in the slightest." When Yezi saw the aggrieved expression Yao Xiang was giving him, he suddenly felt inexplicably comfortable. "It felt like something inside me suddenly cleared up, and I felt refreshed." "Oh, I see." He nodded slightly, walked over, patted Mu Yan's shoulder, and comforted her. "Very good, you've put your heart into it." Mu Yan respectfully said, "My lord not only saved me, but also helped me avenge my great enemy and bestowed upon me strength. My lowly life should be entirely dedicated to you. To serve you wholeheartedly is my wish, and this is what I should do. You need not praise me." To be honest, Yezi was a little uncomfortable with such compliments, but thinking about what Mu Yan had experienced before, he felt relieved. This poor older sister must have suffered too much torment during the time she was dominated by that blonde guy, even some of her beliefs have been completely changed. He was too lazy to correct Mu Yan anymore, after all, things were fine this way. He just didn't understand why Lu Mengying listened to her so much. Lu Mengying, it's one thing for Yao Xiang and Wang Miu to stay up all night waiting for me, but why are you also doing this? Lu Mengying turned her face away, can't I wait for you? Mu Yan glared at her, looking at her with displeasure. Lu Mengying's attitude softened slightly, at least she changed her expression. Ye Ziyi observed all of this and realized that during his absence, his two female companions seemed to have been tamed by Mu Yan. Did you rest during the day? Mu Yan's expression immediately turned respectful as she turned away. No, because I knew the adults might return at any moment, I didn't let them sleep. Go to sleep now. Ye Ziyi waved his hand at them. Go to sleep quickly. We'll get up at 8 a.m. tomorrow and go to the Olympic Sports Center near the city center. Yes. Mu Yan nodded seriously, but didn't leave. Instead, she stepped aside, seemingly intending to stay by Ye Ziyi's side until he fell asleep. The other three women breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, but Lu Mengying and Yao Xiang didn't immediately go to their rooms to sleep. Instead, they chatted with Ye Ziyi for a few moments. When Lu Mengying asked him about his experiences during the day and the origin of the large sod behind him, Ye Ziyi smiled without saying a word, simply telling them to go to sleep. Go to sleep first, I'll tell you tomorrow. All right. The two then yawned and went to sleep. Wang Miu had originally gone with them, but after entering an empty room, she picked up a backpack and turned back. Ye Ziyi looked at her, is there anything else? I've collected the money you mentioned earlier regarding the debt. She opened her backpack, revealing it filled with crystal cores. This is what I owe you, a total of 240, 40 of which are interest. Would you like to count them? Ye Ziyi chuckled softly, casually reaching inside to touch the bottom of the backpack full of crystal cores, considering it a count. No problem, our debts are now wiped clean. What are your plans next? Wang Miu thought for a moment, seeming somewhat hesitant, but finally mustered her courage and said, I want to venture out on my own. I don't want to live under someone else's roof. How exactly do you plan to venture out? Ye Ziyi asked, nodding his head. Let's recruit a group of obedient and sensible young women, she said with a bitter smile. The plight of women in this apocalypse is too tragic. We're either sold as commodities or used as tools for sexual gratification, with no dignity whatsoever. I want to change this situation. I want to recruit some like-minded sisters, and I want to carve out a place for us women in Chongqing. Mu Yan's eyes lit up slightly as she gave Wang Miu a deep look, but she didn't say anything. Ye Ziyi nodded. To be honest, he admired this woman very much, he really did. I admired her so much that I wanted to help her out. You're good, very good. I believe you can make a name for yourself. Ye Ziyi patted her on the shoulder, then took out a relic from the system. Take this, consider it an investment on my part. If you make a name for yourself in the future, I'll come back to you for a return. Wang Miu stared in astonishment at the glittering gold in Ye Ziyi's hand, her eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. This is a holy relic. Ye Ziyi nodded with a slight smile. What, you've never seen it before? Wang Miu shook her head repeatedly, then nodded hurriedly. I've never seen it before, but I've heard Huanglong mention it. It's an extremely precious treasure that can directly increase a person's attribute points. Ye Ziyi nodded. Good to know. Take it. This is so precious, can you really give it to me? The petite woman still couldn't believe it. Just take it when I tell you to. What the hell are you talking about? Ye Ziyi said with a laugh. Sensing that her sugar daddy seemed a little unhappy, Wang Miu quickly took the sacred relic from his hand. My goodness, it added so many attributes. Thank you so much, Ye Ziyi, Lord Ye Ziyi, you're my boss, no, my benefactor. Don't give me that, damn it. Ye Ziyi chuckled and playfully kicked her lightly. Wang Miu giggled and dodged, her beauty captivating. To be honest, this woman was quite pretty, even without makeup, she was stunning. She was the kind of petite and exquisite beauty who was exceptional. In addition, she was of high quality and had great ambition. Ye Ziyi, indulging in his investment urges, decided to give her a hand. Anyway, he can't use this artifact, its +4 constitution stat is trash. But naturally, you can't say that to him. A strong physique makes you more resilient, physically robust, and less prone to injury and illness. This will be an advantage for you in the future, think about how to utilize it. Wang Miu nodded emphatically, overjoyed. Although it's just a trash item that increases constitution, compared to most other elemental awakeners, having one artifact is already quite impressive, especially since it's enhanced to +4. With this relic, she gained approximately 100 more attribute points than others out of thin air, a significant advantage. Don't doubt the poverty of most elemental awakeners. At this stage, when mutated zombies are still scarce and difficult to kill alone, all artifacts are extremely precious. Elemental awakeners often rely on just one artifact to take off. Go, don't let me down. Ye Ziyi waved at her, as if shooing away a fly. Wang Miu grinned and asked, can I take a few girls with me from here? Bring whatever you want. He, thanks boss. She excitedly ran off to another private room. Only one woman remained in the reception hall. Ye Ziyi looked at Mu Yan and said, you should go to sleep too, or you won't be able to get up tomorrow morning. Yes. Mu Yan bowed her head slightly and respectfully withdrew. After awakening her elemental powers, this woman's face glowed, her beauty rising 2 levels. Her skin was radiant and wrinkle-free, like flawless jade. Her long hair was always slightly damp, like half-dried seaweed draped down her back, and it smelled pure. Her figure was also very mature and graceful, making her look extremely alluring. Wait a moment. Yazii suddenly called her to a stop. Yes, is there anything else you require, sir? Yazii walked over and carefully examined her delicate face. Her bare face looked just like she was wearing makeup, and she looked even more beautiful than before. He reached out and touched her chin, which felt smooth and supple. Yazii had never touched such fine skin before. No, he had never even seen it before. He couldn't help but ask, you look much prettier now. Does your elemental power even have a beautifying effect? Mu Yan smiled with genuine gratitude. Yes, thanks to the elemental power bestowed upon me by the adults, I've found a way to moisturize my skin using the element of water. Using water to moisturize the skin? Is it energy intensive? It's not a huge difference. A minor enhancement can maintain the effect, keeping the recovery and consumption rates balanced. A significant enhancement, however, will only last a few hours. So what amplitude are you at now? Significantly. Yazii narrowed his eyes slightly. Did you just make such a big adjustment? I didn't think you looked this beautiful when I first came in. Mu Yan nodded respectfully. Yes, your excellency has excellent judgment. My discerning eye. Yazii chuckled coldly. I think you're deliberately trying to seduce me, aren't you? How could that be? Mu Yan's expression suddenly changed, and she explained in a panic, I just didn't want you to see my ugly appearance. I absolutely didn't have any intention of seducing you. Even if you don't do that, you're not ugly at all. Mu Yan paused slightly, then lowered her head. Thank you, sir. If you don't want to see me like this, I promise I won't do it again. Yazii gently lifted her chin, raising her face and gazing into her eyes. No need. I quite enjoy looking at beautiful women. As long as you're not deliberately trying to seduce me, everything is fine. Yes, yes. Mu Yan avoided Yazii's gaze a few times, then suddenly stopped looking away, calmly meeting his gaze and openly revealing her feelings, as if she had long been prepared to give him her all. She gently closed her eyes, looking completely at ease. Yazii would be an idiot if he still couldn't see that she intended to offer herself to him, but he had no such thoughts. No matter how beautiful or alluring Mu Yan is, or how clean she is, she's still just a used shoe that Huang Mao has played with. He has no interest in wearing used shoes. This woman is good enough to be used as a tool. Go back to sleep. Yazii slapped her face repeatedly, as if warning her, and said, don't even think about having any special relationship with me anymore. You just need to complete the tasks I assign you. Mu Yan was slightly taken aback. Yazii's words had greatly hurt her pride. Suddenly, several blood vessels appeared in the whites of her eyes, and her entire eye sockets became moist. Yes. But she said nothing, nodded respectfully, turned around and walked into an empty private room. When she opened the door, Yazii inadvertently noticed the interior decorations, which were trendy and pink, creating an atmosphere conducive to such activities. A sneer crept onto his lips. This woman had actually prepared all this. However, it turns out she was overestimating herself. She was already so beautiful, she shouldn't have been so unrealistic. She actually thought she could climb the social ladder by sleeping with people. That's like pointing at someone's eye and shaking your head. It's impossible. Yazii shook his head, went to the bathroom to wash up, took off his backpack and sickle, took out his small alarm clock, set the time and placed it on the coffee table, then lay down on the sofa, ready to go to sleep. However, just as he closed his eyes, Wang Miao came out of the room with 7 or 8 women, who must have been her first batch of companions. Yazii didn't pay much attention. He just glanced at her and saw Wang Miao waving goodbye to him with a smile. He waved casually and closed his eyes again. He wasn't feeling well, he was exhausted and needed rest, so he quickly fell asleep. The next morning, he was woken up by the alarm clock he had set. He had slept in late one morning, a rare occurrence. When he woke up, the sun was already shining on his bottom, and he felt refreshed. He stretched and went to the bathroom to wash up. Somewhat awkwardly, Mu Yan was also inside. She hadn't locked the door, and Yazii pushed it open. The two looked at each other in bewilderment. Good morning, sir. You go first. As the saying goes, as long as I'm not embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed. Mu Yan spat out the saliva in her mouth and ran outside. However, Yazii grabbed her arm. Wait a moment. Ah, what is it, sir? Mu Yan turned around and asked. Yazii suddenly thought of a life hack. I think I saw something like this before. You seem to be able to conjure water out of thin air. That was created by me using elemental forces to control the condensation of water molecules in the air. Water in the air? Why does it look so clean? Mu Yan explained respectfully, it's because my elemental power has a purifying function. It automatically removes the stains. She always treated Yazii with utmost respect, no matter when or where she saw him, even in the bathroom when she was washing up in the morning. Yazii smiled with satisfaction. That's great. Come on, gather some water and wash my hair. From now on, you will be my personal water purifier. Personal water purifier. Mu Yan was stunned for a moment, as if she was quite shocked. Then, a smile quickly spread across her face, and she happily clasped her hands in agreement. No problem, from now on, you can leave all the adults' water usage to me. Then let's try it first and see if the water you condense really has a purifying effect. Yazii bent down and pointed to his head. Mu Yan quickly gathered streams of pure water and poured them over his head. She used all her strength from the start, and the elemental power in her Danshan was constantly being depleted. Yazii felt much better. He quickly discovered that Mu Yan's water really did have a purifying effect, and a very strong one at that. He just rubbed his hair a few times with the water, and it was as clean as if he had used shampoo. It was no longer oily but smooth and soft, and his scalp was no longer itchy. Very good, you have a lot of water. Yazii praised with satisfaction, then pointed to the bathtub over there. Could you fill that up? It doesn't have to be completely full, just half is fine. I want to take a bath. Mu Yan looked at the bathtub, which was big enough to fit 2 people, and her face turned green. Yes, I'm sorry, I really can't manage it anymore. I can't get a single drop of water out. In just 1 minute, Mu Yan was completely exhausted. Her body slumped limply beside the bathtub, her lips as pale as a corpse. The bathtub was only filled with less than a quarter of the water. At least half of the goal set by Yazii was still unfulfilled. However, Yazii didn't blame her. Instead, he took out a sacred relic from the system. Here, take this and use it for now, see how it goes. That's right, what he gave her was the +12 enhanced damp tongue. This thing can provide a full 4 times the water elemental regeneration. If Mu Yan uses it, it can greatly improve her endurance and prevent her from running out of water all the time. Mu Yan was completely stunned when she saw the sparkling object. This is relic, grab it and put it on quickly. Mu Yan dared not delay and did as instructed. Almost immediately, Yazii saw her complexion begin to improve. From being completely drained to regaining vitality. This relic is indeed of exceptional quality. Wow, that's amazing. Mu Yan exclaimed with ecstatic joy. It feels like my whole body is soaking in water element, with water element constantly seeping into my stomach from all around. It feels so good. Stop talking nonsense and get the water out right now, Yazii urged her, while warning, this relic is no ordinary object. It's only for your temporary use. Whenever I need it, you must take it out immediately. If you hesitate even for a moment, you'll lose your head, understand? Mu Yan nodded in agreement without hesitation. She continued to condense the purified water, and after her recovery ability increased 4-fold, she could consistently produce water at a speed comparable to a faucet, of course, a small diameter one, not the exaggerated speed of a Shoriad she used to unleash when she went all out. But at this rate, it would take several minutes to fill half a bathtub. Yazii was getting impatient, so he simply gave the order and went out. I'm in the lobby outside. Call me when you're done. Yes. He originally intended to go to the balcony for some fresh air, but when he came out, he saw Lu Mengying fiddling with her large scythe. This thing is so heavy and so sharp, where did you get it? It dropped when I killed a monster. Killing a monster? Lu Mengying exclaimed in shock, what kind of monster drops something like this? Yazii briefly shared his previous experiences with her, which made Lu Mengying's eyes widen in surprise. After Yazii finished speaking, only a bitter smile remained on her face. Okay, I know I can't catch up to you no matter how much I flatter you. I certainly can't beat flattery, Yazii joked with her, but maybe I can manage some sucking up. Flattery. Lu Mengying rolled her eyes at him. You're so vain. Why would I flatter you? Aren't you trying to catch up with me? What if you flatter me well, and I'm in a good mood? I might reward you with a few relics. Yazii happens to have a relic that is very suitable for Lu Mengying, a rare quality connective sheath that enhances wind element manipulation. Lu Mengying will definitely find it very comfortable to use. However, this junior of his didn't have any other special characteristics, except that she had an unusually high sense of self-esteem. She turned her head and snorted, indicating that she disdained the holy relic that Yazii had rewarded her with, and that she would obtain it herself through her own abilities. Isn't flattery a skill in itself? Yazii tempted her. They say if you're good at flattery, you can rise through the ranks forever. There's a shortcut here, why don't you take it and insist on taking the risk yourself? Lu Mengying glanced back at Yazii briefly, then turned away and said, I don't want to, you'll look down on me. You're already as flat as you can possibly be. Yazii shrugged, speaking frankly. You're not a special awakened individual like Yao Xiang, and you're destined to have no chance of surpassing me. You should be well aware of that. Lu Mengying fell into a brief silence, then she put down the sickle and looked out the window in a huff. Then why don't you kick me out? Why would I drive you away? You're so beautiful and obedient, wouldn't it be great to keep you around as a mascot? Yazii casually reached out to lift her chin, but was slapped away. Stop being so frivolous, you don't like me at all. Ha, your intuition is quite accurate. Mu Yan is obedient, beautiful, and has a stunning figure. She's absolutely subservient to you. You have her all you need. What do you need me for? As he said this, Yazii took a few steps forward, slapped the railing with one hand, and slammed her against the windowsill. He leaned his head close to Lu Mengying's face, his eyes fixed on the building across the street. Are you genuinely unaware, or are you deliberately feigning ignorance? Lu Mengying fell silent. Yazii gently pressed his face against hers. She didn't pull away, but simply asked Yazii, so, do you prefer her unconditional obedience to you, or my sense of distance? Yazii smiled slightly, what if I said I liked her the way she was? Then I'll leave. Lu Mengying looked as if she had suffered some humiliation, turning her face away. I'll face it alone. Sir, the water has been prepared for you. Just as Ye was about to say something, Mu Yan suddenly appeared behind him, bowing her head and respectfully reminding him. He chuckled softly, said nothing more, and turned to walk towards the bathroom. Not long after Ye went in, there was a sound of someone soaking in the bathtub. Mu Yan heard this and then looked up and walked to Lu Mengying's side. What were you just saying to the adults? That I have absolute, unconditional obedience to them. Her expression wasn't pleasant, and her tone was somewhat cold. Lu Mengying turned around, her expression calm, and said, isn't that right? Mu Yan countered, shouldn't we do that? No, at the very least, dignity must be preserved. Dignity. Mu Yan scoffed. What's dignity worth? Dignity is worthless, because dignity is priceless. Hee ha ha ha. Mu Yan chuckled low, with a hint of disdain. Dignity is priceless? What a ridiculous statement. Lu Mengying asked coldly, what's so funny? You've never been forced to the ground and assaulted with a wooden stick, have you? Mu Yan sneered. You've never been brutally beaten, have you? Have you ever been slapped so hard your ears rang? Do you know what it feels like to be cruelly tortured, like being whipped mercilessly with a leather whip soaked in chilly water, or having your body branded with a red-hot iron? Lu Mengying frowned. Why are you telling me all this? I haven't had any of your tragic experiences. So you don't know, dignity is worth less than dog shit. I don't know, and I don't want to know. Make my cover brighter. Mu Yan suddenly reached out and grabbed Lu Mengying's chin, her expression menacing and threatening, her fingers squeezing hard. If you dare to show the slightest disrespect to an adult, watch out for my whip. You think you can take me down? Lu Mengying forcefully slapped her hand away, coldly extending her right hand, creating a chilling gust of air around her. Come and try if you dare. Of course I'm not stupid enough to confront you head-on. Mu Yan smiled slyly. I don't believe you won't have at least one opportunity to take advantage. I think you have some serious illness, Lu Mengying said, a look of disgust on her face. Like a mad dog, biting anyone you see. Yes, I am sick, very sick. I may have gone mad since that day. Mu Yan's pretty face twisted with hatred, her hands clenched tightly, her teeth clenched, making her look just like a mad dog. But the Lord saved me, avenged me, gave me strength, gave me new life, led me out of that hell, and started a new life. He is my only faith now, he is my God. I will not allow anyone to show him the slightest disrespect, not even you. You've really gone mad. Lu Mengying, looking completely bewildered, dropped those words and turned to leave, but Mu Yan grabbed her wrist. You wouldn't want to get caught and torn apart by a mad dog, would you? Lu Mengying forcefully shook off Mu Yan's hand. Of course I don't want to. I'm not crazy. Humph. If you don't want to, then show some respect to the master. You too have received favors from the master, so you must repay them with utmost humility and reverence. If you dare to be even slightly negligent. What a mad dog. Lu Mengying felt goosebumps rise all over her body. She cursed under her breath and quickly left. Mu Yan stared intently at her departing figure, a sinister smile, like that of a venomous snake, curling at the corner of her lips. Ye just used a time rewind. He had no idea about the fight between the two women outside. The reason he went back in time was because he conducted a small experiment. Then, this experiment almost killed me? However, this also made him realize a problem he had been overlooking all along. This is a very important question. Rewind 10 seconds, Ye suddenly had a brilliant idea. He wanted to test his enhanced lightning elemental power. So he tried to draw elemental energy from his danshan and condense it in his palm. However, he did not expect that an accident would occur as soon as he guided the lightning element out of his body. His lightning element reacted violently with the water on his hands. The reaction was like being electrocuted by someone constantly switching off the power, one shock after another, 1 second at a time, leaving him stiff, his muscles spasming, and his hair standing on end. He almost died on the spot. This was no joke. He genuinely felt his heart stop beating and immediately used time rewind. Before Ye could draw out the lightning element, he was stunned for half a minute before he realized that his lightning element had reacted with the water element on his hands. The reason we only discovered this now is because of the water. It came from Mu Yan's body. No, it should be said that this water was formed by Mu Yan's elemental power. When his lightning element reacts with ordinary water, he won't be electrocuted because he is immune to his own lightning element. But if this water was created by another elemental awakener, it would be a different story. He would be electrocuted severely. After figuring out the problem, Ye was both amused and exasperated. It seemed he would have to be more careful when using Mu Yan's water to bathe in the future. However, the power of this electric current was too great. It directly caused his heart to stop. Although his physical attributes were a weakness, he still had nearly 40 points. Wait, this seems to be the reason for the increased power of his lightning element? After all, he is now an intermediate level elemental awakener, so the elemental power he uses is naturally stronger than that of a beginner level elemental awakener. Perhaps he could try teaming up with Mu Yan to perform an electro-electric reaction in the future? This way, his electro-element utilization efficiency can be greatly improved when facing multiple enemies. He can first apply hydro to the enemies, then unleash his electro-element, and the electro-charged reaction will conduct the damage between them, resulting in an insane amount of damage. However, now that he has such a sharp scythe, he can simply stop time and kill any enemy he encounters. This kind of combat style, which requires cooperation between elemental awakeners, doesn't seem so necessary. We'll see. After taking a relaxing shower and getting dressed, Yazii came out of the bathroom feeling refreshed. Lu Mengying and Mu Yan had already washed up and were ready to go, while Yao Xiang stood timidly in the corner as punishment. She looked terrified, with several red marks on her face. Yazii went over to talk to her, and she behaved with unusual respect, even calling him sir. Yazii then noticed that something was wrong with her and frowned, asking, "What's wrong? Why have your bones suddenly become so soft again?" Yao tried to peek at Mu Yan, but when she saw the other woman's threatening look, she shrank back in fright. Yazii frowned and looked in the direction she had been looking, where he saw Mu Yan smiling respectfully at him. He immediately became suspicious and asked Mu Yan, "While I was away, did you secretly teach Yao Xiang a lesson?" Mu Yan nodded readily. "Yes, this woman was disrespectful to adults, so I taught her a lesson." "How are you going to teach her a lesson?" Yazii asked expressionlessly. Mu Yan explained the specific methods in a humble yet assertive manner. Strip her naked, hang her up, and whip her with a barbed whip. Pinch her fingers with a wooden board, and scrape her skin with a knife blade. Yes. Snap. Yazii slapped Mu Yan across the face, making her fall to the ground, and then kicked her hard in the stomach, sending her crashing against the wall and bouncing back. Yazii was horrified by the woman's cruelty. If he didn't do something about it, this free tool he had picked up would turn into a terrifying female demon. "I don't do abuse here," he said expressionlessly, stepping on Mu Yan's chest. "If there's a next time, I'll make you remember the days when that scum dominated you." Mu Yan was terrified and quickly scrambled to her feet, kneeling on the ground to apologize and promising that she would never do it again. Snort. Yazii kicked her one last time, then slung his sickle and backpack over his shoulder and pulled Yao Xiang away. Lu Mengying strode after her, and as she passed Mu Yan, she gave her a disdainful sneer. Mu Yan didn't care at all. Her face showed no dissatisfaction, only self-reproach. She silently used water element to heal her injuries, then carried Wang Mu's 240 crystal cores and followed at the back. Once outside on the city streets, Yazii quickly got his bearings and started walking, talking to Yao Xiang as he went, asking her, "Are you calmed down? You are standing up for me." Yao Xiang was stunned for a moment before she realized what was happening, her face still showing disbelief. Yazii chuckled at her idiocy. "What else am I doing?" Yao Xiang realized what was happening, a smug look appearing on her face. "So it really is because I'm a special awakener that you value me more. I guess so, after all, you're my only radar right now." Yazii didn't really want to admit it, but he couldn't care less about it in order to help Yao regain her confidence. This guy was really scared by Mu Yan before, and he didn't want Yao to work for him with hatred in her heart, otherwise he would crash and burn sooner or later. "Haha, I knew it." As expected, Yao Xiang immediately took advantage of the situation and demanded in a vengeful tone that Yazii teach Mu Yan another lesson, making her hang up and whip her again. Yazii shook his head with a wry smile. "That won't do. She swore allegiance to me, and disciplining you is also her doing me a favor. I can't let her down. Besides, I've already punished her. Your punishment isn't enough at all. You should at least hang her up and whip her 5, no, 10 times? That would be enough." Yazii smiled. "Sure, as long as you accept my seed and become one of my direct subordinates like her, I'll help you avenge this time." This. Yao Xiang chickened out at the mention of seeds. It was the one thing she didn't want to accept, but she also didn't want to offend Yazii, so she could only say, "Let me think about it some more." Yazii remained expressionless, only reminding her, "I hope you don't take too long to consider it, otherwise that blood will taste terrible." Yao took out a small tube filled with yellow hare's blood from his backpack. It was the kind used for blood tests in hospitals. Although it was sealed, it couldn't keep out the effects of time. The blood inside had turned black and viscous, and it looked disgusting. She said resentfully, "You're not planning to let me level up until I agree to accept your seed." Yazii remained non-committal. Yao Xiang looked indignant, but there was nothing he could do but drag it out for now. Yazii wasn't in a hurry. Only after successfully breaking through level 20 did he realize how precious Yao Xiang's skill slot was, so precious that he was even reluctant to use Huang Mao's skill to occupy that slot. However, it has only been about 10 days since the apocalypse, and there are still too few mutated zombies, making it difficult for everyone to level up. After a while, there will probably be many more mutated zombies, and leveling up will be relatively easier. Body control is a pretty good skill, and it would be a real shame to give it up. Zombies began to invade the road, and Yazii killed them as he went. It has to be said that his scythe was really useful. With one slash, the zombie's head would fall off, with almost no resistance. It was easier than mowing grass. He cut grass along the way, getting familiar with how to use the sickle, while Lu Mengying and Mu Yan followed behind, picking up heads and extracting crystal cores. At first, Mu Yan did it, and as she continued, Lu Mengying joined in. Yao Xiang was left all alone, strolling around like she was going shopping. She would go to the fruit shop on the street for a while, and then go to the bank's branch to take a look. Then she would provoke the zombies inside, who would scream and run out shouting for Yazii to help. Yazii cut grass for about half an hour, but felt that the pace was too slow, so he stopped and found a car to drive. Mu Yan actively offered to help him wash his hands. This is a blue Civic, equipped with a 1.5T plus CVT powertrain, with a maximum output of 177 horsepower, which is quite good for an affordable sedan. He adjusted the seats, and everyone else had almost all gotten into the car. Yao wanted to sit in the passenger seat so she could easily use her radar function. Yazii didn't rush to drive, but first told them their destination, the Olympic Sports Center. Mu Yan remained silent, seemingly indifferent to where Yazii went, as if it would be the same even if he went to hell. Lu Mingying was somewhat puzzled, but didn't ask any further questions. Yao Xiang was very surprised. She didn't understand why Yazii would go back to such a terrible place. She thought Yazii was going to pick up Ying Dao Tao. Why would I pick her up? Yazii couldn't help but scoff. Although she's my classmate, we're not really close, we're just nodding acquaintances. Then what are you going over there for? There are talking mutated zombies there. Yao Xiang looked terrified. Yazii paused for a second, then recounted his past experiences in a relaxed tone, as if he were telling someone else's story. I'm going there for revenge. My ex-girlfriend cheated on me and even got me killed. She's probably in there now, and I have to go make sure she's gone to hell. Wait, you're perfectly fine, aren't you? How could your ex-girlfriend have killed you? Yazii impatiently smacked Yao Xiang on the head. You're supposed to be a special awakened one, don't you know how you awakened? Huh? Oh. Yao Xiang was initially stunned, then nodded repeatedly in realization. Lu Mingying and Mu Yan exchanged a surprised glance, seemingly understanding something. Yazii didn't elaborate on this irrelevant point, and continued, in short, that's an extremely dangerous place, inhabited by a group of intelligent mutated zombies, who are currently our greatest enemy. I'm going to destroy that place and find my ex-girlfriend deep inside. Yao Xiang, somewhat guiltily shrinking his neck, said, your ex-girlfriend is already dead, having fallen into the hands of those mutated zombies. Why go out of your way to cause trouble for them? Yazii rolled his eyes and gave her a speechless look. Because I also have my eye on their relics and crystal cores. Yao stuck out her tongue. Okay, never mind. Yazii suddenly became curious and asked her, tell me, if you were me, where would you go? Run away from the city, find a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters, build your own house, or even a ready-made villa with a mountain spring. Farming and being self-sufficient would be so comfortable. And if you really need anything, you can always come back to the city to get it. Yazii scoffed dismissively. Farming? Heh, don't you understand the principle that my neighbor stores guns while I store grain next door? Being so unambitious, you'll get killed sooner or later. No wonder you ended up in my hands. Yao Xiang felt somewhat indignant, but when she realized that what Yazii said was true, she lost the will to argue. That's just how cruel the apocalypse is. You have to keep getting stronger and fight hard to compete for resources, otherwise you'll become someone else's prey, just like she is now. Yazii was too lazy to say anything more. He started the car and drove off, bumping and jostling, towards the Olympic Sports Center. Crumble. In the metropolis, a sudden downpour can arrive in an instant. The sky, which had just been dotted with sunshine, is instantly shrouded in dark, heavy clouds. After a flash of lightning and a clap of thunder, the rain pours down relentlessly. From above, the entire city's countless houses and streets are shrouded in a hazy mist. Yazii drove his car through the winding roads, avoiding the haphazardly parked cars. The rain was pouring down, the wipers were whirring, and outside the car window were zombies that kept coming up to bang on his window, acting like hospitable zombies. Yazii had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, unlit. He had quit smoking, so he just dangled it in his mouth to satisfy his craving. The rain was heavy, making visibility poor, so he had to slow down his driving by another 30%. How long will it take to get there? While he was grumbling, Yao Xiang, sitting in the passenger seat, exclaimed, it's a good thing you got a car, otherwise we'd be soaked to the bone today. Yazii immediately laughed and asked her teasingly, you've worked as a prostitute before. Me? Are you out of your mind? I just mentioned a drowned rat and you've got all these wild associations. You're definitely up to no good, you corrupt cop. Yazii let out a muffled laugh from his chest. So you're all righteous? You're clearly a liar who's deceived me time and time again, and a BCH who pushed her accomplices out to their deaths. You. Yazii had hit Yao Xiang where it hurt. She wanted to lash out immediately, but when she looked at Yazii's face, she chickened out. She looked back at Mu Yan and Lu Mingying, wanting to vent her anger on someone, but neither of them were people she could afford to offend, so she could only turn away in frustration. The brave are enraged and draw their swords against the stronger, the cowardly are enraged and draw their swords against the weaker. Unfortunately, there is no one weaker than Yao Xiang here. She feels utterly miserable, having fallen into the hands of the great demon Yazii, and can only endure humiliation and hardship. I already told you that's called emergency avoidance. Forget it, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Yao turned her head away angrily. Yazii looked at Mu Yan in the rearview mirror. Mu Yan, try to see if you can control the rain outside. I can't control adults, I just tried. Even Lu Mingying can't control the wind outside. Yes, the environment inside and outside the car is isolated. Although you can see through the glass, you can't extend your elemental perception outwards. Yazii casually opened the rear windows on both sides of the car. And now, it's okay now. Outside, the rain was pouring down, and rainwater kept pouring in through the window, but Mu Yan didn't care at all. Lu Mingying frowned slightly but said nothing. You two figure out how to take care of those zombies over there. They keep BG on the window and it's really annoying, Yazee instructed. Yes. Mu Yan immediately gave it a try. The heavy rain was her natural advantage. She first condensed several water balls and threw them at the zombie's head, but as you can imagine, the water balls dispersed upon contact, which was simply ridiculous, and her face began to turn red. Mu Yan then tried several other water forms, such as water blades, water swords, water guns, and water arrows, but all failed because they were practically harmless. They would fall apart upon contact with the zombie's body, and could only be used to push the zombie away with their impact. Water is too soft, it must be frozen to become hard. On the other hand, Lu Mengying's results were quite remarkable. The pure and innocent flower's wind blades could easily cut through the zombies' heads, turning the rainwater that fell on them into blood. Half a minute later, Lu Mengying had cleared away the zombies on her side, while Mu Yan had made no progress. She could only use the force of the water to push the zombies away, and then watch helplessly as they roared and charged at her again. Oh, you're not so good at dealing with zombies, are you? Lu Mengying chuckled, making a mocking remark that made Mu Yan blush. How about I lend you a hand? No, don't interfere. This is a sacred mission entrusted to me by my superiors, and I won't give it up to anyone. Mu Yan gritted her teeth and exerted all her strength, trying to control the raindrops more precisely, hoping to make them resemble bullets through impact. But it was clearly not working, the speed was still too slow. When it hit the zombies, it was at most as effective as a hand-thrown pebble. Holy shit. She even blurted out the words, her fair face turning bright red, which even Yazee couldn't bear to watch. Forget it, you're a nurse anyway, it's too much trouble for you to do this kind of work. Mu Yan was sitting on the same side of the car as him. He opened the window and used electricity to electrocute all the zombies. However, Mu Yan also suffered from this. She was too close and was electrocuted, causing her body to convulse and her long hair to stand up, making her look quite comical. This startled Yazee, who quickly asked her, "Are you all right?" "No, it's nothing. It's all my fault for being useless, this is my punishment. I need more discipline. Adults, please give me a shock more often." Mu Yan forced out the words, stretched out her limbs in her seat, and took a deep breath. Seeing that she was generally all right, Yazee pressed the button to activate the time reversal. He was only slightly shocked by scattered residual lightning, his life was not in danger. However, it's best not to use his lightning element too much in rainy weather, as it's too easy to accidentally hurt teammates. Yazee closed the window and continued opening it. When they arrived at a new location and zombies came to bang on the window to greet them, he didn't let Mu Yan waste her time. He handed it all over to Lu Mengying, as this kind of work was perfect for her. He continued driving, very slowly in the heavy rain. He had only covered half the distance in half an hour. Driving along the main road, he came to a crossroads where the main road ahead was suddenly blocked, forcing him to find another way. After searching around aimlessly for a while, Yazee realized he was lost. Damn, the roads in Chongqing are so winding and twisting, which way am I supposed to drive? The three women in the car looked at each other awkwardly and shook their heads. None of them drive themselves regularly, so how would they know the way? Alright, let's get off the bus and walk there. Yazee drove the car back to the intersection where he had blocked the road, stopped the car, and turned off the engine. Yao wanted to quit. She yelled, "Are you out of your mind? It's raining so hard outside, you want us to walk?" Yazee snorted coldly and looked over. "Then what do you suggest we do? Just stay in the car. You should wait until the rain stops before you leave, right? Who knows when this damn rain will stop?" Yazee opened the car door and got out, kicking it in frustration. The car swerved sideways for 4 or 5 meters, and the door was dented. Yao Xiang's screams of "ah" could be heard from inside. He was getting soaked in the rain, but he didn't feel anything particularly wrong. After his physical condition improved, getting soaked in the rain had a negligible effect on him. Mu Yan was the first to come down, soaked in the rain. Her white women's shirt became wet at a visible speed, clinging to her body, but she didn't care at all, and even seemed to enjoy it. Next was Lu Mengying, who came down carrying a small white umbrella with a polar bear pattern and rolled up her trouser legs. None of them complained, except for Yao Xiang, who remained in the car and refused to get out. Yazee was annoyed and waved to let Mu Yan go over and drag her out, but then he thought better of it. Miss Vase had just been severely punished by Mu Yan, and letting Mu Yan go over again might give her PTSD. He walked over to Lu Mengying and asked her if she still had an umbrella. "Do you need an umbrella?" She took another one out of her backpack, and Yazee secretly praised her for being prepared. "It's not that I want it, it's that Yao wants it." Yazee walked over with the umbrella, opened the passenger door, and Yao Xiang curled up like a sleeping cat. "I don't want to get wet in the rain, I'll catch a cold. If I'm sick, you'll have to go through all the trouble of taking care of me, isn't that too much trouble?" That's what she said, but Yao Xiang was actually afraid that if she got wet in the rain, her underwear would be exposed, and Yazee would be lustful and then do something bad to her in a time and space she didn't know about, which she found very annoying. If Yazee knew what she was thinking, he'd probably laugh his head off. He opened the umbrella and handed it to Yao Xiang. "Here, take the umbrella. Is that all right?" "No, the ground is all wet, your socks will get wet, and you'll catch a cold just like with soaked socks. Then take off your socks. Who wears sneakers without socks? Then don't wear sneakers. Then what should I wear?" Go find me a pair of sandals. Yazii looked around. Where would she find sandals to wear at this big intersection? This woman is such a pain? Yazii could no longer bear it, so he dragged her out of the car and carried her on his back, making her hold the umbrella on his back. If you dare to have another opinion, I'll kill you, Yao thought. She really wanted to say, you're blatantly taking advantage of me, but after thinking about it, she didn't dare to say it. Anyway, in those rewinding timelines, she had already been forcibly violated by this great demon king countless times, so one more act of lewdness wouldn't make a difference. She sighed, resigned herself to her fate, and climbed onto Yazii's back so he could carry her while she held an umbrella. Then it dawned on her that Yazii, that big bad guy, was taking advantage of her way too much. Every time he violated her, it was her first time, and every time he managed to take her virginity, it was simply unforgivable. Yazii was completely unaware that Yao Xiang was fantasizing through gritted teeth on his back. He simply walked quickly, while Lu Mengying cleared away the zombies that were attacking him from in front of him. Actually, there's no need for that. Even if he were carrying Yao Xiang, with his skills, he wouldn't be bitten by these ordinary zombies. The group jogged through the torrential rain and arrived at the streets near the Olympic Sports Center in about 20 minutes. Yazii found a convenience store to grab something to eat before going in, but unexpectedly ran into another group of survivors. Coincidentally, the other party was also a group of 1 man and 3 women, but the man in charge was an older man, while he was accompanied by 3 very young girls, who looked like high school students. This middle-aged man had a square face, wore glasses, and had a buzz cut. He exuded an air of integrity befitting a teacher. When he saw Yazii carrying a woman in, he didn't show much hostility and immediately stepped forward to negotiate. What a lovely young couple! You've come in to take shelter from the rain too. He was stunned by Yao Xiang's stunning beauty and the large scythe behind Yazii when he saw 2 more women follow Yazii in, each more beautiful than the last. He quickly took a half step back and gently gripped the machete strapped to his waist. Yazii put Yao Xiang down, as if he hadn't noticed Yao Xiang's wariness, and put on a friendly smile. Yes, sir, are you the same? Seeing that Yazii smiled amiably and showed no malice, the uncle relaxed his guard slightly. Yeah, that's why I brought my 3 students out to kill some zombies and level up. As he spoke, his eyes kept involuntarily glancing at Mu Yan. No wonder he was like that. Lu Mengying had been holding an umbrella the whole way, so at least her upper body wasn't too wet. Mu Yan, on the other hand, was soaked to the bone. Her clothes clung to her skin, revealing her underwear. Plus, her skin was very fair and delicate, making her look incredibly alluring in the wet state. Yazii noticed his gaze, turned around and glanced at Mu Yan, revealing a knowing smile. He didn't try to hide it, just let the older man see it, and asked him, "Are you a teacher, sir?" He nodded quickly. "And you, young man, what did you do before?" "Oh, I'm just a low-level employee at the company, and the other 3 are pretty much the same." Yazii casually introduced Yao Xiang and the other 2. Lu Mengying took the initiative to chat with the uncle. It was just ordinary polite conversation. Yazii took off his shoes and socks and wrung out the water from his trousers. He noticed the 3 girls huddled together, furtively eyeing him. He smiled and waved gently at them. "Hello everyone." The 3 girls immediately lowered their heads, ignored him, and crawled into the back of the supermarket. The older man smiled at him. "Young man, don't take offense. They're just a little shy, nothing more." "Ah, I know." Yazii smiled and nodded, then subtly winked at Mu Yan. She understood immediately, pretending to take something from the shelf, and slowly made her way over from the other end. Yazii's idea was simple. He had to find out who these people were. There were a lot of human traffickers around these days, and if this uncle was involved in human trafficking, then sorry, today was his death day. However, if that's not the case, then Yazii naturally wouldn't kill innocent people indiscriminately. He would just treat everyone as strangers who met by chance. Yao wanted to go find something to eat, while he, Lu Mengying, and the uncle chatted. This darn weather, it just started raining like that. The supermarket looks so clean, just a few dried bloodstains. Were there no zombies here before? When did that guy get here? The middle-aged man chuckled. There are still a few zombies, but I've taken them all out. Their bodies are behind the refrigerators in the fresh food section. You can go check it out if you're not sure. Yazii waved his hand. It's not that bad, just a few zombies, don't you think? This man was old enough that Yazii should address him with a respectful you. Formal. Yeah, right. The middle-aged man walked to the liquor shelf near the checkout counter, tossed a can of beer to Yazii, and held one for himself, gesturing, "Want some?" The older man seemed to be subconsciously ignoring Lu Mengying, which annoyed her greatly. "Where's mine?" Oh, and there's this pretty little girl too. Here, take this." Lu Mengying took the beer, opened it, and drank it right away. Yazii had no idea she was so generous. "Are you part of any survivor group nearby, sir?" He walked over and started chatting with the man. "Young man, aren't you?" "No, I came from Kowloon." "Kowloon? You came all this way specifically for?" "I'm looking for someone." Yazii made up a story. "Have you seen a girl with blonde and black hair, around my age?" I don't know exactly what she looks like." Yazii raised an eyebrow. "This uncle has seen quite a few women since the apocalypse. She has a very pure and innocent look, like a college beauty queen. She's slender, has fair skin, and is 163 centimeters tall. I've never seen anything like that before." The middle-aged man scratched his head and chuckled wryly. To be honest, I've seen quite a few women, but I've really never seen many like the school beauties you're talking about, young man. These three with you are the most beautiful women I've seen since the apocalypse. Haha, really? Then I'm incredibly lucky. I've found two beauties for free in a rundown house. Inside a dilapidated house. Yeah, it started with me and her. Yazee pointed to Lu Mengying. She's my junior. We teamed up for survival. I was looking for my girlfriend, and she was looking for her boyfriend. Then we met the other two in a rundown office building. Lu Mengying frowned and tilted her head, unaware that she had become Yazee's junior again and had gained a boyfriend, but naturally she didn't say anything. Oh, so that's your team. The middle-aged man nodded and readily explained his situation. I'm kind of the instructor for our survivor team now. Yesterday we recruited 3 new members, and today I'm bringing them out to familiarize themselves with the post-apocalyptic environment. Yazee asked casually, you let them absorb the crystal cores. The older man's eyes flashed, and he chuckled, young man, you're too kind. Crystal cores are such precious things, of course, they should be brought back to the team for unified distribution. Yazee nodded knowingly. It seemed that this survivor team was developing rather slowly, still in the novice stage before level 10, and not even an elemental awakener. He had a sudden inspiration and asked Lu Mengying to throw her backpack over to him. Why do you want me to carry your backpack? Just throw it over already, don't ask so many questions. She reluctantly tossed her backpack aside and walked away. Yazee opened it and saw that there were indeed quite a few crystal cores inside. These were the ones they had collected when they first started walking. There were probably 40 or 50 of them. He opened it right in front of the middle-aged man, without any attempt to hide it, which left the man speechless. My God, young man, you have so many crystal cores? How many zombies would you have to kill to do that? He looked surprised, and the wrinkles on his forehead deepened. Yazee smiled faintly, took out a handful of pills from his backpack, about 4 or 5, and stuffed them into the uncle's hand. What? Young man, what is this? Yazee quietly pulled the uncle aside. Uncle, to be honest, there's a big shot in Kowloon who's recruiting beauties. These few crystal cores are just a small matter. If you can provide a beauty like the one I'm with, the starting price will be at least this many. Yazee opened his palm and made a 5, which surprised the uncle. You're trafficking people. Don't put it so harshly, sir. I'm just introducing job opportunities to pretty girls. Look at them, so timid and lazy. How can they contribute to society if they don't sleep with big shots? Don't you think so? Yazee revealed a meaningful smile. He was going to use a sting operation to enforce the law today. Even if he didn't go fishing, this uncle would have succumbed to temptation sooner or later. A morally upright person wouldn't be easily persuaded by him, and a person with a dark nature would have fallen into depravity sooner or later, even if he hadn't met him. The apocalypse is a melting pot. Without a steadfast heart, one is destined to be stained with darkness. Instead of waiting for them to become corrupted, he should actively speed up the process. At least that way, he could save a few more girls. No, it's about enjoying the thrill of personally killing human traffickers a few more times. Yazee's smile turned the uncle's face ashen. His expression changed rapidly, as if he wanted to return the crystal core to Yazee, but was also very reluctant to part with it. In the apocalypse, every crystal an ordinary person obtains must come at the risk of their life. A small pothole on the sidewalk or expired food eaten for breakfast could mean death. These 5 crystal cores are equivalent to 5 dangers that he doesn't have to take. Yazee understood this perfectly, because he himself had started this way. He was certain that his entrapment would strike at the very spot that was most appealing to the old man. Now, let's see what this uncle chooses. The rain was pouring down outside, and the sound of rain pattering in his ears filled the air. Inside the convenience store, the bespectacled man's expression shifted several times before he silently slipped the crystal core Yazee had given him into his pocket. However, judging from the fact that his pockets were soaked, he must have absorbed the crystal cores on the spot. After absorption, the crystal cores would turn into a small puddle of water. He asked Yazee, his face pale, then how much do you think those 3 girls I brought are worth? Yazee sneered inwardly. This uncle had indeed succumbed to his temptation. He didn't want to waste any more words and was about to kill the guy, but then a thought suddenly crossed his mind, and he quietly withdrew his murderous intent. Those 3 students of yours aren't very good looking. They're not as pretty as the model girls I bring along. You should know that yourself, right? The middle-aged man, sweat beading on his forehead, urged impatiently, just tell me how many crystal cores. Yazee held up 3 fingers, smiling and whispering, this number for each person, no more. No way, they're so young, and all virgins. There are at least 40 of them. Otherwise, I won't do it. This kind of heinous thing should be left to whoever wants to do it. Why the hell did you absorb my crystal core instead of doing anything else? Yazee cursed inwardly, feeling that if he didn't teach this old man a lesson, he wouldn't know that the pot was made of iron. You absorbed my crystal core and still won't do anything for me? Are you FG asking for death? Yazee's expression darkened, and he grabbed the uncle by the neck, easily lifting him off the ground. The uncle was terrified and drew his cleaver from his waist to slash at Yazee, but Yazee, who was prepared, grabbed his wrist. For someone with his agility exceeding 200, this uncle's movements in that minute were like herding a cow to defecate, incredibly slow. What do you want to do? Lie. Yazii gently put him down without disturbing anyone, but his hand was still gripping the uncle's neck, a cruel smile on his face. You've probably heard of elemental awakeners, right? You could be. The man's eyes bulged, and a look of fear flashed in them. That's right, killing you is as easy as snapping my fingers, you old BD, better watch out. Yazii, with a sinister expression, lightly patted his face, which terrified the guy. He quickly said he could accept Yazii's previous offer of 30 crystal cores per person. However, Yazii suddenly laughed and said, giving you 40 isn't impossible, but 3 people are too few. You must bring me more goods. Yazii generously emptied all 40 plus crystal cores from Lu Mengying's backpack and dumped them on the ground for the uncle to pick up. This is a deposit. Give it to other people interested in this line of work to recruit more people. Have them bring the girls here by noon the day after tomorrow. Remember, don't pocket it. I'll be carefully checking the number of crystal cores with everyone. If even one is missing, you can expect to lose your head. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly in fright. He was just an ordinary person, and in front of Yazii, who was a special awakened individual, he had no ability to bargain at all. He was destined to tremble and obey. Okay, I'll definitely do as you say, young man. Okay, take these crystal cores with you. If you dare to keep them for yourself, you can imagine the consequences. Also, I won't be doing business with just you. Go. Yazii's expression was disdainful, and he waved his hand lightly as if instructing a servant. The middle-aged man swallowed hard, quickly got up from the ground, ran to the back of the supermarket, and left with the 3 female students. Soaked to the bone, Mu Yan appeared like a ghost behind Yazii, reporting the information she had gathered. Sir, those 3 girls are high school students from the nearby number 14 middle school. The man is their math teacher, and they trust him quite a bit. They're currently hiding in a large chain supermarket. There are hundreds of survivors inside, mostly girls, which is why they're training the girls as fighting force. There are at least 3 elemental awakeners inside, and the number of special awakeners is unknown. Yazii paused slightly, then nodded and said, well done. Go get something to eat. Yes. Yazii was surprised that Mu Yan was so professional. She must have watched a lot of spy movies from before the apocalypse. He couldn't help but find it a little funny. Mu Yan left, and Lu Mengying popped her head out from behind the shelf again. She came over, took her backpack, and looked at Yazii, seemingly wanting to say something but holding back. Just say what you want to say. Yazii looked at her unhappily. I heard everything you just said behind the shelves. Yazii glanced at the shelves behind him that were half empty, and his lips twitched. Were you eavesdropping while lying down? Is that not allowed? Lu Mengying blushed and gently grabbed Yazii's collar. Weren't you just entrapping me? Her fragrant breath brushed against his face, and Yazii mimicked her tone, asking, is that not allowed? You're deliberately creating chaos. I'd create chaos. Yazii scoffed dismissively. Chaos is already lurking there. It would have happened sooner or later even if I didn't intentionally create it. What nonsense are you spouting? If you hadn't stirred up people's greed, chaos wouldn't have happened now. Is there any difference between occurring early and late? Lu Mengying replied with a cold laugh. Does it make any difference whether you die sooner or later? Yazii frowned. What a sharp-tongued little mouth. What I do is none of your business. He grabbed Lu Mengying's wrist, his fingers digging into hers, forcibly prying her fingers off his collar and pushing her away. Wait until you're stronger than me before you talk about these things. Lu Mengying said urgently. You're a good person. I know that better than anyone. You want to do good deeds, but this isn't how you do good deeds. Yazii scoffed. Who told you I'm a good person? In the apocalypse, good people are all idiots dumber than pigs. Don't use that word to insult me. I'm not doing anything good. I just want to kill a few people for fun. You find killing addictive? Can't you stop being so childish? Is it really that hard to face yourself and admit your true feelings? What do you mean, face yourself? Get out of here. Yazii growled at her. I don't want to argue with you. Get the hell out of here. If you don't want to be with me, then get out of here. If you still want to stay by my side, then shut the hell up with this nonsense. In my team, only I make the decisions. You can just hide in the dark corners of your heart and rot away. Mph. Enraged, Lu Mengying grabbed 2 cans of beer and smeared them on the floor before turning and leaving. Yazii watched her retreating figure with a gloomy expression, and then smashed 2 cans of beer on the ground. He wasn't unaware of Lu Mengying's meaning. His junior was thinking of him. He knew that entrapment was problematic, but he just didn't want to be a good person. He suffered from good guy PTSD, and he wanted to use this evil method to achieve a goal that would make him feel better. Yazii calmed his breathing, and Mu Yan reappeared behind him at some point. Sir, should I go and teach that woman a lesson? How are you going to discipline him? Please speak, sir. Mu Yan's voice carried a chilling shrewdness. Yazii turned around and suddenly realized that Mu Yan was really to his liking. How come you always manage to say things that make me happy? Mu Yan lowered her head respectfully and said with a wry smile, because this is my only special skill. Yeah. Yazii chuckled, reached out and placed his hand on her damp shoulder, then on her neck, face, and forehead. The woman's body temperature was perfectly normal. Reaching level 10, one's physique is twice that of an average person, meaning they won't easily catch a cold even if they get completely soaked. He patted her cheek one last time, gesturing for her to leave. My affairs with Lu Mengying are none of your business. But you need to keep an eye on Yao Xiang, don't let her run away. Yes. Mu Yan respectfully withdrew. Yazii walked to the supermarket entrance, looked at the torrential rain outside, and fell into deep thought. Yazii was contemplating his plan to storm the Olympic Sports Center. He didn't plan to go alone, he wanted to bring all his companions along to run the dungeon as a group. Yao Xiang, Lu Mengying, Mu Yan. Yazii didn't treat these three like royalty, they were just tools for him to use. But the Olympic Sports Center was indeed dangerous. A load-bearing column with a diameter of 2 meters broke after being hit by one of those mutated bats. That kind of power is probably not even at Yazii's level of 200 plus, and his physique is also immeasurable, otherwise it wouldn't have broken the pillar, but the bat zombie's own body. He knew very well how terrifying the horde of bat-like zombies in the Olympic Sports Center was. If he took Yao Xiang and the others there, they would likely die. But there was no other way, this was a hurdle they had to overcome. If they didn't fight alongside Yazii, they would be abandoned by him sooner or later, or become his playthings. No, Yazii doesn't play around with women. He just kicks them away and goes on to find other tools. If you can't fight alongside him, then there's no point in training him. Besides Yao Xiang, this woman is giving Yazii a real headache. She and Yazii were on the same level, possessing unlimited potential, yet their character as human beings was so poor, lazy, unambitious, and incompetent. Forget it, Yazii was too lazy to think about it anymore. If she died, he would try to save her if he could, and if he couldn't, then so be it. In extreme circumstances, saving her would be the priority. Yao Xiang and Yazii would be the top priorities. If he could only save one of Lu Mengying and Yao Xiang, he would choose Yao Xiang without hesitation. Between Lu Mengying and Mu Yan, Lu Mengying is a slight priority. However, Yazii estimated that this order should probably be changed. Lu Mengying has her own ideas, which sometimes make Yazii a little unable to see through her. Moreover, she has a strong and independent personality, so to be honest, she is not a good candidate to be his tool. However, there's no need to worry too much about that, because Lu Mengying will eventually leave him. Once she feels she has paid off her debts, she will probably take the initiative to leave. As Yazii pondered these things, his stomach gradually filled up. The wait for the rain to stop was incredibly boring, so he checked his status on the system and realized he had forgotten something very important that he hadn't done yet. That was to test the special effect of his extremely rare artifact, transforming him into a dragon lizard. He's found something to do. I wonder what the transformation will be like? To be honest, Yazii was really looking forward to it. He excitedly jumped up and down twice, then went to the back to greet Lu Mengying and the others, saying that he wanted to try running wildly in the rain and ask them to keep an eye on Yao Xiang. Micaiah, Yazir. Lu Mengying, okay. Yao Xiang, MMP. Yazii smiled, stripped naked behind a shelf, and, wearing only a pair of shorts, ran wildly into the torrential rain. Several hours later, around 6 p.m., Yazii returned pale-faced after testing his skills. He looked listless and weak. Yao Xiang was fast asleep on a pile of rice. When Lu Mengying and Mu Yan came up to ask what was wrong, he made up an excuse to brush them off. Then he sat on an overturned shelf and wolfed down his food as if he hadn't eaten for 3 days and 3 nights. Lu Mengying and Mu Yan exchanged glances and asked about it. Yazii only said that he had traveled too far and had exhausted a lot of energy. Even if they were curious, they could only give up. After they finished eating, the heavy rain gradually stopped. Yazii woke Yao Xiang up and they prepared to set off. Since he was too lazy to clear the zombies off the road, he found a car to drive. While in the car, he briefly described the situations that might arise later. The Olympic Sports Center we're heading to is the lair of a group of mutated zombies. They can speak human language, possess a certain level of intelligence, and the entire group may even have formed a class-based social system. They are incredibly powerful, strong enough to wipe you out instantly. You can write your wills beforehand. If you unfortunately die in this operation, I will grant you one wish. Mu Yan and Lu Mengying had heard about the dangers inside before, and they were already mentally prepared. Mu Yan was prepared to die for Yazii at any time, while Lu Mengying was mainly trying to avoid being looked down upon by Yazii, and was only repaying his kindness. Of the 3 women, Yao was the only one who was extremely unwilling to go. Upon hearing that she had to write a will, she was terrified and started crying and screaming in the passenger seat, kicking and BG on the door, showing no sign that she would rather die than go. However, Yazii only slapped her twice and she became obedient. The speed was unexpectedly fast, even though Yazii's hands had only just warmed up. Fine, go ahead and write, but why did you hit him? You violent maniac. Yao Xiang angrily buried her head in writing her will. After finishing it, she took the opportunity to ask for an upgrade, giving herself very valid reasons. If I become stronger, I can help you even better. I can control those zombies with my body, which will definitely be more helpful to you than Lu Mengying and Mu Yan, right? What infuriated Yao was that Yazii's reasons for refusing were also quite valid. I'm sorry, but as long as you don't accept my seed, I can't fully trust you, and I won't let you level up and become stronger. Who knows if you'll betray me at the most crucial moment? We're in the same boat, how could something like that be possible? Who knows what you're really thinking? Yao Xiang suddenly frowned, looking suspicious, and said, I'm saying, this mind seed of yours doesn't just have the effect of sensing location, it has other additional effects, like knowing what others are thinking, like mind reading. Yazii scoffed, how could that be? Why don't you just say I can directly mind control you? Perhaps it really is. Yao Xiang had a remarkably keen sense for these kinds of questions. Anyway, you definitely have a way to control those who have received your seed. Are you suffering from paranoia? Ye Ziyi vehemently denied it. He couldn't possibly admit it, but Yao Xiang simply wouldn't believe him. I won't force you, but if you accidentally die, don't blame me for not giving you a chance to live. Then don't make me go. I can't be of any help in such a dangerous place. I'm only level 3. Why would you take me, a burden, with you? If you don't trust me, you can just lock me up somewhere. Ye Ziyi teased, if I die, won't you be locked up until you die? Yao Xiang's expression froze. Then she immediately rolled her eyes. You had time to rewind, how could you possibly die? My time rewind has a cooldown, and the time it can rewind is extremely limited. You've used it before. Yeah, your pathetic abilities are giving me a terrible headache. If even you aren't sure you can survive, then don't go. There are so many good places out there, why go to such a dangerous place? I already told you I'm going to find my ex-girlfriend. She was kidnapped by zombies, and I need to confirm her death. Ye Ziyi didn't want to waste any more words with this woman. I brought you along because I'm more worried about encountering special awakened individuals than those mutated zombies. Your role is irreplaceable. You don't need to fight, just stay obediently behind me. You've already written your will, right? Yao handed over the suicide note while grumbling and complaining, like a wronged woman. Lu Mingying and Mu Yan both found her personality unbearable. She was too long-winded. Ye Ziyi put their suicide notes in his pocket without even glancing at them, just like a careless driver who casually collected a fare. This prompted Yao Xiang to complain, saying that he didn't even glance at it, implying that he planned to grant them every wish. Ye Ziyi said yes. Yao didn't say anything more. Half an hour later, as twilight enveloped the city, they arrived at the Olympic Sports Center. They entered through the previous south entrance, and the car was parked outside. As Ye Ziyi walked in, he took out the suicide note from his pocket and read it. Yao Xiang is truly heartless and hopes that after she dies, Ye Ziyi will slap himself all night to apologize to her. Lu Mingying's last wish is to ask Ye Ziyi to help her find her parents and treat them like he treated Jia Ming'er. Mu Yan's wish is the simplest. She hopes that Ye Ziyi can cremate her body and then take her ashes back to her hometown in Qiancheng for burial. Ye Ziyi put the note back in his pocket, even though it was no longer necessary. They continued deeper and soon heard a faint voice. Upon hearing voices, Ye Ziyi gestured for his companions to be quiet and quickly crept forward. The voice became clearer. By the way, how many people did you manage to fool this time? A dozen or so. A small group is nothing to worry about. The real big fish is the Carrefour on Rongquan Road. Those guys are tough. They've got all the resources in the supermarket. They're hard to fool. It's easier to deal with small, isolated groups. Your dozen or so should be enough for them to have a blast all night. Unlike me, I haven't made a single sale in 2 days. What are you worried about? Didn't you manage to trick over 20 people into coming last time? By the way, how many crystal cores did you get that time? The two men were smoking behind a pillar beside the road. Ye Ziyi looked at Yao Xiang and, after confirming that there were no special awakened individuals within 100 meters, instructed the 3 women to find a place to hide while he tiptoed towards them. Unfortunately, Ye Ziyi had no experience in stealth. His long-handled sickle accidentally hit the ground, and the sound startled them. The 2 men shone their flashlights over and shone them on Ye Ziyi. Who are you? Grass. Ye Ziyi was too lazy to sneak around anymore, so he just rushed over and took them down. It was incredibly easy for Ye Ziyi, even time rewind didn't help. After the 2 men fell to the ground, they tried to resist, drawing their knives to cut Ye Ziyi's feet, but he stepped on their fingers instead, causing them to scream in agony. Ah, keep your voice down, you idiot. Ye Ziyi reached out and grabbed the screaming man by the neck, silencing him. The man struggled frantically, but in Ye Ziyi's hands, he was like a chick. The difference in strength was too great, and no matter how much he struggled, it was useless. The other person was more quick-witted. He got up and prepared to run deeper into the venue, but Ye Ziyi grabbed his ankle and gently pulled him, causing his forehead to hit the ground with a thud. He then grimaced, covered his head, and rolled on the ground, unable to get up. Ye Ziyi was amused by his comical actions, so he pulled him over and stepped on him. The man was a little dizzy, so he looked at the one whose neck he was choking. The man had a small mustache and looked to be in his 30s. Ye Ziyi said to him with a threatening expression, I know you're henchmen of those mutated bat zombies, luring people in to be eaten. But from today onwards, you're free, because I'm going to kill them all. After saying that, he released the man with the mustache's neck, letting him speak. He gasped for breath, choking a few times, then let out a sneer. You. Ye Ziyi replied calmly, that's right, me. Do you know how strong they are? Ye Ziyi smiled slightly and said as if reciting a familiar story, acceleration on flat ground can easily create afterimages, a single collision can shatter a load-bearing pillar, concrete is as brittle as a biscuit to them, and they can even fly through the air. The man with the mustache looked shocked. How do you know so much? Have you fought them? Otherwise what? Ye Ziyi patted his shocked face. Do I look like someone looking to die? Or are you saying that if I kill them, none of you will survive? The man with the mustache's shocked expression turned to horror. You, how did you know? Could it be that you were also? No, that's impossible. Ye Ziyi thought to himself, just as I thought. He remembered the corpse he had seen last time. After being killed by the bat zombies, there were no signs of injury on its body, which was quite strange. He later guessed that the bat zombies probably had a strange ability that could achieve something similar to soul enslavement of these people, but he couldn't possibly guess what it was like. He was revealing it now to test the truth from the man with the mustache. The man with the mustache shook his head in shock. Yazii pinched his philtrum and asked, "What is impossible? You couldn't possibly be infected by those demons using a curse, otherwise, they could kill you with a single thought." "A demon? A curse? Don't you know? The mutated zombies you're dealing with are a bunch of demons," the mustachioed man exclaimed in fear. "They eat people without spitting out the bones, love drinking fresh human blood, and enjoy RG young girls. They don't even spare zombies. They're demons that have escaped from hell." The moment those mutated zombies were mentioned, the man with the mustache's face filled with terror, and he became delirious with fright. Yazii had no choice but to slap him twice to help him regain his senses through the pain. Mu Yan appeared beside Yazii at some point, helping him hold down another guy who was trying to escape, and created a water ball to cover his head, causing him to drown. Yazii couldn't help but glance at Mu Yan again. This woman always managed to come up with new and interesting ways to torment people. He simply ordered her, "Drag this guy over there and question him. Then we'll get their statements." "Yes." Mu Yan nodded respectfully. Yazii asked the man, "What's this about planting goo? They inject their blood into your body, this blood is alive, they can control it, and a single thought can clog your heart." Yazii raised an eyebrow. "A man-made heart attack." The man with the mustache looked desperate. "You can't beat them. Even elemental awakeners are as powerless as children in their presence." Yazii chuckled. "Never mind that. Just tell me if you'll die with them if they die. If not, then you have no reason not to help me, right? My goo master dies, but I won't die with him. However, if I'm found out, I won't escape death." Yazii grinned maliciously and tightened his grip on his neck. "If you don't tell, you'll die right now." The man with the mustache blushed crimson, his bulging eyes fixed on him, but he finally relented. "I said, stop pinching me? Since you're so eager to go and die, why should I stop you?" Yazii chuckled and let go. "This guy knows how to save face. Speak, their numbers, ranks, areas of operation, tell me everything you know." The man with the mustache got up from the ground, glanced at Yao Xiang and Lu Mengying behind Yazii, and Mu Yan who was still torturing his companion, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. "Don't you understand perfectly well? You brought all these beautiful women in here just so they could participate in the imperial concubine selection, right?" Yazii frowned. "Choosing a concubine. The demons call their leader Lord, and a few days ago, the Lord married a human woman who became his queen. After inheriting his bloodline, the queen fell into a mutated slumber, and now the Lord is lavishly selecting consorts." Yazii was completely bewildered. "What the hell are you talking about? I don't understand a word of this. Why would this lord want to marry a human woman as his queen?" The man with the mustache replied matter-of-factly, "Of course, it's for reproduction. Their most urgent task right now is to multiply their species. Don't you know? All the demons are descendants of that lord. They reproduce one generation after another, for a total of 3 generations. That's the limit of their self-reproduction. Then the lord started targeting humans, but it can't directly reproduce with humans, it must first turn humans into its own kind." Yazii finally understood somewhat, but Lu Mengying reacted even faster, asking him, "So, all these demons were created by this one mutated individual, the Lord?" Yazii's focus, however, lay elsewhere, one generation after another. "Is this Lord male or female?" "It's hermaphroditic, I guess. It mutated from a hermaphroditic zombie, the kind that's both a man and a woman," Yao Xiang chimed in from the side. The man with the mustache looked speechless. He spread his hands as if he wanted to complain, but in the end, he gave up. "You really don't know?" he asked Yazii. "Why would I arrest you if I knew everything?" The man with the mustache twitched at the corner of his mouth. "I can tell you anything you want to know, but this isn't the place to talk. Come with me." He turned to walk deeper into the area, but Yazii grabbed his arm and pressed him for answers. "You're not planning to take me to those guys, are you?" The man with the mustache snorted. "Didn't you say you wanted to kill them all? Are you asking for it? So what are you going to do? What you're saying here could easily be discovered." Yazii released him and pointed to the scythe behind him. "If you dare to play any tricks, I'll chop your head off with this right away." He even had a teasing look on his face. "Nice sickle, did you have it custom made at the factory? How fast is it? Can it shave modeling clay? You're good for shaving your grandpa's clay, stop talking nonsense and get going." Yazii kicked him, turned and beckoned to Mu Yan. She nodded, grabbed the ankle of the man she had tormented to the point of near death, and dragged him after her. Yazii followed the man with the mustache as they wandered around the gymnasium, eventually arriving at an empty lounge. Inside, there were several Simmons mattresses, and the table was covered with food wrappers, making it look like a dormitory. He brought Yao Xiang and Lu Mengying in, while Mu Yan and Yao Xiang watched over another prisoner in the next room. The man with the mustache was fully aware of this arrangement. He bet Yazii would definitely go to his companion later to verify the truthfulness of everything he said. However, he didn't intend to lie, and led Yazii into the room. "This is my temporary shelter. They usually don't come here, and even if they do, it's in a hurry. The corridor outside is narrow, and walking quickly through it will make a very noticeable noise." Yazii gave him a deep look. "You knew this day would come, huh? You deliberately chose this dormitory. How could that be?" "I gave up a long time ago. I only chose this place because I didn't want someone to suddenly kick open the door without me even noticing. The man with the mustache shrugged, walked to the bedside and sat down. Only then did Yazii notice that the door lock was broken. Let's begin. The room's windows were very high, almost inaccessible to ordinary people. He stood by the wall, ready to escape at any moment. First tell me the number of those demons you're talking about. The numbers are easy to calculate. Each of them can reproduce up to 3 offspring. The Lord Demon has 1, and its children. The first generation demon has 3, the first generation demon's children have 9 second generation demons, and the third generation demons have 27, totaling 40. However, 2 third generation demons have died in battles with other mutated zombies these past few days, so there should be 25 left now. Yazii retorted, can you please stop calling them demons? They're just mutated zombies, not demons. The man with the mustache shook his head. You have no idea how evil and ferocious they are, but you'll find out soon enough. He glanced at Yazii with pity, as if looking at a dead man. Yazii chuckled softly, too lazy to explain. Demons it is then. He couldn't think of a more suitable term for it. I ask you, do these demons all possess human intelligence? How could that be? Only demons of the second generation and below possess intelligence, and only they have the ability to reproduce. Third generation demons are at best flying bat zombies. They don't have high intelligence, can't reproduce, can't speak, and can't use poison. Planting goo. Yazii and Lu Mengying exchanged a glance. They were both medical students, and they both saw a hint of disbelief in each other's eyes. This completely overturns their common medical knowledge. Tell me about this ability in detail. The man with the mustache squinted, lit a cigarette, and exhaled a cloud of smoke, saying, didn't I tell you before? They can control their blood at will, even the blood that leaves their bodies. Able to control blood at will. Yazii frowned. Undoubtedly, this is a rather tricky ability. Human bodily functions rely entirely on blood supply. If the blood activity is high enough, the nutrients are plentiful enough, and the flow rate is fast enough, then the body's capabilities can be increased without limit. Its physical attributes blood, strength, agility, endurance, constitution, and spirit will all be greatly enhanced, and it will also possess superhuman regeneration and other transformative abilities. But Yazii remained calm. He could stop time and had an extremely sharp weapon in hand, so no matter how strong the demon's physical abilities were, it was useless. Moreover, only second generation and above demonic zombies possess super powerful abilities. The most numerous third-generation zombies are probably not very strong. The one that stole Sohuya from him last time was probably a third-generation zombie, and it didn't look very strong. Yazii estimated that he could kill it even without using time reversal, so it could be ignored for now. He pondered for a moment and asked, there were 3 first-generation demons, 9 second-generation demons. When will all 12 zombies gather together? All gathered together? I don't know. The man with the mustache spread his hands. Maybe they're having a family meeting in the broadcasting room of the football stadium's main stand. The broadcasting room on the podium. Yes, that's their lair now, and the Lord is inside. Yazii nodded, then casually asked, I heard you mentioned before that the Lord married a human woman as his queen? How many days ago was that? About 3 days ago, I'm not entirely sure, maybe 4 days? Why are you asking so specifically? 3 days ago was the day Sohuyo was arrested. Yazii narrowed his eyes slightly. I'm wondering how long it will take her to complete the mutation, and whether she'll wake up at the most crucial moment, becoming a major asset to the Demon Lord. What Yazii was really thinking was, could it be such a coincidence? That BCH really became the Empress? I don't know, who could possibly know? Maybe she's already completed the mutation. Yazii fell into deep thought. Lu Mengying suddenly spoke up and asked the man with the mustache, why do they want you to lure people in? Can't they just go and steal it themselves? The man with the mustache shrugged. It's probably an efficiency issue. Most people, seeing them flying in the sky, can't even avoid them, who would dare show their face? Lu Mengying said with a mocking smile, so you've already shown yourself, haven't you? Me? I was FG tricked into coming here. The mustachioed man gritted his teeth. If it weren't for that BD Liang Gang, would I even be in this stadium? Who is Liang Gang? A sissy, pretty boy with no skills whatsoever except reading zombies' faces. Half of us here were lured in by him. That kid has the deep trust of the demon zombies and is already an elemental awakener. Before, he relied on deception, now he just robs them. Yazii coldly interrupted his complaints. I have absolutely no interest in Liangport. I'll just ask you one last thing, do these demonic zombies possess any special abilities? Special ability? The man with the mustache looked puzzled. Like telekinesis, teleportation, and invisibility. How is that possible? Those things are too far-fetched. This is the real world, not a science fiction movie. Yazii smiled slightly, the reality nowadays is far more sci-fi than you imagine. All that humanity knows about the universe is but a drop in the ocean of the entire universe. That's good. You're sure everything you said is true, and you haven't lied to me at all, right? I'm sure. Very good. Yazii gave Lu Mengying a wink, and she understood. She used a wind blade to slash at the edge of the mustachioed man's bed, signaling him not to make any rash moves. The man with the mustache showed no sign of resistance, but Yazii still bound his hands and feet with hemp rope to prevent any accidents. If what I'm saying is true, you'd better untie me later. Don't worry, I have no grudge against you. Yazii went to another room, where Mu Yan was still using torture to extract information from the poor guy. Yao Xiang stood far away, hiding in a corner. Yazii came in, asked Mu Yan about the information she had found out, and then questioned the man in a threatening manner to confirm that what the man with the mustache had said was true. Then he punched the poor wretch unconscious. Sir, what do we do next? There are too many opponents, and they might not even gather together. I can't wipe them all out at once, I can only try to take them down one by one. Should I seduce them? They seem to crave human females with good fertility, Mu Yan suggested with a sinister smile. No need. Yazii gave her a deep look, somewhat taken aback by her unconventional idea. We can't predict how they would react if they suddenly encountered a human woman in their home. Does your excellency mean that I was an intruder, not someone who was tricked into coming here, so even if I'm female, they will be wary? Almost. Yazii had no intention of admitting that he simply didn't want her to take such a huge risk. If she died, how could she continue to be his tool? Your role remains the same, act as support and healer. Yes. Yazii walked out of the room, having already devised a plan, simply and brutally push through, killing one if he encountered one, killing two if he encountered two. They couldn't possibly all gather together. Anyway, he still has 20 seconds to backtrack and try again. As long as he isn't instantly killed, he has no reason to panic no matter what happens. He can just calmly and steadily move forward step by step. Moreover, even if the situation gets as bad as it gets, he still has the ability to provide a safety net. Transform into a dragon lizard? However, it's best to avoid using that ability if possible. Yazii shuddered as he recalled the previous experiment, a look of lingering fear on his face. He pushed open the wooden door to Lu Mengying's room. That's the plan. Is there anyone who doesn't understand? After Yazii finished explaining his simple and straightforward plan, an eerie silence suddenly fell over the room. So, since you're already planning to confront them head-on, why bother asking about so many things? Yao Xiang was the first to complain, but Yazii ignored her and went over to untie the mustache. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you are free starting today. The man with the mustache didn't say anything, he just looked at Yazii like he was crazy. Yazii ignored him and told his team members to leave the room. He walked deeper into the stadium. The lair of the demonic zombies was in the central football field's main stand, quite a distance from here. As he walked further in, he encountered several people gathered together smoking and playing cards. Without saying a word, he simply knocked them unconscious. Then, after passing through a corridor, he met another group of people. There are quite a lot of people here. Yazii remembered that when he came here before, there were zombies wandering around, but now they have all been replaced by humans. With so many people gathered here, who would have guessed that this is actually the lair of a group of mutated zombies? Reality is too surreal. Yazii knocked all of them unconscious. Although they were despicable for luring outsiders in to die, they were forced into it and had no choice in the matter. Their crimes did not warrant death, so he would not go so far as to massacre them. He walked all the way to the entrance and exit of the football field without encountering any zombie demons. It was already dark. He then realized what he had forgotten to ask earlier and slapped the back of his head hard. Damn, I forgot to ask about these demonic zombies' sleep schedule? Do they sleep at night? Lu Mengying gently shook her head, while Yao Xiang rolled her eyes at him. Mu Yan approached with her head bowed. I asked, sir. Yazii grabbed her shoulders in surprise. Tell me quickly, will they go out again after dark? Will they come to patrol these human living areas? Probably not. The first half of the night is their time for indulgence. Most of the demon zombies, except for the Lord, will gather in the women's cell to feast on fresh human bodies and flesh. A small number of demons will go out hunting. They won't rest until the second half of the night. The women's cell is in the northeast corner at the other end of the gymnasium. Mu Yan pointed to the diagonal direction and said respectfully. Yazii's eyes widened slightly, inwardly marveling at the woman's meticulousness. She had even asked about something like this. This is his real helper? On the other hand, what are Lu Mengying and Yao Xiang good for? The northeast corner. He hesitated, unsure whether to storm the broadcasting room at the podium and deal with the Lord, or to first go to the northeast corner and eliminate most of the demon zombies. Even a fool could tell how important this choice was. It could very well determine his life or death tonight, so he considered it very carefully. He actually preferred to go directly to the broadcasting room on the podium, because his purpose was to confirm Sohui's death. If Sohui was not dead, he would personally deliver the final blow. And the most likely place for Sohui to be was the broadcasting room, so he had no reason to go to the women's cell. But if he fails to kill the Lord within 20 seconds, or if the other demon zombies sense the anomaly after he kills the Lord and all rush towards the broadcast room, then things will be very serious. When his rewind was in a cooldown phase, he was no match for the first and second generation zombie demons. Even if he could transform to save his own life, Yao Xiang and Lu Mengying would probably all die. So he finally decided to go to the women's cell and kill the demonic zombies first, and then go after the time rewind had cooled down before going after the zombie lord. Go to the northeast corner first. At Yezi's command, they turned back and approached from the outer path. He didn't want to inexplicably alarm the lord by being too close, otherwise things would become a mess. Yezi took the large scythe from behind his back and held it on his side with one hand. He walked very fast, almost running, so that if any unexpected situation occurred, he could use the rewind function more effectively, allowing Lu Mengying and the others to retreat to a greater distance. In the dim darkness, Yazii led 3 girls running through the gymnasium, their footsteps echoing softly. The 3 girls couldn't see clearly and could only follow closely behind Yazii, one after the other. After leaving the southwest corner, they encountered no more humans. The air was filled with the stench of decay, and the darkness and silence stirred up deep-seated fear. Without a doubt, it was a terrifying journey. Someone's there? As Yazii approached the corner ahead, he was about to slow down and stealthily move forward when he suddenly spotted 2 bat-like zombie figures at the corner. They stood motionless at the corner, their backs to him, facing the faint light source to the right, side by side, heads bowed, seemingly looking at something. Chance? Yazii's eyes widened suddenly. He stumped his right foot hard on the ground, accelerated and charged forward, his gleaming scythe already raised. Sizzle! The 2 zombies spotted him and turned their heads around, which made it easier for him to finish them off. With one swipe of his scythe, both heads flew off. Blood splattered everywhere. An unknown book fell to the ground. There were only 2 zombie demons around, the weakest of the 3rd generation. Yazii turned his head to look to the right, where there was a half-open passage door. A beam of white light shone from the crack in the door. The lights on the other side of the passage were very bright. These zombies even knew how to use generators. What surprised him even more was that he could hear heavy metal rock music coming from the other side. These zombies actually liked to listen to music, and rock music at that. Not knowing what was going on over there, Yazii didn't make any rash moves. He looked down to see what the 2 zombies were looking at, and what he saw almost made his eyes pop out of their sockets. Because this thing is actually a FG lewd comic? It's a full-color comic. Grass. He couldn't help but blurt out a curse. Lu Mengying and Yao Xiang ran up at this moment, not knowing what he had just cursed. They subconsciously followed his gaze and were stunned. Isn't this an erotic comic? Holy crap, zombies watch this stuff. They immediately felt embarrassed, touching the back of their heads and covering their faces. Only Mu Yan calmly picked up the comic book and carefully flipped through it. It's an NTR, Nito Rare, themed story about married women, and it's even the original Japanese version. It seems these mutated zombies still retain their human sexuality. That's natural, otherwise, they wouldn't be trying so hard to reproduce. Yazii coughed. He had just received 2 system notifications about obtaining sacred relics, but they were both trash items that increased constitution and vitality, so he couldn't be bothered to look at them closely. Compared to the trashy relics, he was more interested in the 2 zombie heads. He bent down, picked them up, and rummaged through them, finding red crystal cores inside. He tried absorbing one, and as expected, the effect was only 1/10 of what it was before his breakthrough. He then reached into his backpack and tried absorbing an ordinary crystal core. Good heavens, it had almost no effect. It was probably only 1% of what it used to be. If he were to upgrade by absorbing ordinary crystal cores now, he would probably need to absorb tens of thousands of them at once. Yazii shook his head, walked to the crack in the door and looked out, where he saw several more bat-like zombies. They were also the weakest of the 3rd generation, but there were more of them, a total of 6. They stood guard at the edge of the hall, their bodies swaying rhythmically to the heavy metal rock music, as if they were keeping watch, but none of them were actually keeping watch. Their eyes were all fixed on a place deep inside the hall. Yazii frowned slightly. Besides the rock music, he could faintly hear a woman's heart-wrenching screams mixed in with the music. Comments. That should be the women's cells. Mu Yan's soft voice came from behind Yazii. He turned his head to look and let out a soft chuckle. That's not a women's cell, it should be called the women's prison hall. Mu Yan nodded in agreement and suggested, Sir, if we rush out and kill those zombie guards directly, it's hard not to alert the zombies inside. Why not lure them over here? Yazii had already adjusted the sickle in his hand, and he was slightly taken aback when he heard this. How to attract them? Mu Yan flashed a wicked smile, revealing her tiger teeth, and gently unbuttoned her shirt. Although they are zombies, it seems they are all particularly lecherous. Seducing zombies? That sounds good. If we lure those 6 zombies over and kill them first, we can save him at least 8 seconds. Give it a try. Mu Yan nodded respectfully and immediately took off her top and pants, leaving only her underwear. Yazii stared, his eyes practically glazed over. He had to admit that the woman had a truly amazing figure and a beautiful face. Perhaps it was because she had been using water-based beauty treatments. Her looks were almost on par with Yao Xiang's. To put it simply, if this look had occurred before the natural disaster, she would definitely be a top-tier female live streamer earning millions a month. I need an adult to cooperate a little. Mu Yan, who had been calm just moments before, now blushed slightly. We'll pretend to be, to lure those zombies. Shall we, pretend? Yazii's lips twitched. How could he have imagined that he would one day do such a thing? Yao Xiang and Lu Mengying, standing to the side, had strange expressions on their faces. They both turned their heads away, pretending they hadn't heard anything. Okay. Yazii wasn't exactly a naive virgin either. He gently put his arm around Mu Yan's waist. So, Yazii asked softly, and Mu Yan naturally wrapped her arms around his neck, inhaling the pure breath of the beauty. He had never smelled anything like it before. It was like a sacred lake in the mountains of Tibet, the purest place he had ever been to. Move a little more, and then widen that crack in the door over there, so you can move my body closer. Mu Yan hopped along on one foot, moving with some difficulty. Yezhi simply picked her up with his left hand, which was a piece of cake for him. Yezhi felt as if he were embracing a pool of pure, unadulterated water. He suddenly remembered the last time he did this with Suhuya, and was slightly distracted. Mu Yan didn't urge her, she was thoroughly enjoying the moment, to the point that she did some things she shouldn't have. This brought Yezhi back to his senses. He walked to the crack in the door and revealed Mu Yan's body through it. Mu Yan let out a seductive moan, as if worried that the zombies wouldn't see her, and reached out to grab the door frame, revealing a section of her slender arm and waistline. This easily attracted the attention of the zombie guards. Yezhi heard a series of rapid footsteps, claws scraping the ground. He couldn't tell how many there were, but there were definitely a lot. Maybe they've all come? His knuckles were white, and he gripped the sharp sickle tightly in his hand. Bang! Almost the instant the passage door was pushed open, Yezhi stopped time. He pushed the floating Mu Yan to the corner of the wall, then swung his scythe to harvest her. Just as Mu Yan had predicted, these bat zombies were indeed very lecherous. All 6 of them crowded together, making it exceptionally easy for Yezhi to harvest them, 1 scythe for 2 heads, 2 scythes for 4 heads. He only needed 3 slashes to decapitate all of them. Black, foul blood pooled at the severed ends of their necks. This slow, almost static scene was observed only by Yezhi in the entire world. It took him less than 5 seconds to kill all 6 zombie guards, but instead of cancelling the time stop, he grabbed their heads and bodies, threw them one by one into the passageway door, and then gently closed the door. Only after doing all this did he restore the world's time to its normal flow. Thump thump thump. The bodies of 6 zombies crashed to the ground, their heads rolling off as well. Mu Yan landed on her bottom, a sudden wave of shock washing over her, her underwear nearly bursting off. Yao Xiang and Lu Mengying stared in astonishment. For them, everything that happened was like teleportation. Not only them, but if you looked from outside the passageway, you would find that these 6 zombies seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace except for a few traces of blood left behind. This is Yezhi's time rewind. That's an amazing ability to cheat. Yao Xiang was the first to realize what had happened, and her gaze towards Yezhi was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Yezhi ignored her, as he was carefully listening to the sounds coming from the other side of the passage. If the first and second generation demon zombies in the women's cell heard him, he would prepare to run away. Fortunately, only the sound of rock music could be heard from the other side. Yezhi listened carefully for 10 seconds to make sure he hadn't disturbed them before he breathed a sigh of relief. His first order upon turning around was for Mu Yan to put her clothes on. Huh? Oh, okay. Mu Yan was momentarily dazed, then hurriedly began to put on her clothes, while Yezhi gave her a cold snort. This woman secretly kissed his lips several times while they were acting, so it's hard not to believe it wasn't intentional. Even though she knew Yezhi didn't like it, she never gave up on this idea. But Mu Yan had indeed made a great contribution this time, so Yezhi didn't hold it against her and squatted down to start collecting crystal cores. He carefully took out all 6 red crystal cores and put them away, placing them in his inner pocket along with the one he had left over. Then, he briefly checked the 6 extra relics in his system. Equipment slot, main attributes, additional effects. Then, to his delight, he discovered a spirit-boosting feather ornament inside, granting plus 50 spirit points and extending his rewind time by 5 seconds. He immediately equipped it. However, he was speechless to discover that the feather's original effect of increasing health and spirit could increase spirit by 9%, but after switching it, he only gained less than 30 points of spirit and lost nearly 200 points of health and the other 3 effects. These 200 points of blood energy are negligible to him now, but they will be of great use to him after he transforms, because the duration of his transformation is directly linked to his blood energy and stamina attributes. Without this blood energy feather, he simply cannot last long after transforming. So he switched it back. 50 points of spirit is still too little. This artifact needs to be upgraded before using it. Unfortunately, he's out of soul crystals to use. He stood up with a pained expression. Yao Xiang walked over curiously and asked, I saw you taking things out of those zombies' heads just now, why were their cores red? Because this is a second-order crystal nucleus. While waiting for the cooldown of the reversal effect, Yezhi took the opportunity to explain it to Yao Xiang and Lu Mengying. He realized that since the third-generation demon zombies dropped second-tier crystal cores upon death, then the second-generation demons must drop the third-tier crystal cores he needed. If that's the case, the first generation was at the 4th rank, then the Lord, could he be a terrifying 5th rank? A second-order crystal core. Yao Xiang's question interrupted Yezhi's wild speculation, and he nodded slightly. Yes, after reaching level 10, ordinary crystal cores are no longer effective for absorption, you must absorb these second-tier crystal cores. Oh, I see. Lu Mengying, drawing inferences from this, asked, so, does that mean there are also 3rd-tier and 4th-tier crystal cores? To obtain them, we need to kill the corresponding 3rd-tier and 4th-tier mutated zombies. It should be. Yezhi thought of the 4th-tier soul crystal in his system. Lu Mengying nodded knowingly, a wry smile on her face that said, the road ahead is still long. Yao Xiang's eyes darted around, as if she was plotting something. Yezhi ignored her and silently waited for the cooldown of the rewind. Lu Mengying walked over and kicked the zombie against the wall to prevent it from blocking their passage later. Mu Yan finished dressing and came over to ask Ye for instructions on the next step. The same plan as before, I'll storm in alone, kill all the zombies inside, and then we'll head to the broadcasting room. He had barely finished speaking when Yao Xiang suddenly turned around and glared at him with her wide eyes. Ye, I've sensed a special awakened one. What? Ye was shocked. At such a critical moment, a special awakened individual had suddenly appeared. Where? Outside the stadium. Yao pointed northwest, about 100 meters away. They're approaching rapidly. Grass. Ye couldn't help but swear. The 3 third-generation zombies guarding the outside had mysteriously disappeared, and there were as many as 6 of them. The first and second-generation zombies who were partying inside could have easily spotted them with just a glance. This was the perfect opportunity to launch a sneak attack, and there was no time to lose. Why at this particular time? Perhaps the image of the blonde-haired man had left an indelible impression on Lu Mengying, because she said nervously, "What should we do? Should we go find that special awakened one?" Ye frowned, staring at Yao Xiang. He suspected that this woman was deliberately causing trouble again, otherwise, why would she suddenly sense a special awakened person at this particular moment? It can't be such a coincidence. Facing Yezi's gaze, Yao Xiang remained completely calm, returning his gaze with unwavering confidence, leaving Yezi utterly confused about her intentions. Mu Yan, standing beside Yezi, hesitated for a few seconds, then suddenly rushed over and pinned Yao Xiang against the wall, her expression vicious as she questioned her. "You dare to deceive the adults at such a crucial moment? I think you're tired of living." Yao immediately burst into tears, crying in protest, I didn't lie to Yezi at all. Everything I said is true. There really is a special awakened person here, right outside the stadium. You're really not lying to me. Really, I'm telling the truth. Yezi didn't believe it. He didn't want to believe that if he went out to the stadium now to check and deal with that special awakened one, he would definitely miss the best time to launch a sneak attack. If the first and second generation members realized something was wrong and scattered to search, he wouldn't be able to capture them all at once. He had witnessed the power of the second generation. It was a level he could not match at all, let alone the first generation. If he encountered them while the time travel was in a cooldown phase, Yezi would have no choice but to turn tail and run. If that happened, none of Lu Mengying, Yao Xiang, and Mu Yan would survive. So after a moment's thought, Yezi decided not to trust Yao Xiang and to first wipe out all the first and second generation members left in the gymnasium. Even if there are truly special awakened individuals, they would absolutely not be stronger than those demonic zombies. Let her go. Yezi coldly gave the order. Mu Yan turned around and glanced at him before forcefully releasing Yao Xiang, causing her back to slam against the wall with a thud. Mu Yan's face was still fierce, and she glared at Yao Xiang with a threatening look. Yao Xiang was so bullied that she was almost crying. However, Yezi wasn't one to show mercy to women. He glared at her fiercely and said, "Listen, I don't have time for that person right now. Whether you're lying to me or not, I don't want to deal with you. I've decided to deal with the mutated zombies inside first." Yao felt wronged, her eyes red and on the verge of tears as she turned her face away. "Whatever, I've already reminded you, I've done my responsibility. If anything goes wrong, you can't blame me. Don't worry, I won't renege on your promise." Yezi turned to Lu Mengying and said, "You're the most capable fighter here, so you'll be responsible for protecting the two of them." "I'm going." "Good." As soon as Lu Mengying finished speaking, Yezi rushed out of the door with his large scythe in hand. He went at full speed from the start, covering dozens of meters in almost 3 seconds, and ran into the hall where the party was in full swing. What he saw there shocked him. Along the wall of the hall, a depression had been formed from flesh and bone, filled with blood and bits of flesh, accumulating into a half-meter deep pool of blood, with distorted fluorescent light casting shadows reminiscent of a horror movie. In the pool of blood, a dozen or so girls covered in blood screamed in agony as 7 mutated zombies, each the size of Dwayne Johnson, thrashed wildly over them, along with 2 others with horns on their heads. This was a bloody feast. The only zombie demon roaming outside the blood pool was lying on the mat, devouring the corpse of a girl. The scene was like a living hell. The heavy metal music that filled his ears was mixed with the girl's screams, sounding like death music where the soul was screaming. One of the zombie demons discovered him and roared at him fiercely. "Who are you? Grim Reaper who will send you back to hell." Yezi suppressed his shock and snorted coldly, raising the scythe in his hand high. "Time, stand still. The world is quiet." In an infinitely slow passage of time, the frequency of the sound is stretched to almost inaudible. The scene froze at that moment, and Yezi could clearly see that almost all the demons were glaring at him angrily, and the one that was gnawing on the corpse by the blood pool was even charging towards him. Without hesitation, he rushed over and was the first to chop off the man's head. Sizzle! The chop felt somewhat resistant, but not much. It was similar to chopping down a small tree about 10 centimeters thick with a sharp knife. Although an ordinary person's strength would definitely not be enough to chop down such a small tree in one go, Yezi's strength was extraordinary, and he wasn't using an ordinary wood-chopping axe. Sizzle sizzle sizzle! With time frozen, Yezi was invincible. He swiftly wielded his scythe, reaping heads, and leaped into the middle of the blood pool, sometimes using his left foot as the center, sometimes his right, spinning and wielding the scythe of death. Kill, kill, kill! Soon, He severed the heads of all the zombie demons from their necks, but because he was bound by time, the heads remained on their necks. Yazzie immediately cancelled his time-stopping ability. Ugh. The world became noisy, with pitiful screams and heavy metal music flooding back into the ears, making one dizzy. Around Yazzie, all the zombies were in a bizarre state, their bodies motionless, like stone statues. Yazzie found it strange, why hadn't these guys' heads fallen off? Then, he immediately realized that they all had the ability to manipulate blood. Oh no? Yazzie then realized that he hadn't received a single notification about obtaining a holy relic. In other words, these guys weren't dead at all, they were still alive even after being decapitated. We're doomed? In an instant, a surge of blood rushed to Yazzie's brain. At this moment, he was unable to use the rewind function. Facing so many third or even fourth tier mutated zombies, he, at only the second tier, had absolutely no chance of winning. Run, run for your life. Run as far away as possible, only by running away can you possibly survive. A frantic warning loomed, an immense danger was rapidly approaching, and fear boiled within me, but Yazzie didn't lose his mind. He knew that if he escaped, Lu Mengying and the others would surely die. Most importantly, it would be difficult for him to escape. Once these formations dispersed and flew in the sky, he, who could only run on the ground, would have no chance of escaping. Let's give it our all. Drink. He roared and punched the heads of two demonic zombies beside him, leaving a disgusting trail of flesh and blood in between. Yazzie was furious. Since they controlled the blood to connect the severed ends that should have been separated from their bodies, he would just physically break them off. Drink up. To overcome his fear, Yazzie let out a high-pitched shout, smashing the heads of these zombie demons off their heads, which slammed against the surrounding walls with a thump-thump-thump sound. He refused to believe that these guys could control their bodies even with their heads severed. As he predicted, the zombies immediately lost control of their bodies. After his head was knocked off, their bodies fell to the ground with thuds, causing a nauseating surge in the blood pool. But then a miraculous scene unfolded. The blood flowing from the severed necks of the heads that Yazzie had scattered and knocked away suddenly seemed to come alive, transforming into small limbs that dragged the heads toward their respective bodies. Yazzie was stunned. This guy's brain has become intelligent? As these heads were dragged along, they roared with fury and rage on the ground. You lowly humans, how dare you cut off our heads? Damn it, I'll eat your heart. You will pay for this with your life? I'll make you wish you were dead. Suddenly, a blood-soaked limb beneath a head exerted force, like a small horse pulling a large cart, lifting the head and leaping into the blood pool, attempting to reconnect with the body. Yazzie kicked it away. That wasn't all. Then came the second and third heads, which also jumped into the blood pool. He kicked them all away. Yazzie couldn't reach the body that lay outside the blood pool, so he pulled it into the pool. The head, which had been glued back together and was rapidly healing, was severed off again and kicked away. As these heads approached, Yazzie kicked them away one by one. His heart, which had been pounding with fear, relaxed slightly at this comical scene, and the heads went berserk. Ugh, you despicable human, don't kick me if you dare. How dare you kick my head off? Let me go back if you dare. As long as I can connect to my body. After being kicked away, they cursed again and tried to get closer by swinging their ridiculous, bloody limbs. This time, Yazzie didn't even bother kicking them. He simply swung his scythe, picked up the head of one of the demons, and slammed it hard into the ground. Thump! The demon's head split in two like a watermelon, and Yazzie immediately received a system notification that he had obtained a second-tier holy relic. Dead. A red crystal core rolled out of the zombie's brain. That scythe, a zombie head roared in terror and rage, that scythe can slice our heads open. How is that possible? How sharp must it be? The heads panicked and became increasingly anxious, charging towards their bodies together. This time, the charge was much stronger and less chaotic than before. Yazzie swung his scythe again and cleaved one of them in two. The remaining 6 heads then jumped into the pool of blood, pulling out muscles and nerves from their severed necks, trying to reconnect with their bodies. Yazzie sneered. To think they could successfully connect right under his nose was simply wishful thinking. He kicked out like a blur, sending them flying again. The kick sent the pool of blood gushing out, and the creatures cursed loudly. But as they cursed, a hint of fear crept onto their faces. He kicked one of the 2 horned heads, sending it crashing into the wall. The rebounding impact scattered the blood and limbs below the head's neck. The head bounced twice before stopping at the edge of the blood pool platform, just in time for Yazzie's scythe to hook and pluck it. No, as if it had foreseen its fate, it let out a roar of resentment and fear. Yazzie grinned maliciously, used his scythe to lift it up, plunged the tip of the blade into the severed neck, and then slammed it hard into the ground. 2. The head was very hard. Yazzie discovered that he had only managed to cut it in half. The skull base plate protecting the brain blocked the sharp edge of the scythe. No, stop, stop, you can't kill me, otherwise, you'll die too. This guy's mouth was cut in half and he's still talking. His vitality is comparable to a cockroach. He must be the first one. Yazzie grinned even more menacingly, raised his sickle high, and brought it down hard once more. What are you doing? Stop it, stop it, stop it. Thump. You have obtained the relic, the tail of the first mutant, tier 3, dead. A wildly joyful smile curved Yazzie's lips. He had done it. Ha ha ha, even a demon straight out of hell would have to roll back to hell upon seeing this grim reaper. Even the first-generation demon died under Yazi's scythe, which terrified all the remaining heads. They no longer dared to jump into the blood pool to reclaim their bodies, and all rushed to run outside. But how could Yazi let them have their way? He leaped out of the blood pool and chased after them, using his scythe to lift up the head of the last one running at the back, raising it high, smashing it down, and splitting it open, then the second, and the third. Their escape by dragging their heads with their bloodied limbs was too slow enough for an ordinary person to catch up. Naturally, they couldn't escape Yazi's death scythe, and continuing like this would only lead to their demise. So they began to try to outflank him. But the first one to try failed. Despite having a very good chance, it tried to flank around the corner while Yazi was raising his sickle, but Yazi was watching too closely. He rushed over, stomped on it, and then used the sickle to lift it up and smash it down. Thump! Looking at the head that had split in the middle, almost all the remaining heads were plunged into despair. They never imagined that one day they would be tortured and killed in this way by weak humans. It was utterly absurd. Aren't humans all weak? Aren't they just food and S*X toys for them? How could they become so powerful that they could cut off their heads without warning? Ugh! They roared in despair, howled in fury, and tried desperately to escape, but it was no use. Their blood and limbs were too weak, and they couldn't pick up any speed at all. What used to be a distance of tens of meters was now an insurmountable chasm for them. Thump! Amidst the death melody of heavy metal music, Yazi cleaved open the head of the last second-generation demon, confirmed the system notification in his mind, and looked up at the distance not far ahead. Only the head of the first generation remained before him. Because its limbs were the strongest, resembling a bloated, fat spider, it was running in the lead and was now almost at the window by the wall. Unfortunately, it was destined never to reach that point. Yazi instantly accelerated and rushed forward, stomping on it. But unexpectedly, the blood limbs at the severed end of its neck suddenly hardened into blood spikes, which stabbed towards Yazi's leg. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and dodged. The hardened blood spikes missed Yazi, falling to the ground and shattering into pieces. Now, the first generation's head was shriveled up, resembling skin and bones, and it let out an extremely unwilling roar. Too slow? Why is it so slow? I could have killed him with just a slight stab. Yazi then remembered its ability and jumped back 2 meters in fright. The second-generation zombies didn't have its blood manipulation ability, so they couldn't hurt Yazi. The first-generation zombie he just killed was in a state where its blood and limbs were scattered by the impact, and he was lucky to kill it. But this head is different. It's cunning. It didn't attack when it was kicked away, but suddenly launched a sneak attack at the most crucial moment. However, this move obviously came at a huge cost. The wet blood is harmless, but the dried blood cannot be recovered in a short time. It has very little usable blood left and has run out of tricks. Yazi guessed that it was very likely that it could no longer condense the blood spike attack like before, but he did not take the risk. Instead, he raised his scythe, used its longest attack range to lift it up, and kept a close eye on it, guarding against a surprise attack. The desiccated head stared at him with extreme hatred, as if offering its entire soul as a curse. Damn human! How dare you kill our sacred demon corpse race? You will regret it. You will definitely regret doing this. The Lord will not let you go. You will die a terrible death, worse than any of us. Long live the demon corpses. Long live the Lord. Boom! To Yazi's astonishment, its entire head exploded. The shockwave shattered its skull, and the fragments splattered into Yazi's body, immediately injuring him. Holy crap! Yazi was startled, but thankfully he immediately covered the upper half of his face with his hand, preventing the shards from injuring his eyes. Moreover, a system notification appeared in his mind, confirming that the original was dead and that even if it had injured him, it would no longer be able to control his blood flow to cause a heart attack. Dash! Yazi breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had won the battle, the process was incredibly dangerous. If he had hesitated even slightly and succumbed to his fear, the outcome would have been completely different. The little girls still alive in the pool of blood were stunned, their eyes wide open. They didn't know how to speak or run away, some were even laughing foolishly, clearly showing signs of mental instability. The deeds of these demonic corpses were outrageous, but Yazi was powerless to help them. He could only avenge them. However, just as he was about to go and collect the crystal cores on the ground, a terrifying roar that shook the heavens and the earth suddenly came from the direction of the football field window. Ugh! Who killed my son? This was an extremely terrifying roar, so terrifying that it made Yazi tremble deep in his soul, reminding him of the first time he watched The Ring as a child, when he was so frightened by Sadako crawling out of the TV that his heart almost stopped beating. That's terrifying. Even more terrifying is that his cooldown period for rewinding still has more than a minute left. A powerful pressure enveloped him, and Yazi trembled with fear, so much so that he could barely hold his scythe. At this moment, he no longer cared about collecting crystal cores and only had time to instinctively jump back a large step. Pong! Almost the instant after he completed his jump, the wall exploded, the solid concrete shattering into countless fragments. Dust filled the entire hall like exploding balloons, only to be dispersed by a strong gust of wind the next second, revealing a majestic and imposing figure emerging from the crumbling wall. A massive head, a ferocious and terrifying face, long, curved horns, dark skin, a height of nearly 4 meters, and muscles as solid and well-developed as iron blocks. This muscular physique exudes explosive power, covered with veins as thick as small snakes that wriggle occasionally. Weighing at least 2 tons, it resembles a demon king descended from hell. This was none other than the Demon Corpse Lord, a 5th-tier Lord-level mutant. Without the ability to rewind, Yazii was as powerless as an infant in front of it. Before he could even react to what was happening, the Demon Corpse Lord flew over and grabbed him. Its hand, as big as an iron pot, squeezed his entire waist and lifted him into the air like a silicone toy. "You and, it was you who killed my children and grandchildren." The Demon Lord questioned him furiously, his face contorted to the extreme, and he increased the force in his hands, making Yazii's ribs crack. "It's me. Loudsa, so what?" After saying that, he could no longer hold back and immediately activated his trump card for survival, Dragon Lizard Transformation. Rumble? A bolt of purple lightning struck down from the sky, hitting his body with a deafening roar and triggering a powerful explosion. This was the result of the uncontrollable eruption of lightning elemental power in his danshin. However, this lightning strike on the Demon Lord was merely a tickle to this abnormally powerful monster. The explosion caused by Yazii might injure its offspring, but it was of no consequence to it. What truly made it let go was Yazii's wildly changing body. His spine pierced through his skin, and massive amounts of bone and flesh began to grow rapidly from within. At that moment, every cell in his body seemed to enter a state of primal, frenzied excitement. Genes were being expressed wildly. It is forcibly converting, absorbing, and utilizing all organic matter it can come into contact with. This process is extremely dangerous. If the Demon Lord doesn't let go quickly, its body will become the nourishment for Yazii's transformation. Instinct made it immediately release Yazii and retreat back to the football field, watching Yazii complete his transformation. The Demon Lord had full confidence in its own strength. There was absolutely no being more powerful than itself in this world. It firmly believed that even if Yazii transformed into a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex, it could easily slaughter it. So, it just watched Yazii complete his transformation, watched him absorb all the blood in the blood pool, absorb the corpses of his offspring, and merge with the scythe that had split in two, ultimately becoming a dragon-like creature over 10 meters long and weighing probably 20 tons. At this moment, Yazii's appearance was almost identical to that of the mutated zombie dragon from before. The only difference was that he had 2 lightning-shaped horns on his head, with lightning flashing between them. These were his external magic organs, and the lightning element restored from his chi could be instantly conducted to them, shocking any target within a certain range. Although he had transformed before, this transformation was much more thorough than the last one. This was mainly because he had absorbed too much flesh and blood as nourishment and lost control, instantly transforming into his complete form. At this moment, Yazii felt full of power and energy, as if he had inexhaustible strength. His mind was filled with destructive desires, and the excitement in his heart was just like the night he lost his virginity a few years ago. His pee was about to explode. Roar, roar, roar. He vented his explosive destructive urges and violent tendencies with a roar, then checked his system status attributes. Status, Steel Dragon Lizard, Complete Transformation. Effect, significantly increases attack and defense capabilities. Attribute boost, Strength, Agility, Constitution plus 1000%, minimum attribute value 1000 points. Maximum duration, 408 seconds, health plus stamina. He looked at his attribute values again. His strength and agility attributes had been increased to over 2000 points, and his constitution, which was his weakness, had also been boosted to a minimum of 1000. Absolutely unbeatable. At this moment, Yazii was filled with joy. When he tried to transform in the afternoon, his attribute boost was less than half of what it was now. It turned out that as long as he absorbed a certain amount of flesh and blood from the surrounding area while transforming, he could become the strongest, complete form. Yazii had found the knack. His powerful physique gave him an almost infinitely inflated confidence. He twisted his body and roared as he charged toward the Demon Corpse Lord on the green field, wielding his 2 peerless weapons, which had grown to nearly 4 meters long, the same height as the Demon Corpse Lord. However, facing Yazii's overwhelming offensive, the Demon Corpse Lord vanished from his spot. Yazii only had time to see a glimpse of a shadow that had been cleaved into 3 pieces before he was struck hard on the back. Bang! A deafening sound exploded in his ears, and the plastic floor he was standing on cracked into countless pieces. Yazii felt as if he had been hit by a train falling from the sky, and his entire body sank deep into the ground. It's quite hard. The Demon Corpse Lord sneered and soared into the sky once more. He used the same trick again, raising his elbow, which was as hard as steel, and slammed it down heavily. Its speed was incredibly fast. The only flaw this time was that it flew too high, and Yazii reacted and dodged it at the last second. Pong! It was as if an RPG rocket had exploded on flat ground, sending fragments flying dozens of meters away. The Demon Corpse Lord was completely buried in the ground. Yazii twisted around like a lizard, his arms sides slashing out like scissors. Bang! Yazii's swift slash came to an abrupt halt. He looked closely and realized that his scythe had been caught between the Demon Corpse Lord's fingers, one on each of his 3 dominant fingers. Holy crap! This scene nearly made his eyes pop out of their sockets. Is this even possible? That's outrageous. He possesses a strength of over 2000. It's fast, but it lacks power. The Demon Corpse Lord coldly commented, then vanished from his spot, soaring into the sky in an instant before plummeting down, delivering a powerful punch to Yazii's head with a deafening metallic clang. Boom! It was too heavy. Ye was stunned by the impact, his mind went completely blank. The demon corpse lord continued to attack, his fists pounding wildly at his body. He only felt a dizzying sensation as his hard body was thrown left and right, flying into the air one moment and crashing into the ground the next. It was as if he had been put into a giant washing machine, completely disoriented and unable to control his body. He was completely stunned. The demon corpse lord kept smashing Yezi's head, neck, and side with heavy punches, because it had discovered that Yezi's entire body was covered with a layer of very hard scales. The only drawback was that the scales were relatively thin. They were very effective against slashing and thrusting attacks, but less effective against striking attacks. So it seized on Yezi's weakness and launched a fierce barrage of punches at him, leaving Yezi dizzy and disoriented. Even when the more than 1 minute of cooldown timer expired, he was unable to use it. After gradually getting used to it, Yezi was finally able to spare a bit of consciousness to think. If he continued to be beaten so relentlessly, he would most likely be hammered to death by this freakish demonic corpse. What should he do? No matter how Yezi thought about it, he felt completely helpless. He was devastated to discover that he had absolutely no capacity to perceive the laws of time, not even a trace of them. He couldn't even do something easier than using rewind. He couldn't even manipulate the lightning elemental power in his danshin. His current situation is similar to holding a pair of chopsticks and trying to pick up food from a plate, but someone next to him is harassing him relentlessly, beating him up and down, slapping him, punching his nose, and poking his eyes. He can't free his hands and can only passively take the beating, unable to pick up the time rewind from the plate. He couldn't activate his ability, but even with just a half-second gap, just half a second, he could reassemble his scattered consciousness, sense it, and then manipulate the laws of time to bring everything to a standstill. At that time, even someone as outrageously powerful as the demon corpse lord will be nothing more than a lamb to the slaughter in his presence. What frustrated Yezi was that he didn't even have that half-second of free time. Ever since he transformed, he had been in a passive, defensive position, with no chance to fight back. He conservatively estimated that the demon corpse lord's strength and agility were at least 3,000, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to overwhelm him so much. Is this the difference between 4th and 5th tier? 1,000 attribute points? Yezi felt a deep sadness. He could feel his bodily functions were severely deteriorating, and the recovery effect that 200 units of blood energy could provide was negligible for his body. In just 2 minutes, he was hit by nearly 1,000 powerful punches. If this continued, in just 20 seconds, no, 10 seconds, his body would be smashed into a pile of shit, and his transformation would be forcibly interrupted. He had consulted the system during his first transformation and knew that if the transformation was forcibly interrupted, he would be in a weakened state for at least 10 minutes, with all his attributes decreasing by at least 90%. Even if he used time reversal at that time, with a mere 20 points of power, he wouldn't even be able to cut open the head of the first-generation demon corpse, let alone the demon corpse lord. Moreover, with just over 20 points of spirit, he wouldn't need more than a few seconds to rewind. No matter how you look at it, if things continue like this, the outcome will only be one word: die. To survive, he must voluntarily exit his transformed state. However, he simply cannot concentrate right now. He can't even use time reversal, and he can't even do something as simple as drawing lightning element from his danshin. How could he possibly exit the transformation? If you can't revert to your transformed state, you'll only die. Completion. At that moment, Yezi knew he was finished, and a wave of despair washed over him. His life was about to end because he had provoked a powerful being he shouldn't have. This demon corpse lord was too terrifying in strength. He was likely a 5th tier overlord, a whole tier higher than the mutated zombie dragon. The key issue is that he used rewind countless times when fighting the zombie dragon, but he couldn't use it even once when fighting the demon corpse lord. If he could use rewind, he might still have a chance to turn the tide, but the crucial point is that he just can't use it. So annoying, so annoying, so annoying. Yezi's life had never been so frustrating. He was holding a huge opportunity, but he was stuck in a rut and couldn't let go. This feeling was worse than swallowing 10,000 flies, and this way of dying was more frustrating than drowning in a cesspool. No, Yezi will not give up. He will never give up. Now he only needs half a second. If someone can give him half a second to catch his breath and avert the demon corpse lord's attention, then he can turn the tide. Who can come? Lu Mengying, Mu Yan, what the hell are you doing? Where did you all go when it mattered most? Yezi roared angrily in his heart, you all better show yourselves right now. Someone come here. With the resolute will to leap alone into a sea of boiling magma, and with a death wish strong enough to incinerate the entire sun, Yezi let out this earth-shattering roar. Even the demon corpse lord was slightly startled, and his storm-like attack paused for a mere 1/10 of a second. But that's not enough, far from enough. Yezi mustered all his strength, preparing for a final gamble. His eyes were bloodshot, and a bright red light shone from his narrow eye sockets. Whether he could turn the tide today depended on these next few seconds. If Lu Mengying or Mu Yan could come out and buy him even half a second, then there would still be a chance to fight. Lu Mengying and the others heard his call. The next second, several wind blades flew from the northwest direction of the football field, but unfortunately they were too slow and couldn't even touch the shadow of the demon corpse lord. Then countless enormous water droplets were blown in from the other side by the strong wind, but this was just a massive horizontal downpour. Although it did slow down the Demon Corpse Lord's movements a little, it couldn't bring about any qualitative change. Yazii was filled with grief and indignation. Was there really no way out? However, the next second, a turning point appeared. The Demon Corpse Lord's body froze in midair. Yazii's gaze was fixed in that direction. He saw a familiar figure kneeling in the middle of the passage entrance, clutching his head as if screaming. The one who had attacked was none other than Yao Xiang. She abruptly stopped the Demon Corpse Lord's body, leaving it suspended in midair, only 1 meter above the ground. Yazii was completely stunned. She's leveled up to 10? Then, using the yellow-haired guy's blood, he inherited his abilities. Half a second passed in the blink of an eye, and Yazii found that he had successfully focused his attention. Time, stand still. The world fell silent. The Demon Corpse Lord's expression of shock and horror froze on his face, while Yazii's face was filled with wild joy. Inside the mutated zombie dragon's body, the smile on his lips reached all the way to the back of his ears. Time for revenge? Roar, row. As if finally relieved of an immense burden, Yazii let out a triumphant roar to the sky. In this world where time had stopped, he was the master of everything. He glared at the Demon Corpse Lord, who was frozen in midair, his eyes filled with the exhilarating joy of revenge. He couldn't wait any longer and swung his 2 4-meter-long sides with great force, aiming straight for the Demon Corpse Lord's neck. Sizzle! The side's white blade slashed into its neck, but was held in place by its muscles. Yazii grinned even more menacingly. Pretty stubborn, huh? With my strength of over 2,000 and such a fast scythe, I don't believe I can't even cut off your head today. He drew his sword and slashed again, then blocked it. He slashed again, then blocked it again. He drew his sword and slashed 5 times in a row. Sizzle 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 sizzle. Snap. The Demon Corpse Lord's head snapped off instantly. You had a lot of fun playing just now, didn't you? Yazii grinned madly in his heart. To prevent this guy from connecting his head to his body, he opened his blood-red maw and swallowed the Demon Corpse Lord's body whole in one gulp. This is one of the talents unlocked after transformation, Devour. He can digest and absorb all organic matter in flesh, blood, and bones, and then convert it into a temporary boost to blood and energy, providing himself with a continuous source of physical recovery power. After swallowing this majestic mutated body, Yazii discovered that his blood energy had actually exceeded the limit that the enhancement could bring, 2,000 points. With over 2,200 units of blood energy, his injuries began to heal at an incredibly high speed, and his bodily functions recovered at an equally rapid pace. Yazii was shocked. He had only digested some of the flesh and skin of the Demon Corpse Lord, yet the boost he received was so terrifying. One could only imagine how powerful this thing's body was. But it's all over now. In the exhilarating feeling of turning the tide, Yazii used the tip of his scythe to hook the severed end of the Demon Corpse Lord's neck, and then smashed it down wildly. Thump, 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 thump thump thump. Half of the 20 seconds of time rewind have already passed, so he must cherish every remaining second. Yazii recklessly smashed the Demon Corpse Lord's head, like chopping bones on a cutting board with a cleaver, smashing it again and again with all his might. But it didn't work. The Demon Corpse Lord's head was too hard, his blade couldn't cut through it at all. Even when he moved at top speed to the edge of the football field and smashed it against the hard asphalt road, turning the ground into a spiderweb of cracks, it was no use. It's too hard. At this moment, Yazii wished he had a chainsaw in his hand, because a sickle was simply not good at cutting bones. But where are we going to find him a chainsaw in this minute? Roar, row. Yazii was furious. The cooldown time for the rewind skill was about to expire, but he couldn't break through the Demon Corpse Lord's head. How can we tolerate this? Damn it, I'll give it my all. Yazii went mad, his eyes bloodshot as he relentlessly smashed and hacked at the blade. He refused to believe that with his immense strength and lightning-fast blade, he couldn't even cut this guy's head open. I'm hacking away. I'm hacking away. I'm hacking away. Thump 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 thump. He continued smashing and destroying things frantically, searching everywhere for intact surfaces to vandalize, slamming his way along the edge of the court to find a smooth asphalt surface. Thump 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 thump. 10 seconds passed quickly, and his remaining time for rewind expired, but Yazii stubbornly refused to quit. Just like when he fought the zombie dragon to the death last time, he just endured it no matter what. He wasn't just going crazy like a madman, because he had seen hope. In those 10 seconds of frantic slamming, a third of the blade had already penetrated into the bone at the base of his skull. If we could just have another 10 seconds, it might work. 10 seconds isn't much. If he gritted his teeth and went all out again, he could last another 20 seconds. Yazii smashed the head of the Demon Corpse Lord with bloodshot eyes, and before 10 seconds had passed, just 7 seconds later, the Demon Corpse Lord's head was smashed open. With a snap, the entire skull split in two. The chin, mouth, and everything from the nasal septum to the base of the skull were all cleaved in two, not to mention the most crucial part, the brain. The moment Yazii saw the Demon Corpse Lord's brain being severed, his mind could no longer hold on, and he exited the time reversal in a dizzying state. But he suddenly realized with shock that he didn't seem to have received any system notification. He didn't get the sacred relic, and the Demon Corpse Lord is still alive? How could that be? Yazii was utterly shocked. His brain had been severed, and he was still alive? You insist on completely crushing it and turning it into a ball, right? WDNMD? This discovery made Yazii no longer dare to relax. He forced himself to regain his senses despite his dizziness and saw that the demon corpse lord's head, which had been split in two, immediately began to reassemble, and the blood that was being drawn out had begun to connect with each other. At this moment, Yazii was like a gambler who hadn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights. His mind was buzzing, as if a swarm of wasps was living in it. His body felt as if it were being crushed under a mountain, as heavy as 10,000 pounds. But even under this heavy burden, he still managed to straighten his head and bite into the right half of the demon corpse lord's head, chewing it. In any case, there is absolutely no way he could allow the demon corpse lord to be successfully resurrected. The half of its head was harder than steel to chew, but that didn't matter. Yazii only needed to make sure its brain was crushed by its sharp teeth. The reason he didn't bite both sides of the head in one go was because he was afraid they would come together in his mouth. To Yazii's utter fury, even so, he still didn't receive a notification from the system. The demon corpse lord was still alive. Half its head is gone, yet it's still alive. What kind of monster is this? Wait a minute, is that black thing a crystal core? Suddenly, Yazii saw a small black crystal in the other half of his head. It was the core of the demon corpse lord. Damn, why is this crystal core in the left half of my head? I can't choose either option? Enraged, Yazii spat out the brainless right half of the head from his mouth and bit at the remaining half of the demon corpse lord's head. Click. They missed. Because this half of the head suddenly moved, the blood attached to it nimbly transformed into 8 slender limbs, which, like a spider, carried the head away at an incredible speed. Yazii bit down, but missed. He tried again, but the spider's head dodged. He tried to bite again, but it dodged again. This damned little thing was more agile than a monkey, which drove Yazii crazy with anger. In his anger and desperation, he swung his scythe, but it was caught by one side of his head, which used its ear to catch it. He was propelled far away by the force of the blow, and in midair, his blood conjured bat wings, which flapped and flew away. This is allowed? Yazii was completely dumbfounded. He could only watch helplessly as half of the head flew towards the broadcasting room on the podium. He wanted to chase after it, but he was powerless to do so. My head is spinning so badly I can't move anymore, and the transformation is almost over. Yazii reluctantly withdrew from his transformed state. The zombie dragon's body immediately emitted a large plume of steam, and a flesh-colored slit split open in its chest and abdomen, from which he crawled out. At this moment, his face was pale and bloodless. After the transformation ended, his blood energy and stamina would be temporarily and greatly reduced. The degree depended on the duration of his transformation and the proportion of the maximum duration. The longer it lasted, the more severe the reduction, up to a maximum of 99%. Now, when he checked the system, his health and stamina, which used to be over 200 points, were now less than 30 points, a very sharp drop. Adding to his dizziness and the backlash from the cooldown period, Yazii was truly too exhausted to rush to the broadcasting room, even though he desperately wanted to. He needed to rest for a while and wait until the cooldown period of a little over a minute was over before going. He dragged his weary body into the shadows, hiding behind his emaciated frame. With his back resting on the muscular feet of the hollow mutated dragon and his buttocks on the cracked ground, Yazii felt a wave of comfort wash over him. As his mind relaxed, drowsiness immediately surged like a raging flood, threatening to engulf his consciousness. He felt himself pinching his thigh hard to stay awake. Damn, you can't nap these days. Sleepy, so sleepy, Yazii struggled to stand up, then tumbled and fell back down. He still fell asleep. Not long after Yazii collapsed, Lu Mengying and the other two ran to his side carrying their bags. Mu Yan immediately ran over and dragged him out of the shadows where high-temperature steam was constantly erupting. Then she knelt down beside him and tried to heal his injuries. Without even checking if he had any wounds, she condensed water droplets with healing effects and enveloped Yazii's entire body. Lu Mengying stood guard alertly from the side, while Yao Xiang continued to cover her forehead, maintaining this posture since the beginning. In her words, it felt like 1,000 steel needles were piercing her head, the pain was so intense she was trembling, and it wouldn't recover for at least 10 minutes. Mu Yan stripped Yazii's clothes and inspected him thoroughly, not even missing that part of his body. Lu Mengying accidentally caught a glimpse and saw Yazii's manhood, and quickly covered her eyes. Holy crap. Mu Yan, what are you doing? Check if Yazii is injured. Mu Yan said with a matter-of-fact expression, then happily clasped her hands together and laughed. Great. He's not hurt at all. He's perfectly taken care of the enemy again. Perfect Mae. Yao cursed, clutching his head. If it weren't for me, he would have been beaten to death just now. I never imagined he had such an unbelievable ability to transform. He'd been keeping it a secret from us all this time. After Yazii emerged, his enormous body, left behind after his transformation, began to vaporize at a visible speed, releasing extremely high-temperature steam that enveloped the surrounding environment in a white mist, making it steamy like a steamer. Lu Mengying and the other two had been quite far apart since earlier, but they still couldn't escape the heat and had to move another 10 meters or so until they reached the base of the stands. What exactly is the principle behind this? Lu Mengying was shocked and puzzled. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a person to conjure up such a huge body, but Yazii had indeed done it. She couldn't understand the principle behind it. She was completely baffled, a bitter smile appearing on her face. There were too many unsolved mysteries in the universe. Now that even systems had emerged, it wasn't unacceptable that special abilities that previously only existed in human imagination would appear. She only regretted that she wasn't a special awakener. If she were a special awakener like Yao Xiang, she would definitely have received Yezi's attention as well. The thought made her heart ache. Lu Mengying frowned and looked at Mu Yan. By the way, why did you suddenly call him Yezi? Didn't you always call him sir before? Mu Yan chuckled slightly, glanced back at her disdainfully, and said, I called you sir so Yezi could hear me, but he can't hear me now, so why bother? You. Lu Mengying was too lazy to argue with Mu Yan. She still had someone she really wanted to question Yao Xiang. Yao Xiang, when did you secretly level up to level 10? Lu Mengying grabbed Yao Xiang by the collar. This guy had been secretly absorbing the crystal core right under her nose, and she hadn't even known. If Yazi found out, wouldn't Lu Mengying be seen as a useless person who couldn't even keep an eye on others? Yao Xiang had a headache and didn't want to pay any attention to Lu Mengying. She just let her keep bothering her. Anyway, she had done a good job this time, so even if Yazi woke up, he couldn't blame her. But Lu Mengying was very concerned about this matter. She shook her collar violently and questioned her sternly. Mu Yan, who was dressing Yazi, also glared at her angrily. Yao Xiang, I think you're asking for trouble again, aren't you? Want me to hang you up and whip you again? Yao sneered, you try it if you dare, see if you can still hit me now. Mu Yan paused, realizing that their power and status had now been reversed. She could only let out a heavy snort and swallow her anger. However, her statement finally prompted Yao to explain. When we entered the stadium, Yazi handed me all the crystal cores from his backpack. Wasn't that implying that I should absorb them all? An implication? In other words, he didn't say it explicitly, right? Yao gave a non-committal hum, then suddenly tensed up and widened her eyes. He's appeared again. Who? That special awakener. Mu Yan's face darkened. Damn it, didn't that commotion scare him away? Why is he coming back now? I guess they're hoping to snag something cheap. Yao guessed. Let's hide first. Mu Yan picked up Yazi. She now had just the right amount of strength to do it without much effort. Where are you hiding? Yao Xiang looked towards her. Are you stupid? If you can sense him, we just need to move in the opposite direction and avoid facing him. Oh. A mysterious awakened being was approaching. The three of them immediately set off. None of them intended to forcibly wake Yazi, because they all believed that the crisis had been resolved and that all the demonic corpses had been killed. They were unaware that the demon corpse lord was still alive, even though only half of his head remained. All they knew was that their primary task was to evade the unknown special awakened beings. Although Yao Xiang possesses the ability to control his body, it would be troublesome if the person's ability is mental. Moreover, Yao Xiang is currently in a weakened state and is not skilled in combat. It would be terrible if he were to be defeated by the opponent. The three of them, along with Yazi, quickly disappeared from the football field. A minute later, a figure reeking of blood emerged from the passageway, flashlight in hand. The beam of his flashlight was obscured by the billowing steam, which puzzled him greatly. Why is there so much steam here? He made sure his surroundings were safe, then stepped into the depths of the steam, and soon saw a huge shadow. When the flashlight beam shone on him, he stood there dumbfounded. My god, is this the remains of some mutated creature? He took a few steps closer, and a gash automatically split open in the palm of his waving hand, from which gushed blood. The amazing thing is that the blood seemed to be unaffected by gravity, flowing freely in midair and forming steps that led the mysterious figure up to the skull of the wreckage. The blood he releases from his body is not only unaffected by gravity, but it also suspends him in midair, providing support for his body. If Newton saw this, he'd probably be so angry he'd crawl out of his grave. Dead? Where did those mutated zombies that could control blood go? The mysterious figure muttered to itself in confusion. The blood-red steps changed shape arbitrarily in midair, transforming into a giant blood-red axe. The axe rose into the sky and slashed down, severing the connection between the head and body of the zombie dragon's remains. Wow, so crunchy? Is this a bone made of biscuits? He muttered a complaint, then transformed the blood into tentacles and probed into the skull of the wreckage. Strange, no crystal core? Was it already taken? He muttered to himself in confusion. But what would the zombies do with the crystal core? He stood there, deep in thought, and finally came to a conclusion. Looks like I should probably avoid trying to snag a bargain in the future. I have absolutely no idea what's going on here. Standing atop the skull, he shone his flashlight down, and amidst the rising steam, he suddenly spotted a metallic gleam reflected from it. How come there's such a huge scythe on the ground? And these purplish-red crystal cores, how did they fall out of this monster's corpse? And what's with these two purple crystal cores? Holy crap, I've struck gold. Yazi was woken up by being pinched on the philtrum. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lu Mengying pressing hard on the area below his nose with her thumb. His mind was still foggy, and even though he was being pinched, it took him several seconds to realize what had happened before. He immediately snapped awake. Broken. Yazi slapped his thigh and stood up, finding himself in a corridor in the gymnasium, surrounded by only faint moonlight, with three female companions looking at him with puzzled expressions. What's wrong? Yazi said with annoyance, I accidentally fell asleep. What time is it now? It's 10:05, just 5 minutes since we found you, Yao Xiang replied. 5 minutes. Yazi breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, we still have time. What can you do in time? Yazi's gaze turned cold. Go to the broadcasting room? That demon corpse lord isn't dead yet, it's gone into the broadcasting room. The three women were all surprised. Yao looked troubled and said, "But we didn't wake you up for this, did we? What was the purpose of that?" "Of course it's that special awakened one I told you about before." Yao Xiang gestured hurriedly with his hands. "You scared him away when you were fighting the demon lord, but he came back while you were unconscious and lingered near your corpse after your transformation for a while. Now he's leaving and has already walked out of the stadium." "What?" Yazii then realized that his sickle was not with him, and he hurriedly asked Mu Yan, "Where's my sickle?" Mu Yan was stunned for a moment, then slapped herself in frustration. "I'm so sorry, sir, I got so anxious I forgot." "You." Yazii covered his forehead. How was he going to get to the broadcasting room without the sickle? Every second counted? Never mind. He took the fire axe directly from Lu Mengying's hand. The pure and innocent beauty always carried this weapon with her. This should be enough. "Let's go to the broadcasting room now," Yao asked in surprise. "Aren't we going to deal with that special awakened one?" Yazii grinned and gave a cold laugh. "Let him go." Yazii had already sensed the sickle in his hand. As long as the boy couldn't bear to give it up, he wouldn't escape Yazii's grasp. "This." The three women exchanged glances but said nothing. Yazii strode outside, with Mu Yan following first. She was always first, Lu Mengying second, and Yao Xiang lagging behind as if she wanted to say something, but swallowed her words and silently followed after stamping her foot. Yazii grabbed the fire axe and headed straight for the broadcasting room. When he reached the outside door, he saw that there were many stains around. The floor was covered in dust all year round, and there were many miscellaneous items scattered around. The door was locked. He then realized that the demonic corpses never used the door. He climbed through the window and found that the room was unusually large. It shouldn't be called a broadcasting room, it should be called a control room. There were piles of various equipment along the walls, and in the center was an absurdly large bed. Standing on the large bed was a young woman with only one arm. She was lying on her side, her right arm severed at the elbow by something. The cut was smooth and flat, like a mirror, showing the bloody flesh and white bone, but not a drop of blood dripped out, which was very strange. Because it was a profile view, it took Yazii a little time to clearly see the young woman's face. His eyebrows stood up, just as he had thought. This woman was his target for this trip. Sophia? She was completely naked, one hand supporting her forehead, her eyes tightly closed, her brows trembling. She looked exactly like someone Yazii had seen countless times, yet at this moment she seemed so unfamiliar. Because at this moment, Sohui's body had undergone a drastic change. Her originally slender figure had become unusually voluptuous, a pair of large bat wings had grown from her back, a smooth, hairless, coffee-colored tail had extended from the end of her sacrum, and two horns protruded upwards from her forehead. She had become a demonic corpse, a high-level mutated zombie that looked just like a demon. "Who are you?" Sohui turned her head and looked at Yazii with a puzzled expression. He was ready to stop time and rush up to chop people up, but when he saw Sohui turn around, he froze. The woman's left eye socket was bloodshot, her eyeball missing. In her remaining left hand, she held an empty half of a skull. Judging from its large size and the hideous human face, it was none other than the Demon Corpse Lord. To be precise, it should be the half of the Demon Corpse Lord's head that escaped from Yazii's grasp, but now that the most crucial brain tissue and crystal core are gone, it has become an empty shell. "I think I recognize you?" As Yazii stared blankly, Sohui's remaining inhuman golden vertical eye stared intently at him. "You're my husband." The word husband made Yazii's heart skip a beat. He had heard the same tone and intonation countless times, and his heart ached as if it were being torn apart. "I'm not your husband," Yazii roared. "We're over? Have you forgotten your shameful betrayal of me?" "Betrayal?" Sohuia frowned in confusion, covering her head with one hand. "I don't know. I've forgotten a lot of things. I don't know who I am. I've forgotten my name, my parents, relatives, friends. I can't remember any of them. But I remember you. You are my husband, the person I love most." Yazii's heart clenched painfully. What was going on? Were they playing the amnesia card with him here? A sinister smile curled at the corner of his lips. "Do you think there's any point in putting on this act now? I'm here for revenge. You betrayed me, and I'll make you pay with your life." Sohuia looked blank and speechless, as if she didn't understand what Yazii was saying. But she didn't need to understand, because Yazii had no intention of listening to her explanation. The hatred of betrayal and the resentment of being cuckolded cannot be washed away no matter how you explain it. Even if Sohuia really has amnesia, there is no reason for him to let this grudge go. He directly activated time stop. "Everything is frozen in this instant? Drink it!" Yazii roared and rushed forward, swinging the fire axe in his hand with all his might, striking Sohui's seemingly delicate neck heavily. Snap! No response. The axe blade felt like it was made of wood, it couldn't even break Sohui's skin. Moreover, the feedback it gave was extremely hard, making Yazii's hand ache from the impact. It felt like he was hitting a steel wall. Holy crap! Yazii was shocked and viciously swung his blade back to strike again, hitting almost the same spot as before, leaving only a faint red mark on Sohui's skin. It's too hard. Although it's not as hard as the Demon Corpse Lord, Sohuia is harder than the two first-generation demon corpses that Yazii has killed. At least he could easily sever the heads of those first-generation demonic corpses, but he couldn't even budge Sohui's head. However, it might also be due to the weapon itself. This broken fire axe simply can't compare to his large scythe with 3 weapon effects. But he still had a way. Use a dagger to stab the eye socket? It's impossible for Suhuya to grow a barrier behind her eye sockets like a mutated zombie dragon. Yazii pulled a dagger from his leg wrappings and stabbed it mercilessly into Suhuya's eye. However, the blade suddenly stopped. Her eyes were like a combination of wood and super dense rubber, too tight, it wouldn't fit even a little bit in. Yazii pulled out the dagger, but her eyes remained completely still, as if they were nailed to their sockets. Damn it, you monster. Yazii tried to pry open Suhuya's eyeball with the tip of his blade, but the structure was too dense. He tried and found that he couldn't pierce it at all. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and stab it into the other side of the bloody and disgusting hole. Although I don't know what happened before, losing this eye is truly a blessing in disguise. Swish! The dagger successfully pierced Suhuya's eye socket. Yazii's expression was ferocious, he was certain that this would kill her. However, the system did not provide any feedback, and the sensation of penetrating the flesh was also strange, as if it were piercing through a thick membrane before reaching a small, dry, and hard mass of brain tissue. This brain is misplaced, too shallow, and its texture is abnormal, like a cork. Yazii was puzzled, wondering why his stab felt like this. He tried to spin the dagger hard, but found that he couldn't move it at all. It's too tight. Just like the eyeball over there, this cork brain is impossible to stir, and the system isn't giving any feedback. What on earth is going on? He pulled out the dagger and frantically stabbed and pulled it out, repeating this more than 10 times in 3 seconds, tearing the little lump of cork brain to shreds, but it was still no use. He still couldn't pierce any deeper. Yazii's expression gradually darkened. He realized that he had no chance of killing Suhuya this time and could only give up and wait until he got the scythe back. But how will he find Suhuya then? He's almost wiped out all his kind. Will Suhuya stay here forever? Wait a minute. Yazii suddenly remembered that he still had a seed of the soul left. He had a sudden inspiration and tried to implant a seed in Suhuya, and to his surprise, it actually worked. Is this guy human or a zombie? Yazii didn't think too much about it. Half of the time he had used to rewind had already passed, and he still needed time to escape. Without lingering for a moment, he turned around and jumped out of the window. At this moment, Yazii had no idea that what he had just stabbed to pieces with his dagger was not Suhuya's brain, but the demon corpse lord's. It has successfully parasitized Suhuya's eye socket and only needs half a day to completely assimilate Suhuya's brain tissue, devour her consciousness, take over her body, and complete the possession. But Yazii ruined everything. He was severely injured by Yazii and could no longer reassemble his consciousness because it was too late. Before he could reassemble his brain tissue, Suhuya would devour him instead. Filled with grief and indignation, the demon corpse lord had only one thought before its death. Oh, you idiot! Yazii jumped out of the window, swung with a hook to the edge of the corridor, then lightly jumped onto the corridor, and raised his hand to release the time law membrane binding Lu Mengying and the other two. Run! Yazii offered no further explanation and simply ran away. The 3 women had no idea that the world was still under the influence of time reversal and that they had been released prematurely. Thinking they were in some kind of danger, they hurriedly followed Yazii in a frantic run. Fearing that Suhuya would catch up with him, Yazii did not choose to run out of the stadium. Instead, he walked along the corridor towards a place with many intersections. Anyway, he could sense Suhuya's location at any time. If that woman caught up with him, he could just run in the opposite direction. The 10-second rewind time passed quickly. He had already run to a fork in the road inside the stadium, a position where he could go either left or right. Without the slightest hesitation, he cancelled the rewind. Then, close your eyes and perceive. Once Suhuya makes a move, he can improvise and choose the direction to escape. But he waited for quite a while, and Suhuya remained in the broadcasting room, not coming out. This greatly surprised Yazii. He had injured Suhuya's eyes and nearly destroyed half of her brain. Why wasn't he chasing after her? Yazii, you. Yao Xiang, who had the least patience, couldn't help but ask a question, but Yazii made a shushing gesture. Lie. Another 10 seconds passed, and Suhuya still didn't move. Yazii, unaware that she was busy absorbing and digesting the power of the demon corpse lord, still dared not make any rash moves and ran out of the gymnasium. The open view outside was perfect for Suhuya, who possessed the ability to fly, to pursue, and kill him. But it would be foolish to just wait here. Yazii suddenly remembered that he hadn't collected the crystal cores from the 1st and 2nd generation demon corpses he had killed before, so he ran towards the women's prison cell. Upon arriving at the location, he found it completely empty, a pool of blood, the body and head of a demonic corpse, and most importantly, the crystal core. They're all gone. Yazii pondered for a moment. The corpse and the blood pool must have been absorbed by his previous transformation, but what about the crystal core? Wait, could it be? He immediately turned to Yao Xiang and asked, has that special awakened individual been to this place? Yao Xiang seemed a little uncertain. I think I've been here before. Yazii covered his head. He must have been here, otherwise the crystal cores here wouldn't have disappeared without a trace. This guy's pretty good at finding bargains? However, Yazii thought of another possibility. What if all these crystal cores were absorbed into his body when he transformed? It's impossible for it to be directly digested into experience points. Yazii's experience points never increased, it must have been absorbed as inorganic waste along with the experience points. He ran from the collapsed wall to the stadium, and came to the remains of his transformation. Good heavens, it hasn't been that long, and this thing is already almost vaporized into a skeleton. He plunged into the constantly erupting, high-temperature steam to search, but found nothing. That guy must have picked it up too. Yazii gritted his teeth in anger. The crystal cores he'd worked so hard to obtain had been snatched up by someone else? This is intolerable. Are you looking for your scythe? Lu Mengying walked in, creating a whirlwind that dispersed the surrounding steam. Yazii shook his head. No, it's a crystal core. The crystal core? You didn't put it away back then. It wasn't in time. Okay, then it must have been picked up by that special awakened one. Let's hope he doesn't absorb it too easily, Yazii said menacingly. If he loses even one of the 8 crystal cores, the consequences will be dire. What are you going to do? Of course, we'll make him pay off his debts, Yazii sneered. Lu Mengying breathed a sigh of relief. She had thought Yazii was about to go on a killing spree again. In fact, what Yazii meant by paying off the debt was this: kill him and use his holy relics and soul crystals to pay off the debt. It's just that Lu Mengying didn't understand. The cooldown of the rewind skill was almost over, so Yazii thought for a moment and decided to set off now to hunt down that opportunist. At his command, he led his companions out of the stadium. The cooldown of the retrograde effect had already started, and even if Suhuiya chased after them, he was confident he could escape. However, after they ran outside, Suhuiya still didn't chase after them. Yazii sensed that she was still in the broadcasting room, and he didn't know what she was doing, daydreaming? Recovering from her injuries? She definitely needs to recover from her injury. Yazii shook his head, ran all the way to where he had parked earlier, and after everyone got into the car, he stepped on the gas and chased after the guy who had picked up bargains. As usual, Yao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, turned her head curiously and asked, "How did you know he went that way? I didn't even tell you." Yazii glanced at her and said, "Never mind that." Yao said with dissatisfaction, "I just saved your life, and this is how you treat your savior." Yazii choked for a moment, then simply stopped talking and focused on driving. Yao Xiang immediately took advantage of the situation. "So how do we settle this score? Your life wasn't cheap, was it? How are you going to repay me?" Yazii's face twitched twice, but he didn't say anything. He took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Yao Xiang, thinking herself clever, lit it for him, but actually wanted to show off her newly awakened fire elemental power. Yazii held a lit cigarette in his mouth, not taking a single puff. He had already quit smoking that stuff. He would just take it out now and then to light it up, purely to satisfy his craving. The two people in the back row looked rather grim. Lu Mengying was worried that Yazii would blame her for not keeping a close eye on things, as she hadn't even known when Yao Xiang had secretly leveled up to level 10. Mu Yan, on the other hand, felt that Yao Xiang was too smug and presumptuous, daring to speak to Yazii like that. Yao was beaming with pride, practically strutting around. But since she had indeed played a crucial role tonight, Yazii had no intention of denying her help. "How do you want me to pay you back?" Yazii asked casually as he drove the car onto the sidewalk. Yao Xiang's request was very direct, just as Yazii had expected. "It's simple, I want freedom." Yazii sighed, slammed on the brakes, pulled over to the side of the road, and pressed the parking brake button. Bang bang bang! The zombies chasing after them frantically pounded on the windows. Lu Mengying opened the car window and created 4 or 5 swirling wind blades to decapitate them all. Blood splattered all over the ground, and after a series of thuds as they fell to the ground, the world became quiet. Yazii unlocked the car door with a snap. His meaning couldn't be clearer. He agreed to Yao Xiang's request and would let her leave. Yao Xiang was stunned. She was completely dumbfounded, covering her mouth with both hands, and looked at Yazii in disbelief, asking, "You're actually letting me go?" Yazii kept his gaze fixed straight ahead, as if he hadn't heard anything. A few seconds later, he suddenly snorted and laughed, saying, "You saved my life, how can I refuse you?" Yao was stunned. She never imagined that Yazii would be this kind of person. She had always thought Yazii was an unreasonable and bad cop, vicious and ruthless, who only cared about his own interests and would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Only now did she realize that Yazii was this kind of person. Maybe I misunderstood you before." Yao wanted to open the car door, but seeing that Yazii didn't stop her at all and had really agreed to let her go, she couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. She has been misunderstanding Yazii all along. "What have you wronged me about?" Yazii turned his head to look at her unhappily. Yao looked away guiltily, then looked down at her toes. "I misunderstood you, about many things." She then looked up again and whispered a question to Yazii. "You really didn't arm me. What did you say?" Yazii didn't hear him and pressed for an answer. Yao Xiang immediately backed down and shook her head repeatedly. "No, it's nothing." Then closed down. "Good luck." Yazii didn't want to waste any more words with her, so he pressed the button to cancel the parking brake. All past grievances are wiped clean tonight. From now on, neither of them owes the other anything. That's what Yazii thought, but Yao thought otherwise. She held onto the car door, leaned half her body inside to stare at Yazii, and still asked that question. "Did you really not do that to me?" Yazii rolled his eyes at her and snapped, "Are you crazy? What do you mean sick? They're asking you seriously." "Okay, I'll answer you seriously too. Never. When did I ever say that you?" Yazii's face was full of sarcasm. "Don't think that just because you look like a goddess, you can bewitch all men. You're only good for that passive skill called alluring beauty. Before, you were probably just an ugly, dark-skinned girl. What are you so arrogant about? I'm not an ugly black girl. Ye Ziyi chuckled. Who knows? Besides, what does it matter to me whether you're an ugly, dark-skinned girl or not? Weren't you in a hurry to leave me? You're free now, so what are you still doing here? Yao gritted her teeth and said, I will find a way to verify whether you are me, I swear. Ye Ziyi was puzzled. Why are you so hung up on this? Are you still a virgin? Yao Xiang's face flushed red. Ye Ziyi didn't even know if she was a virgin, so this matter was basically confirmed. I'm not. She vehemently denied it. Ye Ziyi laughed and asked her, I know you're not, so why are you yelling so loudly? Are you afraid others won't hear you? Yao was speechless, choked by those words. Even the air seemed to fall silent for a moment. Plop! Lu Mengying suddenly opened the door, got out of the car, and pulled her aside. Are you really leaving? Lu Mengying pulled Yao Xiang to the back of the car, raised her eyebrows, and asked her. Yao turned his head away, looking smug. Why not? He treats me like a prisoner, forces me to do this and that, and slaps me if I don't. I can't wait to get away from him. Who told you to try to steal his abilities so many times before? Lu Mengying shook her head repeatedly. At least Ye Ziyi didn't enslave you, he still treats you like a human being. Isn't this just common sense? It's only natural? It was true in the orderly society before the apocalypse, but it's clearly completely different now. You've seen it all along. What is the plight of young women in the apocalypse? They're basically prey for men, deceived, attacked, captured, and then trafficked around, eventually ending up in the hands of beasts like Huang Long, becoming someone else's plaything. Think about what Mu Yan was like before, don't you understand? Yao Xiang shuddered. She was timid to begin with, and Lu Mengying's words were deliberately aimed at hitting her weak spot. Thinking of Mu Yan and the other girls in that office building, she felt a chill run down her spine, but she still stubbornly insisted. What am I afraid of? I have power now. That power also depends on who wields it. Lu Mengying had long seen through Yao Xiang. It's not that I look down on you, Senior Yao Xiang, but you're really not cut out for combat. Okay, I'm not. Yao Xiang had no intention of pretending in this regard. She was far from being good at fighting, all she wanted to do was farm. Even if she could easily control other people's bodies, she couldn't bring herself to kill them. She simply didn't have that kind of awareness. Her dream is to find a gentle, reliable, and handsome young man to live a pastoral life outside the city together, but she's also afraid of encountering scammers. She doesn't dare trust anyone because she herself is a scammer. In this apocalyptic world, trust is the strongest barrier between people and the most valuable thing, priceless. Now, asking her to give up the trust she had painstakingly built with Lu Mengying and Ye Ziyi is something Yao Xiang is naturally very reluctant to do. She looked distressed and simply urged Lu Mengying to leave with her. Why don't we go together? Let's find a villa outside the city, fix our own water and electricity, and farm our own land to be self-sufficient. You know Li Kekai, right? Li Kekai is a self-media creator who specializes in filming idyllic rural life. She is very popular abroad and has tens of millions of followers. Lu Mengying knew this, of course, but that did not stop her from firmly shaking her head. You're too naive. That kind of life may be beautiful, but it won't last. You may live a peaceful life, but what will you do when others try to take advantage of you? Fight him. Yao Xiang waved his right hand menacingly. What a load of crap. You'd be lagging behind by then. Now that this system exists, if you waste a day not improving your strength, you'll fall behind everyone else. Going on vacation to the villa will have to wait until everyone's strength is at its lowest point. For now, just obediently follow Ye Ziyi and level up. At least by his side, you won't have to worry about anything. Yao Xiang's abilities were extremely important, and Lu Mengying, in order to keep her, went so far as to make a promise. How about this? As long as you're willing to stay, I'll go with you wherever you want after I repay Ye Ziyi's favor. Yao's eyes lit up. Really? You'll accompany me to the ends of the earth? Lu Mengying nodded earnestly. I'll accompany you to the ends of the earth. Yao, being a suspicious person, retorted doubtfully. You're lying. You only have Ye Ziyi in your heart, you don't care about me at all. What do you mean you only have Ye Ziyi in your heart? I don't even like him. Bullshit, you don't even like him, yet you're still so devoted to him. I'm just repaying a favor, senior. Lu Mengying tried her best to put on an expression of I'm utterly impressed. Once I've repaid his life-saving grace and the kindness he showed me along the way, I'll naturally be free. Aren't you free now? Yao tried to mock her. Your legs are your own, you can't just go wherever you want, can you? Lu Mengying's expression changed. You want me to break my promise? You were just promising a favor, Yao said, having gotten carried away with testing Lu Mengying. She patted Lu Mengying's shoulder, offering advice with the air of someone who'd been there all along. Favors are intangible, you can't see them, and they're very vague. I personally think you've already repaid Ye Ziyi enough of his favor. You don't owe him anything at all. Lu Mengying's attitude turned cold. She hadn't expected Yao Xiang to be so wicked, actually trying to corrupt her morals, and for a moment she didn't want to keep her any longer. I'm sorry, I don't care what you think, I care what I think. I'm still far from ready, and at least until everything stabilizes, I won't leave Ye Ziyi's side on my own initiative. Yao narrowed her eyes. Are you trying to be like that mad dog, Mu Yan? You have no idea how Mu Yan feels. Please don't call others dogs so easily. Although Lu Mengying didn't like Mu Yan either, she was even more disgusted by Yao Xiang's words. If you want to leave, then leave. I won't stop you. But if you really leave today, then our friendship ends here. If we meet again in the future, I hope we won't be enemies. Lu Mengying turned and walked towards the car parked by the roadside. Yao Xiang's expression changed several times before she followed. She decided not to leave. To be honest, it was quite comfortable to hug Yazi's leg, and he didn't seem to have any obvious violent tendencies or intentions towards her. With Yazi by her side, she didn't have to worry about anything else. Having a strong support made things very easy, and she also had companions to talk to. Although she was often disliked, it was still better than not having anyone to talk to at all. She walked over and opened the passenger door. Yazi was somewhat surprised to see Yao Xiang get back into the car. What, not leaving again? She shrugged non-committally, took out her phone, turned on the front camera, and admired her stunning beauty. Yazi chuckled, then turned to Lu Mengying and asked, "What did you say to her just now? Did you make her come back?" "It's nothing, I just explained the pros and cons to her." "State the pros and cons? When did you become so concerned about her? Is it wrong for me to be close to her? What do you, a guy, know about friendships between girls?" And she even got roasted. Yazi chuckled, noticing that Mu Yan's expression was inexplicably unpleasant, as if she was very unwelcoming of Yao Xiang rejoining the team. He couldn't help but jokingly ask her, "What, Yao wants to bully you after gaining his new ability?" "No, not at all." Mu Yan shook her head gently, her eyes fixed on the back of Yao Xiang's head. "I'm just worried she might harm the adults." "Don't worry, she doesn't dare to mess with me." Yazi turned his head and drove his car steadily. Along the way, he briefly explained the purpose of the trip, and then assigned tasks. Lu Mengying was in charge of protection, Mu Yan was in charge of medical care, and Yao Xiang was in charge of support. Previously, she was just a radar, but now her abilities have advanced further, and she can now become Yazi's right-hand woman. While driving, Yazi thought about how to get Yao Xiang's help in future battles. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became, because he realized that Yao Xiang's abilities were indeed somewhat invincible. He could forcibly control other people's bodies. If Yao Xiang controlled him while his transformation and rewind abilities were on cooldown, and then pulled out a dagger and stabbed himself in the eye to commit suicide, he really wouldn't have any way to stop him. He narrowed his eyes. This problem had to be solved, otherwise he wouldn't dare to trust Yao Xiang to be his helper. Yazi spent a long time thinking while driving, but he still couldn't come up with a way to make Yao Xiang completely loyal to him. He was so tired and sleepy from driving that he decided to stop thinking about it and secretly made a mental note that he must never let Yao Xiang stay by his side when his transformation and time reversal were both on cooldown. The guy who picked up the bargain ran pretty fast. Yazi followed the guidance in his mind and tracked him down. Half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of a large chain supermarket on Rongquan Road in Kowloon District. The three big red characters Jialifa on the billboard occupied several hundred square meters of space. He clearly sensed that the target was inside the supermarket, in the southeast corner of the basement level. "Get off." He got out first and turned to instruct Mu Yan, who had just opened the car door. "You all wait here, I'll go check where the entrance is." "Good." The supermarket was inside a building. Yazi ran around the building and found that all the usual entrances were blocked, including the underground parking lot. Using the old method, he climbed in through a window on the third floor, intending to break in from the inside. However, when he reached the entrance leading to the basement, he found it blocked as well. Unless he transforms, he simply cannot break through obstacles of this size, even with a strength of 200 plus. The surrounding area was littered with the corpses of decapitated zombies. He hadn't encountered a single living zombie inside the building, clearly indicating that the supermarket had been taken over by a group of survivors. The survivors were very cautious, they blocked the entrance not to prevent zombies from invading, but to guard against outside survivors invading. A wave of drowsiness washed over him again, making Yazi's consciousness slightly hazy. He leaned against the wall, panting. He had been feeling drowsy while driving. The previous battle, with his intense use of his rewind ability and his ultimate move like transformation, had clearly taken a toll on his mental energy. Yazi felt that in his current state, he would likely face a tough battle if he encountered a special awakened individual with tricky abilities. "Go back to sleep first, we'll deal with him tomorrow." Although he was very unwilling and wished he could immediately take back the scythe and the crystal core to teach the other party a profound and unforgettable lesson, Yazi also knew that it was unrealistic. Moreover, if the other party can absorb crystal cores, there is absolutely no way they would leave even one behind. Fortunately, those crystal cores are 3rd or 4th tier, which cannot be used by awakened individuals who have not broken through level 20. "I hope that guy didn't break through." Yazi sighed and returned the way he came. Lu Mengying and her two companions were on guard by the car. There were very few cars on this road, only a few scattered around. It was so deserted that it didn't feel like the end of the world. It seemed that the survivors in the vicinity had a strong sense of unity and ability to move around. Another point worth mentioning is that all the zombies in the area have been killed, their bodies piled up like mountains and burned in a concentrated manner. There are several blackened areas on the road, as are the surrounding walls, and there is always a faint burnt smell in the air. He returned to the car and let his companions get in. "The supermarket entrance is blocked. Let's find a place to rest for the night and figure out a way to get in and deal with that guy tomorrow," Yazi said as he started the car. "Where should we rest?" Yao Xiang's eyes lit up slightly. Can we go to a 5-star hotel? Screw your 5-star hotel. Ye rolled his eyes at her, annoyed. Just find a few rooms with beds, somewhere secluded. Mu Yan, you'll keep watch for the first half of the night, Lu Mengying for the second half. Yes. Mu Yan replied respectfully, and Lu Mengying nodded slightly as well. Yao pursed his lips and didn't offer any further comments. He drove to a nearby old street, surrounded by old houses built 20 or 30 years ago. He stopped the car, found a bed that was reasonably decent, and lay down to sleep. They were currently in an old-fashioned apartment on the 5th floor, the kind without an elevator. However, the apartment was quite nicely decorated, and there were no people or zombies around. Mu Yan told Lu Mengying to go to sleep first, and that she would wake her up in the middle of the night and provide her with a cleaning service. Because she had to get up to keep watch in the middle of the night, Lu Mengying quickly went to sleep after taking a shower. Yao was very happy, as she could sleep all night or not sleep at all, using the time to test her newly awakened fire attribute. She also asked Mu Yan for a cleaning service, but was firmly refused with a ridiculously simple reason. Ye hasn't acknowledged you as a member of our team yet. You need to admit something like this? I've known him for much longer than you have. Mu Yan sneered. What's the use of being early? You were just a prisoner before. Ye agreed to let you go because he was magnanimous and didn't hold a grudge. And now you've shamelessly come back begging for protection, without even a proper greeting. You think you can get my approval? Who do you think you are? Do you really think we can't live without you? Let me give you a piece of advice, don't think you can put on airs just because you saved Ye once. Don't take yourself too seriously. I wasn't putting on airs. Yao was furious at these words. She and Mu Yan were old rivals. Mu Yan had bullied her before, and now that she had power, she wanted to teach her a lesson. However, she was afraid of making a big fuss and taking it to Ye. Ye would definitely side with Mu Yan, the loyal dog, and she would not get the better end of it. She decided not to argue with Mu Yan anymore, swallowed her anger, stomped her feet, and went downstairs to find bottled water to wash up. Mu Yan watched her departing figure, a mocking sneer playing on her lips. What a coward! Weak-willed, full of potential and strength but lacking the qualities of a true leader, and never even seen hell. In comparison, my master is so outstanding, utterly outclassing this coward. She turned to look at the room where Ye was, her eyes becoming unfocused. My lord, in this hellish apocalypse, what is it that you seek? Can my meager efforts offer even the slightest help? The following morning, Ye woke up feeling refreshed. With over 200 points of energy, he didn't actually need that many hours of sleep, but he was just too tired yesterday. As Ye stepped out of the room, he saw Lu Mengying standing on the balcony enjoying the breeze. He walked over, patted her on the shoulder, and told her to go back to her room and rest. You've worked hard, go and get some sleep. You're awake. Okay, I'll go get you some food. Okay, I want canned beef. No problem. Ye looked into Lu Mengying's eyes and noticed some bloodshot veins, and was slightly taken aback. She was just crying? That's true. Staying up all night for several hours, one must be thinking of their family. Ye guessed this, seeing her lower her head, then raise it again to look at him. I haven't asked you before, but what are you going to do after you get your revenge? Ye scratched his head and said, I don't know. Have no idea. I might do some things I've always wanted to do but couldn't, like speeding down the highway in a Lamborghini. Lu Mengying smiled, gently punched his chest, and asked, Can I sit in the passenger seat? Ye shrugged. Of course, if you can hold it in and not throw up. I'll try. Lu Mengying covered her mouth and smiled, like a white lily. If I throw up, you absolutely must turn back time. Ye asked, puzzled. Why? Of course it's because I don't want to embarrass myself in front of you, you idiot. Lu Mengying punched him, then turned and ran to her room to sleep. Ye was slightly taken aback. He touched his head and walked to the balcony, then lightly leaped onto the upper balcony, and continued climbing upwards using both hands and feet. After surveying the surrounding environment from a high vantage point, the group ate breakfast in the living room at 9 o'clock in the morning, packed their bags, and set off. They were eating fast food hot pot, canned meat, and biscuits and bread rolls, of course. They'd been eating these for the past few days, and Ye was getting tired of the seasoning packets. Lu Mengying, Mu Yan, and Yao Xiang are all bad cooks, so he wondered if it was necessary to find a skilled cook to prepare meals and soups for him every day. But the cook is a beautiful cook? In that case, he would have to establish a permanent base, otherwise, if he keeps wandering around, it will be difficult for others to cook for him. Damn. Ye lightly slapped himself. He hadn't even avenged his great grudge yet, and he was already thinking about such things? What's wrong? Lu Mengying looked at him in confusion, but Ye shook his head. It's nothing. Are you ready? Let's go. Wait a minute, my stomach hurts a little, I need to go to the bathroom. Yao wanted to run to the toilet. Ye was speechless. He sat down on the sofa again, wanting to complain, but considering Yao Xiang's white top, purple lace skirt, and black stockings that she had changed into today, he forgave her. While waiting for him, he sensed the positions of Su Huiya and his large scythe once again. Neither of them had moved, or perhaps they had gone out while he was asleep yesterday and had now returned to their original positions. This is good news. As long as they don't move, Ye can handle things more easily. Mu Yan and Lu Mengying were resting with their eyes closed on the sofa. They had only slept for a little over 3 hours last night, so it seemed they would have to take a nap today. Yao came out 10 minutes later, bringing with her a whiff of perfume. Women are so particular, she even sprayed perfume in the bathroom. Yazii didn't bother to complain. He told them to get out and drove towards the large supermarket from yesterday. As he drove, the car gradually developed 3 different perfume scents. Yazii didn't need to smell closely to know that Lu Mengying had a fresh, gardenia-like scent that matched her light and innocent style of dress. Mu Yan's scent was a rich rose fragrance, very mature, while Yao Xiang smelled of lavender. Being surrounded by beautiful women isn't necessarily a good thing. Yazii frowned, annoyed. The womanizing in this car was just too overwhelming. However, he couldn't possibly complain about such a thing, since he had personally recruited these 3 people. He could only silently take out a cigarette and light it. The smell of smoke was better than the mixed perfume. He drove up to the entrance of a large supermarket and stopped. His plan was to wait for the survivors inside to come out and hunt zombies, then go over and ask how to get in. The supermarket couldn't be completely sealed off, there must be at least one secret entrance. However, they made a discovery as soon as they got off the bus. Lu Mengying sensed the presence of living people. There are people over there. She took 2 steps closer to Yazii and quietly pointed in a direction. I could feel their breathing, there were 3 of them. Yazii glanced at her, remembering that her wind elemental power possessed a considerable perceptive ability. Where? In that hot pot restaurant. Walk. Yazii simply let it go. He was highly skilled and daring, and could easily handle any situation that occurred. As he approached, a slight commotion was heard inside the hot pot restaurant, and the people hiding inside were clearly starting to panic. Yazii chuckled. Why are you so shy? Now that you know I've found you, aren't you coming out to greet me? He then shouted, don't worry, people inside, we mean no harm. We just want to ask you a few questions. The hot pot restaurant was quiet for a few seconds, then 2 men and a woman came out. Judging from their fully armed appearance and tense demeanor, they were probably out hunting zombies. Yazii walked towards the man with the square mustache on his left, but the man suddenly brandished a puff of flame in his hand and warned sharply, don't come any closer. If you have any questions, ask them right there. Yazii smiled and raised his hands. Okay, don't be nervous, I'll just stand here, I won't come any closer. The man remained on high alert, his eyes sharp and his body tense, while his 2 companions channeled their respective elements lightning and frost in their hands. Tell me, what do you want to know? I can't guarantee I can give you a satisfactory answer. Yazii asked with a smile, are you survivors from inside the supermarket? So what if it is? Great, I just happen to need to go to the supermarket. Could you please show me the way? You're going to the supermarket. Guozihu frowned. What are you going to the supermarket for? That's our territory now, outsiders aren't welcome. I don't want to bother you, but some of my valuables have been stolen. The thief is currently in your supermarket, and I need to go find him and get them back. It's that simple. A thief in our supermarket? How did you know? The woman, her hands frosted with ice, asked. Yazii scratched his head. This was a really hard question to explain. To say that he could sense it directly with his consciousness would be considered nonsense. He just had to tell a lie. Because, I saw him go in. Did you see him go in? The 3 exchanged glances, and it was the frost woman who asked again, what's his name? What does he look like? This. How would Yazii know? He'd never even met that guy. He turned to look at Yao Xiang, who hurriedly shook her head. She could only sense his presence, how could she know what he looked like? You don't even know what he looks like. The man immediately became ruthless, his expression turning ferocious. I think you're deliberately lying, trying to sneak into our supermarket and abduct women, huh? I'll kill you. They attacked with ice, fire, and lightning. It was a fight to the death. It seemed they had been checked for drugs by human traffickers. Yazii sighed and snapped his fingers lightly. Time seemed to stand still. He jogged over and delivered several powerful punches to the armpits and upper abdomen of the 3 men. These are areas with a high density of nerves, which are their weak points. Hitting these spots would guarantee to temporarily incapacitate them. Then Yazii kicked them down, then turned back to remove the stun effect. Time resumed its flow, and the 3 of them were suddenly beaten up as if by an invisible, transparent person. They all curled up and fell to the ground, howling in pain. Go, tie those 3 up. Yazii took out a rope from his backpack and instructed Lu Mengying and Mu Yan to come forward. The 2 of them ran over and quickly tied them together. Mu Yan was particularly quick and skilled at tying people up, finishing in less than 20 seconds. Yao Xiang was still standing there in a daze when Yazii walked over and squatted down in front of the man with the square mustache. Now you'll tell me, how exactly do I get into your supermarket? I'll FK you. The man's face contorted as he managed to reply with difficulty. He tried to spit in Yazii's face, but Mu Yan stomped hard on his face. Watch your mouth. Damn it, you're a real piece of work. This guy's got a stubborn streak. Yazii shook his head and said to him, you think I'm a human trafficker, don't you, sir? Have you ever seen a human trafficker feed crystal cores to a woman? He gave a wink, and Lu Mengying and Mu Yan immediately understood, drawing out their respective elements in their hands. Seeing this, Yao Xiang also smugly lit a fire in his hand. The man stared, dumbfounded. Yazii gently patted Mu Yan's long legs apart and helped the 3 people who were tied together up to their feet. I really had something stolen from me, and I'm going to go to your supermarket to catch the thief. Why won't you believe me? The man with the square beard remained silent, only breathing heavily. The man next to him gasped for breath, then looked at Yazii with a horrified expression. How did you, Huff, take us down? Are you also an ability user? His use of the word also made Yazii narrow his eyes slightly. Oh, you know anyone else with special abilities? Yazii squatted down in front of the man. The man looked a few years younger than Yazii, about the same age, and appeared honest and simple. After catching his breath, he was about to speak when the girl next to him pinched his thigh hard, making him grimace and dare not say another word. Yazii looked at the girl. She was around 20 years old, with a youthful and sweet appearance. She was wearing a pleated skirt that went past her knees, but her skin was a bit dark and her eyes were fierce, like a rabbit that had been cornered. She glared at him fiercely, and Yazii raised his hand and slapped her. Snap! The slap was relatively mild, it only made her turn her head to the side. Yazii said coldly, give me another glare. The girl covered her face and glared at him again. Yazii slapped her again, this time without holding back, making her mouth bleed and one cheek swell up. Schwer! The honest man was instantly enraged. He yelled and gathered lightning in his right hand, ready to fight Yazii to the death. However, Yazii stomped hard on his wrist, causing him to scream in agony. The square-faced man wanted to help, but Muyan had him firmly pinned down and he was tightly bound by ropes, making it impossible for him to resist. Still glaring, Yazii grabbed the girl's hair, a slight smile playing on his lips as he looked at her with amusement. She didn't understand the principle that in the apocalypse, the weak should respect and obey the strong, so Yazii will teach her that lesson today. She looked at Yazii, 2 lines of painful tears streaming down her face. Her gaze shifted from fierce to stubborn. Yazii chuckled. This girl was quite tough, she didn't utter a sound. If it were Yao Xiang who had taken those 2 slaps, with her face swollen so badly that one eye was almost closed, she would definitely have been in so much pain that she would have knelt down and begged for mercy. Yazii scoffed at her. Tell me, how did you know about the ability users? The girl's lips were tightly shut, she was very stubborn. Yazii raised his right hand again, and the honest-looking man next to him quickly said, he's a friend of Brother Hao, he's an ability user. Brother Hao. The honest man dared not say anything more, and looked timidly at the man with the square mustache. Mu Yan had stepped on his face, leaving a large shoe print, and he sighed in a very embarrassed manner. He's an ability user, we have no way to resist him. Talk it out, or we'll suffer. Yazii chuckled, your protection is still the best, brother. Old ginger is spicier, Yao Xiang added from the side. Then everyone looked at her, and she realized she had said the wrong thing, so she quickly covered her mouth. The honest man only then got a good look at Yao Xiang's face and was immediately captivated by her, unable to look away until the dark-faced girl pinched him hard, at which point he grimaced and came to his senses. Say what you have to say quickly. You'll let us leave after I finish asking your questions, right? The girl looked at Yazii, who smiled and said, of course, I will not only let you leave, but I will also personally escort you back. How about that? Isn't that thoughtful service? The girl's face darkened. The honest man resignedly said, our supermarket gang leader is called Guoyun Hao, we call him Brother Hao. Brother Hao used to work in sales and knows a lot of people, this capable guy is one of them. Supermarket gang? You guys have formed a gang. In this world, you can't survive without sticking together. It's common for strangers to kill each other. Some unscrupulous people will even force the weak to absorb crystal cores, and then kill them the moment they awaken, all for that damned soul crystal. The man with the square mustache said through gritted teeth. The situation is changing too fast. Just 2 or 3 days ago, no one dared to mess with a single elemental awakener. Now, at least 3 awakeners must team up to ensure safety. And who knows which damned lecherous maniac is buying up beautiful women everywhere, making the outside world full of human traffickers, which is making the already tense communication situation among survivors even worse. Lu Mengying stared wide-eyed at Yazii. Wasn't Yazii the one who was out collecting information on beautiful women? Yazii was somewhat embarrassed. He hadn't expected the news of his buying up beauties in the city center to reach this place. Or was he not the only one doing this? He touched his nose and changed the subject, saying, besides your supermarket gang, what other gangs are there? Give me a detailed introduction. Besides our supermarket gang, there are construction site gangs, hotel gangs, and hospital gangs in Kowloon. In terms of numbers, our supermarket gang isn't particularly prominent, we're only in the 2nd tier. However, we control the largest underground supermarket in Kowloon and possess a lot of resources, so we're frequently targeted. Yazii nodded. No wonder they were so heavily guarded, outsiders couldn't find a way in or out. The top tier of power consists of the construction site gang and the hotel gang. The construction site gang is mostly made up of migrant workers and sanitation workers banding together. They have a lot of brute force. If you provoke them, they'll fight tooth and nail to take a piece of your flesh. The hotel gang is composed of shady characters. It's said they control over more than half of the high-end hotels in Kowloon's commercial district. They have a vast territory, a large number of members, and act with impunity, abducting women, being violent and ruthless, the most notorious criminal organization in the area. Yazii hesitated for a moment, not expecting the local power dynamics here to be so complex. When he took refuge in the underground parking garage, the survivors didn't have such a strong sense of solidarity. The last hospital gang is a neutral faction, composed of medical workers and their families. They band together for mutual support, exchanging services for resources. They use Kowloon Second Hospital as their base. Injured survivors from the surrounding area usually go there. Other groups are just scattered survivor groups. Yazii crossed his arms and chuckled. Water element awakeners can easily heal external injuries, but they can't handle infections and organic lesions. They still need to seek help from a doctor. Moreover, not everyone can enjoy the healing services provided by water element awakeners. Let me put it this way, I have absolutely no interest in your gangs who stick together for survival. I just want my things back. Now take me to your supermarket. The man with the square beard nodded dejectedly. Yazii gave Lu Mengying a wink, and she bent down, using sharp wind blades attached to her fingers to cut the ropes binding the three people. The stubborn girl was the first to get up, head down, hands hidden behind her back, as if she was about to do something sneaky. Yazii snorted coldly and warned, "Next time I use my hands, it won't just be a little pain. You can try it if you don't believe me." The girl paused for a moment, then suddenly reached out from under her skirt, and a water gun fell to the ground with a thud. The group was stunned. She then lifted her skirt, revealing white safety shorts underneath, but her bare inner thighs were bound with several straps, a long, narrow water bag, and a dagger. "What's going on? Why is my body suddenly acting up?" She screamed in horror, then suddenly tripped and fell headfirst to the ground with a thud. The honest man cried out in surprise and rushed over to help her up. Yazii immediately realized what had happened, turned to look at Yao Xiang, and saw her winking at him with a smug look on her face. "This is my ability." Yazii, not wanting to expose Yao Xiang, turned back and threatened the stubborn girl with a cold expression, "If you pull these tricks again, I'll make you do a handstand while pooping." This girl has awakened ice elemental power. With these water guns and water bags, she can quickly freeze enemies. Her little tricks aren't hard to guess. The stubborn girl gritted her teeth, dusted herself off, and stood up. The man with the square mustache gave her a warning look, fearing she might do something rash, and confiscated her water gun, water bag, and dagger before leading Yazii back to the supermarket. The man with the square beard led Yazii through a maze of strange sights, finally arriving at a secluded corner. The place was full of weeds and pebbles, and even birds wouldn't poop there. Just as Yazii was about to question him with a cold face, the uncle lifted a tattered canvas, revealing a dog hole-like entrance in front of him. "Damn, you guys really did a pretty good job of being discreet. No one would joke with their life." The dark-skinned girl glared at him and was the first to crawl inside. Although she glared at him, Yazii wasn't angry. This girl exuded an aura of resilience and rebellion, which was extremely rare in the apocalypse. He had seen too many girls easily succumb to violence, and his fiancée was just that kind of person. The honest young man was the second to climb in, followed by the man with the square beard. When Yazii was about to climb in, Mu Yan rushed ahead of him. "Sir, I'll go ahead to avoid them ambushing you." Yazii thought about it and agreed. Although he wasn't afraid of ordinary ambushes, if someone in front of him quietly turned around and shot him in the head while he was crawling through the dog hole, or if there were gunmen lying in ambush in the secret passage of the dog hole, he could really be caught off guard and lose his life. "All right, then you climb over there." "Yes." Mu Yan looked extremely happy, grinning as she crawled through the dog hole. Yazii scratched his head, wondering why she was so happy when he had clearly used her as a human bodyguard. He covered his head and thought for 2 seconds, then decisively gave up. This female psychopath was not a normal person, her thought process was not something he could easily understand. He shook his head, bent down, and crawled inside. It was pitch black inside the dog hole, but Yazii had dark vision, so he could see very clearly just how sexy the woman crawling in front of him was. He regretted letting Mu Yan crawl into the dog hole first. Fortunately, they quickly crawled out of the dog hole and arrived at the underground parking lot. The man with the square mustache turned on his flashlight and led the way. The group walked quietly for a few minutes without speaking. They arrived at a large steel gate. Uncle with the square beard reached behind the wheel of a Bentley and pulled out a walkie-talkie. "Hello, can you hear me? This is Zhang Anfei." A burst of static came through the walkie-talkie. "Zhang Anfei? Didn't you just take some new recruits out for training? Something's happened here. The 3 of us have been kidnapped, and the other side is a superhuman." He didn't say that Yazii was there to cause trouble, otherwise the people inside who were trying to take advantage of the situation would find out and run away, and he couldn't bear Yazii's wrath. A person with special abilities. The guard on the other side was also taken aback and instinctively asked, "What kind of ability is that? Is it powerful?" The middle-aged man glanced at Yazii, picked up the walkie-talkie, and said speechlessly, "He's right next to me." There was a moment of silence on the other end. "I need to let Haoji know, please wait a moment. Hurry up, don't keep this ability user next to me waiting." The man with the square mustache paused, then added, "And his 3 beautiful female companions." Yazii narrowed his eyes slightly. The walkie-talkie connection was lost, the person on the other end must have run far away. Next came the waiting time. Yazii wasn't flustered at all because he could clearly sense the guy's location. Even if he escaped through another entrance, it wouldn't matter. However, the other party didn't know who he was, and had no reason to run away. The stubborn girl suddenly turned around and asked him, "If Brother Hao doesn't open the door, will you kill us?" Yazii chuckled softly, "Do I look like such a ruthless person?" She nodded very seriously, "Yes." Mu Yan sneered from the side and said, "You're quite good at judging people. She didn't scare the stubborn girl, but she did scare the honest man next to her. His face immediately turned pale, and large drops of sweat poured down his face. Yazii shook his head. Although this man was about the same age as him, he was far too timid. I know I won't survive today. The stubborn girl was bold and meticulous, and continued to probe. You have no reason to let go of this soul crystal, even if your relics are already fully enhanced. Yazii chuckled softly. Don't worry, I won't kill you, although I am indeed very short of soul crystals right now. His words relieved the honest man greatly, who kept wiping his sweat with his hand, while the man with the square mustache watched from the side with a furrowed brow. Do you have a lot of relics? The girl pressed. Don't push your luck, Yazii warned her. The more you know, the faster you'll die. The girl fell silent. Yazii then remembered that he hadn't had time to distribute the first and second generation holy relics he had killed and the 8 third generation demon corpses guarding them. He simply checked their attributes on the spot to see if there were any suitable for Mu Yan and Lu Mengying. They were his 2 right-hand women, and now that Yazii had an abundance of resources, he naturally wouldn't hesitate to nurture them. As he was checking the artifact's attributes, he sensed that thing move, or rather, his scythe moved. It was rushing towards him. Good grief, you want to face me head-on? Yao Xiang tugged at his sleeve. She sensed it too. Yazii nodded to her and whispered in her ear, later, you try to control him first and see what his abilities are. Yao hesitated. How can I see this? I can't control how he uses his abilities. Are you FG stupid? You just control his body, let him talk, and I'll ask him questions. Isn't that enough? Oh. Behind them, Mu Yan saw Yazii whispering to Yao Xiang, and her face darkened. Yazii didn't notice. He was only considering one thing. If the other party possessed mental abilities, then if things went wrong, his only option would be to use time reversal. Soon, static came through the walkie-talkie connection. Zheng Anfei, brother Hao has come in person. He hasn't given up on you. He's opening the door for you now. The control panel next to the iron gate suddenly lit up with a green light and then slowly rose upwards. This thing was powered on, probably connected to a generator. Yazii held his breath and remained at the highest level of vigilance because he could feel his scythe was behind the door. Suddenly, a large stream of blood gushed out from under the iron gate, like a blood pool bursting its banks. Yazii's eyes widened in shock. It's here? Step back. He gave a low shout, grabbed Yao Xiang by the waist, and ran backward. Lu Mengying and Mu Yan immediately followed. During his retreat, the speed at which the blood gushed out suddenly increased, chasing after him like a shark that had smelled blood. Lu Mengying raised her hand and conjured a storm, blowing the blood into scattered pieces, but it quickly gathered together again, solidifying into the shape of a python and chasing after him. Is the ability to control blood. Yazii smiled slightly. This ability was too easy to deal with. In fact, most abilities were easy to deal with in front of him. Time stood still. Everything froze. Lu Mengying's expression of exerting all her strength, Mu Yan's posture of lunging at him to shield him from the knife, Yao Xiang's eyes tightly shut in fear, and the python almost pouncing on him. This thing, almost as if it were alive, was braving the strong wind, its gaping maw wide open, ready to devour someone. He bypassed the blood snake and headed straight for the steel gate, which was already half open. From the lower half of the open door, a young man with skin as pale as a vampire emerged, hunched over, grinning sinisterly as he looked ahead, completely unaware of what was about to happen to him. Yazii grabbed him and yanked him out, then punched him hard in the corner of his upturned mouth, unleashing over 200 units of force and knocking out half of his teeth. That wasn't the end of it, of course. Yazii kicked him in the stomach again, making him float in the air like a shrimp, and then delivered a full-force elbow strike to his ribs. With a crack sound, the rib broke in the middle. After a 3-hit combo, Yazii felt the man was almost incapacitated. He snatched his large scythe from the white-skinned man's hand, then stumped him to the ground, hooking the scythe around his neck before attempting to dispel the rewind effect. Time resumed its flow, and the first sound was the white man's miserable howl. He had no idea what had happened. He only felt a darkness before his eyes, followed by an unprecedented pain that swept through his consciousness. He was being trampled on and couldn't move. He spat out 7 or 8 hard objects from his mouth, and when he opened his eyes, he realized they were his own bloody teeth. This terrified him. His shrill screams immediately turned into fear. Yazii increased the pressure on his feet and gently hooked the sickle around his neck. The sharp blade cut through his skin, but strangely, almost no blood flowed from the wound. He immediately froze, turning his head to look at them, his eyes filled with fear. Big brother? No, please don't kill me. Yazii chuckled and asked him his name and what he did before. I'm Qi Xiang, an art student, he said, trembling with fear. Qi Xiang, right. Yazii squatted down on his shoulders and asked, last night, you were the one who stole my loot at the Olympic Sports Center, weren't you? Qi Xiang was shocked. You're the one who killed that dragon-shaped monster. That's right. Yazii didn't bother to explain. You really dared to steal my crystal core, and this scythe too. Are you tired of living? He suddenly stood up, stepping on Qi Xiang, and was about to tighten the sickle to sever his head, which terrified him and made him scream. Spare me, brother. I was bewitched. It's all my fault, brother. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. Yazii chuckled softly, give me a reason not to kill you. I'm returning everything to you. I didn't use any of those crystal cores, I'm giving them all back to you. He shakily pulled a small storage bag from his inner coat pocket, and Yazii handed it to him. Inside, there were 6 purplish-red crystal cores and 2 purple crystal cores. As expected, just as Yazii had guessed, these crystal cores did indeed have an absorption threshold. The purplish-red ones are Tier 3 crystal cores, which can only be used after breaking through level 20. They are exactly what he needs now. Yazii absorbed them all on the spot, directly leveling up to level 28 and increasing all attributes by 8 points. The remaining 2 purple crystal cores are Tier 4 crystal cores, which he cannot absorb for the time being. Qi Xiang watched as Yazii absorbed the crystal cores, and felt even more desperate. Although he didn't know Yazii's specific abilities, he was sure Yazii was very strong, far stronger than him. He knew very well how difficult it was to break through to the second tier. Those mutated zombies were harder to kill than the last, strong, tough, and infected with viruses. Although they were not impossible to kill if he was serious, he could easily be caught off guard and fail. He had to be extremely careful every time he hunted one. It's alright, I received everything. Yazii carefully put away the 2 4th-tier crystal cores, then squatted down again to ask him, but what about the fact that you stole my crystal cores and scythe? Qi Xiang immediately put on a mournful face, I didn't know, brother. If I had known these things belonged to you, I wouldn't have dared to pick them up even if you gave me 100 lives. You weren't there at the time, I thought nobody wanted them. Nobody wants any of your stuff. Yazii slapped Qi Xiang hard across the face, making him dizzy and his ears ring. So many good things lying on the ground and nobody wants them? Are you out of your mind? Yes, 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 I'm out of my mind, I'm out of my mind, big brother, spare me, please don't kill me. Yazii stood up impatiently and poked him in the stomach with his toe. Are you pretending to be stupid or are you really that dumb? If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it already, and star. Why are you still begging me like this? I'm just begging you, Grandpa. Qi Xiang clutched his stomach and struggled to stand up. Even though it hurt terribly, he dared not groan. He forced a smile and looked shakily at Yazii. No, I don't know what you mean, brother. I'll give you a suspended death sentence for now. Qi Xiang was taken aback. Huh? What's a suspended death sentence, bro? Yao walked over from behind, gloating, you didn't even know it was a suspended death sentence? It just means we're temporarily keeping an eye on you to see if you dare to make another mistake. If you don't, then it's fine, if you do, we'll kill you immediately. Huh? So, does that mean I have to stay by your side as your subordinate forever? Yazii frowned fiercely. What, you're not happy about it? Qi Xiang nodded hurriedly. Of course, I, Qi Xiang, will follow your lead from now on. May I ask how you should be addressed, elder brother? Just call me Brother Z. Goodness gracious, Brother Z? Thank you for sparing my life, Brother Z. From now on, if you say go west, I'll never go east. You're like my own brother, he. This guy even started laughing, a laugh so obsequious. Was he really that terrified, that afraid of death? Yazii shook his head slightly. This guy is really spineless, just like Yao Xiang. He disliked this kind of person, but unfortunately, it was precisely this kind of person who was easy to control. If Yao Xiang was the kind of stubborn and headstrong person he preferred, then Yazii really wouldn't dare to keep her by his side. Even if Qi Xiang is spineless, Yazii will not easily trust him. The first thing he will do is pull out all of Qi Xiang's teeth. Bring out all your sacred relics, Yazii commanded sternly. What, didn't you hear me? I told you to hand over all the relics. Yazii slightly raised his scythe. Qi Xiang's expression changed several times. He wanted to fight back desperately, but when he remembered Yazii's unknown and terrifying abilities, he finally chickened out and obediently handed over the sacred relic. He took out 4 relics, their glittering golden light flashing and disappearing in an instant. The people from the supermarket gang on the other side swallowed hard. Yazii didn't have time to pay attention to them for the time being, and instead put the relics away to check them in the system. Goodness, all 4 artifacts are fully upgraded to plus 12. 2 of them increased health, 1 increased constitution, and 1 increased stamina. All were tier 1 sacred relics. Yazii sneered and raised the scythe, placing it against Qi Xiang's neck. Qi Xiang's mournful face turned to terror. Big brother, what are you doing? I gave you all my relics. What an idiot, Yazii cursed inwardly. This guy seems not only spineless but also stupid. Does he think I'm stupid enough to believe that you only have these 4 max level enhanced artifacts? I told you to bring out all the relics. Qi Xiang burst into tears. These are all my relics, brother. I'm really gone. Really gone. It's really gone. Very well, Yazii sneered. Then let me make this clear, the trust one can give you is limited. If I ever detect even the slightest abnormality in your attribute values, I'll kill you immediately. I'm giving you one more chance now, and one last reminder, my abilities are perfect for testing you. Yao Xiang, standing to the side, nodded in deep agreement and threatened, give up, little brother. This great demon king's abilities are really easy to test. Qi Xiang looked at her with a long face. What kind of ability is that, fairy sister? Yao Xiang clearly enjoyed being called a fairy and was about to say something, but was intimidated by Yazii's cold gaze. Ugh, why are you glaring at him so fiercely? I wasn't really going to say anything. Never mind, I'm not teasing this little brother anymore, it's not fun at all. Yazii snorted coldly and slapped Qi Xiang across the face as punishment. Don't ask questions you shouldn't, or this is what you'll get, understand? Qi Xiang staggered from the slap, crying and begging for mercy, saying he knew he was wrong and would never dare to do it again. Yazii interrupted him coldly, "Stop yelling? Hand over all the sacred relics right now, or if I find out you're hiding them, not even a god can save you." Qi Xiang lowered his head tremblingly, like a gambler who had lost everything, and knelt down with a thud, tears streaming down his face. He raised his hand, handed over 6 more glittering golden relics, then collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Yazii quickly collected the relics and examined them in the system. A fully upgraded dexterity hair accessory, 5 unupgraded pieces with a wide variety of main attributes, but unfortunately no rare quality artifacts. Yao wanted to lean closer to him with a cheeky grin. "Ahem, Yazii, look at all these relics you have now, can you share one with me?" Yazii rolled his eyes at her, took out the 2 fully enhanced blood chi main attribute holy relics, gave one to Mu Yan and the other to Lu Mengying. Upon receiving the gift, Mu Yan trembled with excitement and immediately knelt before him, kowtowing in gratitude. "Thank you so much for your kindness, sir. I would give my life for you and never betray your trust." Yazii was still a little unaccustomed to her abnormal fanaticism. With so many people watching, wasn't she ashamed? He gently kicked her up. In contrast, Lu Mengying was much more reserved, simply saying thank you. But after thinking about it, she probably still felt it wasn't serious enough, so she nodded earnestly to Yazii and said, "I'll remember it." Yazii didn't say anything, but just pinched her cheek. This pure and beautiful junior was the one he liked the most among his 3 companions. Yao Xiang, standing nearby, was practically drooling with envy. She grabbed Yazii's arm and shook it back and forth, asking, "Where's mine? Where's mine? Who are you trying to charm?" Yazii flung her hand away. "You're not mine, why should I give it to you?" Yao was stunned. "I'm not your person. Whom am I? Aren't we just business partners? You're not my subordinate. Or have you finally come to your senses and decided to accept my seed?" Yazii teased. Upon hearing the word seed, Yao Xiang immediately fell silent, her pretty face darkening. She countered with a question. They both accepted. "Let's discuss this privately." Yazii turned around, walked past Qi Xiang who was kneeling on the ground and crying bitterly, and walked towards the supermarket gang standing together outside the door. The steel gate was fully open, and the group of people stood in a circle. The leader was a muscular man with a buzz cut and unusually broad shoulders, clearly someone who worked at a gym. He was standing at the head of the group. That must be Brother Hao. The second row consisted of 5 men and women with wary expressions, their bodies tense. The man with the square beard and his group were in the third row. Yazii strolled casually up to the muscular man and chuckled. "Your Brother Hao." From the moment he left, the man had a friendly smile on his face, as harmless as the uncle who professionally kneads dough at a noodle shop. "Brother Zi is really giving me face, but I really don't deserve to be called Brother Hao. My name is Guoyun Hao, and I'll assume you're the leader here." He cupped his hands in greeting to Yazii, but Yazii had no intention of smiling at him and instead asked a question without hesitation. "Was it you and that brat Qi Xiang who were plotting against me behind the door just now?" Guoyun Hao's smile froze for a moment, then brightened again. No, Brother Zi, you've misunderstood. That was all Qi Xiang's idea, it had nothing to do with us." Yazii looked over at Qi Xiang. He had almost finished crying by now, but he didn't turn around. Even though he had heard Yazii and Guoyun Hao's conversation, he was still sobbing on the ground. Mu Yan's face darkened, and she kicked him so that he was facing this way. "Now look what's happened. It's just a simple matter of turning around, and someone else has to kick him while he's doing it." He looked at Yazii and Guoyun Hao with a tearful expression, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just acquiesced to everything. Now that he has lost his relic, he is like a toothless tiger. It would be foolish for him to offend others so easily. "See, Zg, this plot against you has nothing to do with us. It was all his idea, and we didn't even lift a finger." Yazii chuckled. "You didn't make a move, but you didn't issue any warnings either. What, are you planning to sit back and watch the tigers fight, then reap the benefits?" "No, it's a misunderstanding, Brother Zi. I didn't expect Qi Xiang to suddenly attack you. We agreed to welcome you in as a guest." "Really? Then why didn't you say anything to remind me?" I'm stunned. "I'm so sorry, Brother Zi, I'm really shocked." Guoyun Hao was even more slippery than an eel, and Yazii couldn't be bothered to argue with him anymore. "Okay." He nodded, a smile spreading across his face. "Let's go then. Didn't you just say you wanted to invite me over? I'm actually quite interested in your supermarket business. Please lead the way." Guoyun Hao's expression stiffened for a moment, then he immediately became enthusiastic and beckoned Yazii to walk into the passage. Yazii sneered inwardly. He was determined to get revenge on this guy for colluding with Qi Xiang to frame him, but there was no rush. He would find a way once he got inside the supermarket. He turned and winked at Lu Mengying and the other 2. The 3 understood and silently followed. Qi Xiang lagged behind, secretly reabsorbing all the blood he had released earlier back into his body, while still pretending to be pale, trying to take advantage of the chaos to escape. As a result, he was discovered by Mu Yan, who immediately turned around and stumped on his head several times, making him howl and beg for mercy. Only then did he obediently follow like a dog, hiding the hatred in his eyes and the vicious curses he was cursing at Mu Yan in his heart. Yazii followed Guoyun Hao into the supermarket, which was a very spacious underground space. The fluorescent lights were as bright as day. The supermarket shelves had been moved to a specific area, and the remaining space had been divided into several functional areas. He recalled the middle-aged teacher and his 3 female students he had met at that convenience store. Mu Yan had found out that they were taking refuge in a supermarket, and Ye had casually asked about it, only to discover that it wasn't that supermarket. There are so many large supermarkets in the city, it's normal that it's not this one. Guo Yunhao, with a forced smile, led Ye on a tour. The center's fitness area had many treadmills and exercise equipment, the study area was a small library, and in the combat training area, people were fighting fiercely. They were fighting very hard, as if the winner would have some great reward, completely ignoring the visitors. Ye glanced at it a few times and then lost interest, walking away like a leader on an inspection tour. Guo Yunhao quickly stepped forward to introduce the facilities. The corner of the hall housed the kitchen, canteen, makeup area, and entertainment area. The back warehouse area contained meeting rooms, a power generation room, dormitories, shower rooms, massage rooms, and a laundry room. After the tour, Ye discovered that there were about 100 survivors here, with women making up a large proportion, more than 70%, and they were all relatively young and beautiful. Even the least attractive among them are at least a 5 out of 10 in looks, most are at the level of stubborn girls, around a 7 out of 10, of course. There are also those on par with Mu Yan and Lu Mengying. Beauties are everywhere. There are no children here, only teenage girls, very few middle-aged people over 50, and almost no elderly people over 70. There's just one old repairman. When Ye casually asked about the reason for this situation, Guo Yunhao replied that it was because most women were kind and gentle, making them less risky to recruit, and they were more willing to obediently follow arrangements and carry out construction. Ye scoffed inwardly, he would be a fool to believe this guy. During the visit, most of the women here seemed lifeless and barely responded to their arrival. Most of them, like the stubborn girls, were working numbly, kneading dough, pounding glutinous rice, or fighting each other in the combat training area. Those with good looks sit in front of the mirror putting on makeup, getting manicures, playing on their phones, playing games, or working out at the gym. On the contrary, the male survivors were quite lively and excited. When they saw them come in, they curiously gathered around, standing by, and pointing. Most of their eyes were focused on Yao Xiang. This guy seemed to have never been treated like this before, becoming the absolute focus of attention in everyone's eyes. Relying on his charming and alluring talent, he even started walking with a flamboyant gait, swaying his hips left and right, attracting the gazes of dozens of men. She was quite smug, constantly winking at Ye, as if to say, "See? Now you know how popular I am." Ye was speechless. This stupid woman was nothing but a pretty face, not worth mentioning. What he was curious about was the ecosystem inside this supermarket that had led to this situation. After the tour, they returned to the conference room, where Guo Yunhao said he would host a welcome dinner for Ye, treating him to an authentic Chongqing hot pot meal. Ye verbally agreed and then sat down in the main seat. Guo Yunhao's smile froze, and he changed the subject to sit in the guest seat opposite Ye. The faces of the several guys behind him who looked like elemental awakeners were not good, as if they were angry but dared not speak out. They could tell that Ye had come with ill intentions and was looking for trouble, but because they were wary of Ye's abilities, they dared not make any rash moves. However, they didn't have much off for Ye, because the only other ability user they had ever seen was Qi Xiang. Qi Xiang was strong, but not by any extraordinary measure. His blood control ability was naturally countered by ice element awakeners. Once his blood was frozen, he wouldn't be able to use it. Therefore, they believed that Ye and Qi Xiang were at the same level of strength, and Ye was not much stronger than him. Although he had knocked Qi Xiang down, he definitely did not have the power to overwhelm them, otherwise he would have already made a move. Ye could roughly guess their thoughts. The reason he hadn't made a move earlier was simply because he wanted to get a preliminary understanding of the place in a relatively easy way. Forcing them to explain it to him while they were crying would be too embarrassing. It's more dignified to keep things peaceful and amicable. However, now that he knows this place pretty well, it's time to use force and let these people from the supermarket gang know what price they'll pay for trying to harm him. Let's leave this polite and respectable act behind. In the middle of the long table in the conference room, the young woman serving poured 2 bottles of mineral water into a pot, added the solidified hot pot base, and placed a portable gas stove underneath. Ye and Guo Yunhao sat facing each other, and one of his subordinates used elemental power to ignite the gas stove. He's just deliberately showing off his muscles. Ye scoffed inwardly. This kind of trick was far too naive. Someone of his level wouldn't even bother with elemental power. It just showed how narrow-minded this guy was. He wanted to completely destroy all semblance of harmony and dignity, and was considering an opportunity. He targeted the young girls he was serving. The girl was very pretty, with fair and smooth skin and a budding figure. She was a rare beauty. She stole a glance at Ye while pouring water. As she finished and was about to leave, Ye suddenly let out a wanton laugh, reached out and pulled her into his arms, groping her all over. "Little beauty, the way you were secretly looking at me just now, you're probably in love with me, aren't you?" "Ah!" The girl screamed and sat up straight on Ye's lap, her eyes immediately turning to Guo Yunhao, who was also staring intently at her. Unbeknownst to him, his 3 female companions behind him were stunned. Guo Yunhao's smile remained unchanged, but the man closest to him immediately stepped forward, only to be stopped by Guo Yunhao's raised hand. Wonor, you really know how to pick people? This brother Ze is a 1 in a million ability user. His teleportation is incredibly fast and unpredictable. He took down your brother Xiang in no time. He's truly young and promising. You have excellent taste in a hero like him. Huh? Is that so? The girl looked at Ye and timidly wrapped her arms around his neck. Ye narrowed his eyes slightly, his hands tracing the girl's thighs. She was wearing a skirt, and her legs were smooth and soft, feeling very comfortable to touch. The girl didn't react at all to his touching, as if she were already used to it. Her body gradually softened, and Ye looked into her eyes and asked, "What's your name?" "Li Zioen, ZG, just call me Wonor." "Wonor, is that right? What a lovely name." Ye gave a soft compliment, then lowered his head to inhale her fragrance. She cooperated by raising her chin to reveal her delicate neck, her movements only slightly stiff. Ye asked her, "Wonor, have you ever had a boyfriend?" The girl was startled, and her already supple body stiffened again. Huh. I'm asking you, have you ever been in a relationship?" Ye asked, inhaling her fragrance. She glanced at Guo Yunhao again, and even without Ye looking up, she knew that Guo Yunhao had definitely given her a meaningful look. I haven't been in a relationship yet." "Really? You're not lying to me?" Ye nodded, then looked at Guo Yunhao. "Brother Hao, do you know what I hate most?" Guo Yunhao asked curiously. "Oh? I wonder what brother Ze's likes and dislikes are." Ye chuckled. "I hate being lied to, especially by women. The last woman who lied to me turned into a zombie." The girl in his arms changed her expression, and her body began to tremble slightly. Guo Yunhao performed a classic Sichuan opera face-changing act, scolding the girl. "Li Zioen, have you ever been in a relationship or not? I'm giving you one last chance on behalf of brother Ze." The girl turned pale with fright and hurriedly denied it, shrinking into Ye's arms and pleading, "Please, brother Ze, don't turn me into a zombie. I was bewitched. I love you so much, brother, and I'm afraid of leaving a bad impression on you, so, please, brother, don't hurt me." Ye sighed inwardly, this girl was beyond saving. He was just pondering one question, was it the apocalyptic environment that forced her to become this way, or were her own choices that turned her into this? As he pondered this, Guo Yunhao smiled apologetically and said to him, "Wonor is one of the most beautiful girls around here. Many people pursue her, but she doesn't like any of them. She says that one day her true love will come to pick her up on a colorful cloud. I didn't believe in that, so I played around with her a little. It seems I did something foolish. I apologize to you, brother Z. I'm so sorry, brother Z. If you like her, please feel free to take her away." His tone was very respectful, and after he finished speaking, he stood up abruptly and bowed solemnly to Ye, leaving Ye somewhat bewildered. What's wrong with this guy? His attitude suddenly softened so drastically. Did he realize something? Ye immediately had a bad feeling. He turned to look at Yao Xiang and saw that the guy was secretly smiling at him. He was extremely pleased with himself. Damn it! Ye immediately understood, she must have secretly used her power on Guo Yunhao. Ye was speechless. He was just about to use this as an excuse to teach them a lesson, but this guy used a threatening ability and scared them like this. How could he teach them a lesson now? You don't know the saying, you can't hit a smiling face, do you? Grass. Ye cursed, shoved the girl in his arms away, and stood up unhappily, saying, "Brother Hao, are you saying you're going to give me your worn-out shoes?" No, not at all." Large beads of sweat dripped from Guo Yunhao's forehead. "I'm just, sorry, brother Z. I was wrong. I apologize, I make amends. I'll apologize however you want, as long as it makes you happy." He was now completely obsequious, and the other awakened ones behind him were the same. A look of horror flashed across their faces for a moment, and then they all bowed their heads in fear to Ye. Ye was speechless. What else could Yao Xiang, this troublemaker, do besides act on his own and disrupt his plans? He glared fiercely at Yao Xiang, who looked rather innocent, not knowing why he was being yelled at, his eyes filled with grievance. So what's most infuriating about idiots is that they don't even realize where they've messed up. Ye was so angry his liver ached, and he was too lazy to think of any more ways to teach Guo Yunhao and his gang a lesson. He plopped down in a chair and coldly reprimanded them. "Fine, then all of you kneel down before me. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times, obediently call me master, and I'll pretend what happened before never occurred." Guo Yunhao's men exchanged hesitant glances, but he immediately knelt down with a thud. "Master Z, I'm truly sorry for what happened earlier. I offended you. Thank you for your magnanimity in sparing our lives. I, Guo Yunhao, kowtow to you here." After saying that, he kowtowed 3 times to Ye, displaying an unusually high level of servility and deference, which made Ye secretly gasp in amazement. The eldest brother had already knelt down and kowtowed, calling him grandpa. The other members of the supermarket gang had no other choice but to kneel down and call him grandpa for the sake of their own lives. Ye endured it all, his legs propped up on the conference table. As he pondered his next move, Mu Yan suddenly moved. She stepped forward, past Guo Yunhao, and slapped several of his men across the face. "You're not happy, are you? You dare glare at my master? You're not happy, are you? Try glaring at me again." She slapped them repeatedly, causing them to stagger and fall, their cheeks red and swollen, but they dared not utter a sound. Qi Xiang, who was squatting in the corner, saw this and a gloating smile appeared on his face. It seemed that seeing these people being taught a lesson was more satisfying than anything else. He twitched his body a couple of times, which aggravated his wounds, but he still smiled despite the pain. Mu Yan was incredibly ruthless with her slaps. One slap was usually enough to cause swelling. She would slap one person after another, each slap more brutal than the last. Especially when she slapped one or last, she slapped her until her mouth bled. I'll teach you to lie. I'll teach you to lie. With that lying, despicable mouth of yours, I'll teach you to lie. Clap clap clap. The girl screamed in agony, her smooth, supple cheeks swollen high, as she cried out and begged for mercy. Mu Yan didn't care at all. Her eyes were bloodshot and her face was ferocious. Instead, she slapped even harder. She clearly harbored a deep hatred for this girl. The slaps were so hard that even Yazii couldn't bear to watch. Stop. Only when he gave the order did Mu Yan stop. She kicked Wonner hard, knocking her over, and was still not satisfied. She glared at her with a vicious look, which made Wonner tremble and quickly shrink into the corner. The others nearby were also terrified. Seeing this, Yazii sighed. He would be a fool if he didn't understand by now. Mu Yan clearly had a morbid infatuation and possessiveness towards him. Because he had just made some intimate gestures with Wonner, she was jealous and wanted to take revenge. This matter must be dealt with. Yazii himself is a medical student and knows very well what will happen if this kind of pathological mentality is allowed to continue. The awkward thing is, he's not a professional psychotherapist. It's been so long since he graduated, and it was a niche area of knowledge anyway. He couldn't remember anything about how to treat this kind of psychosis. He could only hope to try picking up his textbooks again. Putting Mu Yan's matter aside for now, Yazii had other questions to ask. He looked at Guo Yunhao, who looked terrified, and told him to stand up and sit down. Don't be afraid. My subordinate is a bit violent, but I'm still very gentle. I'll ask you a few questions, just answer truthfully and you'll be fine. Guo Yunhao wiped the sweat from his forehead. This was the first time in his life that he, a muscular man weighing nearly 200 pounds, had been frightened by a woman. Mr. Z, please tell me. Whatever I know, I will tell you the truth. Yazii nodded, looking at the hot pot that had already started to boil, and chuckled, damn. The hot pot's boiling, where's the waitress? Someone come here right now, where are the people serving the food? Guo Yunhao shouted and cursed at the door, and several girls waiting at the door quickly pushed the food cart in. Yazii had never eaten hot pot since the apocalypse. Seeing the side dishes they had prepared tripe, duck intestines, beef tendon, beef balls, and enoki mushrooms, it was no different from what you'd find in a regular hot pot restaurant. With the side dishes and dipping sauce on the plate, and smelling the fiery aroma, he couldn't help but feel his mouth water. Guo Yunhao dared not sit down again. There was only one seat opposite Yazii, and Yao Xiang consciously sat down there and started eating greedily. Yazii didn't know what to say to her, so he waved for Lu Mengying and Mu Yan to come over as well, and the two-person hot pot was expanded to 4 people. While eating, Yazii asked curiously, how do you get such fresh ingredients here? Guo Yunhao smiled ingratiatingly and said, they're all frozen in the refrigerator. With the current power shortage, we can't supply cold storage, so most of the fresh food has spoiled. We can only freeze a few freezers, every little bit we eat is a little less. The generator isn't providing enough power, is it? Yazii nodded, happily eating, and casually asked, how exactly does this system work? How are the members managed? My philosophy is basically to not keep idle people around. I'll train as many as possible to become combatants. Guo Yunhao smiled wryly, but it's really too much to ask women to fight. Many of them have been pampered since childhood and are afraid of blood. Asking them to kill a chicken is a huge problem, let alone killing zombies. So I let them choose for themselves how to contribute to the group. Oh, Yazii raised an eyebrow. What methods? As you've seen, Master Z, basically none of the pretty ones want to go out and encounter dangerous zombies, nor do any dirty or strenuous work, so they're forced into prostitution. Lu Mengying frowned, unable to help but ask, they'd rather sell themselves than do anything else. Most of them are, Guo Yunhao said awkwardly. But a few were forced by me. You know, Master Z, men are all like that, he. Haha, damn it, Yazii couldn't help but roll his eyes. Could it be that all the pretty girls here have been defiled by you? I'm not the only one. You mean none of the men under your command are clean? Yes, there are, but, to be honest, very few. Who can resist the allure of beauty? Especially when you have to go out every day and risk your life fighting zombies, and you never know when you might get infected. However, some people couldn't think of this. For example, Yao Xiang asked with disgust, isn't anyone going to stand up and object? This is so outrageous, or are all the men here born rapists? This. Guo Yunhao wiped his sweat, lowered his head, and dared not say another word. His meaning was quite clear, there were definitely people who opposed him, but he dealt with them all. Yazii felt disdain and didn't bother to dwell on the issue, instead asking, what about those who are willing to do the dirty and hard work? I didn't touch them, no one has violated them, and they are living very well. Yazii snorted coldly, I just said what I hate most, and you've already forgotten. Guo Yunhao's body trembled, and he quickly slapped himself, saying, oh, I almost forgot, I forced the prettiest ones among them to sell themselves. Sorry, Master Hayes, I forgot. Who are they? Bring them over here. Yao Xiang looked very angry, and put down her chopsticks. Lu Meng was the same, both furious. Only Mu Yan didn't move, and kept putting tripe and duck intestines into the hot pot to cook, serving Ye Ziyi the food with a bright smile. Guo Yunhao looked at Ye Ziyi, who remained silent, continuing to eat his hot pot. He could only grit his teeth and say to a young waitress beside him, "Go, call Zhao Zuimei and the other two over." The younger sister hurriedly ran out, and a short while later, 3 young women with bare faces entered. They didn't look well, their faces were expressionless, their hair was a bit messy, and their lips were pale. Ye Ziyi glanced at them, recalling the women he had seen after killing the blonde-haired man. They looked similar to them, but these 3 were much better off, at least they didn't have any obvious injuries. Yao wanted to go over and ask them if they had been RD by Guo Yunhao, and to seek justice for them. The 3 women were startled and looked at her suspiciously, wondering who Yao Xiang was. This woman was also stupid, she didn't even think to let Guo Yunhao explain himself. "I'm so sorry." In contrast, the nearly 200-pound muscular man was much quick-witted. He rushed over to apologize sincerely, expressing his deep remorse to the 3 women and promising to mend his ways and make amends to them. The 3 of them were increasingly shocked as they listened, and gradually understood the situation. They regarded Yao Xiang as their great benefactor and wept bitterly, expressing their gratitude to her. Ye Ziyi was quite unhappy. It was clearly his achievement, but Yao Xiang took it all. Was he trying to impersonate someone else? He secretly noted down this debt, as well as the debt for this guy ruining his plans before, intending to demand it from Yao Xiang later when they got out. For now, let her be smug for a few minutes. Who knew that Yao would become so eager to be a benefactor that he wanted to help all the women here to rise up from their serfdom, sing songs of liberation, overthrow the landlords, redistribute land, and become their own masters. She ordered Guo Yunhao to take out all the crystal cores in the supermarket's inventory, and on the spot turned the 3 women he had forcibly dragged into elemental awakening. She also made Guo Yunhao take out the holy relics and distribute them to them, which made this 200-pound muscle man shed tears. Then, she gathered the other women at the meeting room door and urged them to list the crimes of Guo Yunhao and the other men in the supermarket gang, promising to stand up for them and seek justice. But very few people actually responded. When Yao Xiang saw that only 1 or 2 people dared to stand up, he became anxious and tried to persuade them earnestly, promising to seek justice for them, but still no one responded. The 3 people Ye Ziyi had met earlier were also in the conference room. The man with the square mustache had a bitter expression on his face, while the stubborn girl sighed, quietly walked over to Yao Xiang, and pulled her to the corner to talk. Ye Ziyi didn't know what they said, but he knew that Yao Xiang's face was very ugly. She had been excitedly trying to do what she thought was a great thing, but had encountered a complete failure. As a result, she dismissed everyone, kicking Guo Yunhao and the others out of the meeting room. She didn't want to see any of them and returned to eat hot pot in a sullen mood. Guo Yunhao couldn't wait to leave. He smiled obsequiously and tried to go, but Ye Ziyi stopped him, telling him to stay and ask him some questions later. The stubborn girl also stayed, saying she wanted to ask Ye Ziyi some questions later. Ye Ziyi chuckled and ignored her. Unbeknownst to him, Guo Yunhao's expression immediately brightened as soon as he stepped out of the conference room, a smug grin spreading across his face. He glanced back at the closed conference room door and beckoned over a man who was waiting at the door. "Is everything taken care of?" The man chuckled in a low, sinister voice, "All done. Boss, just wait and see them turn into zombies." "Well done. I'll reward you handsomely after this is done." Inside the conference room, Ye Ziyi and the others were still eating hot pot, completely oblivious to what was happening. Qi Xiang was squatting in a corner, quietly recovering from his injuries, trying to remain invisible. Yao Xiang plopped down in a chair. When Mu Yan saw Yao Xiang approaching, she made a few sarcastic remarks to her, which angered her greatly. Ye Ziyi, however, didn't say anything sarcastic. He simply asked Yao Xiang, "You want to help the women here? What, is it not allowed?" she said sullenly, her face pouting. "Didn't realize you were such a saint." Ye Ziyi chuckled. "I thought you were a selfish and petty person." "You're the selfish and petty person," Yao Xiang retorted angrily. To her surprise, Ye Ziyi readily admitted it. "You're right, I am, but it's still better than you playing the saint in the apocalypse." "I'm no saint. If I were, I'd just be helping them out because I was in a good mood," Yao said, biting her chopsticks with feigned disdain. "Have you thought about what will happen to them after we leave?" "Huh? What's going on?" Ye Ziyi shook his head and laughed. "How can you possibly succeed if you don't even think about such basic things?" Yao Xiang froze, Lu Mengying shook her head repeatedly, and Mu Yan let out a disdainful sneer. Ye Ziyi picked up a piece of chewy beef tendon and reminded her, "After we finish the hot pot, we'll have to settle our bills properly." Yao Xiang looked completely bewildered. "Accounts? What accounts? You took it upon yourself to disrupt my plans, that's the first offense," Ye Ziyi said, raising a second finger. "You used my influence to bestow favors upon others, that's the second." Yao wanted to glare at him. "I didn't? What do you mean by disrupting your plans? You didn't tell me what your plans were, how was I supposed to know? I was just helping you." "You've only made things worse for me," Ye Ziyi said coldly. "In similar situations in the future, you'll need my permission for anything you do. Otherwise, you shouldn't follow me anymore. You're stupid, clumsy, and disobedient. What use are you to me? You. Yao thought for a long time but couldn't come up with anything, and angrily buried his head in the hot pot to cook tripe. Lu Mingying couldn't help but laugh. Yazii was also starting to lose her composure. This was practically a daily occurrence for her, and it had almost become a habit. Yazii continued, I brought you along not so you could cause trouble. If you can't contribute and only make things worse, then I'll have no choice but to kick you out of the team. Yao slammed her chopsticks down in anger, then I'll just never do anything on my own initiative again, and I'll just obey your orders, okay? Yazii said seriously, when it's your turn to act, you don't need to wait for my order, but you'd better not try anything clever again, or you'll only hold me back. Okay, I won't hold you back, I'll follow your orders, but what's in it for me? Don't forget we're partners. I'll help you, but what benefits will you give me in return? Yo-ho? Yazii couldn't help but grin. Wow, this stupid woman's finally figured it out? She knows to ask him for favors now. Mu Yan coldly reprimanded from the side, you still have the nerve to ask the adults for favors? You should know who you relied on to get to where you are today. I relied on myself, of course. Who else could I have relied on? Yao glared back defiantly. He was holding me back, preventing me from leveling up. If I hadn't been bold and careful enough to secretly level up, would he be alive? I admit he did protect me for a while, but I, Yao, can swear on my life that I got to where I am today entirely on my own merits. Yazii was very surprised by her excited outburst of profanity, but what surprised him even more was something else. He turned to look at Lu Mingying. What happened? Didn't you decide on the spur of the moment to level Yao Xiang up to level 10? Lu Mingying stared in disbelief, her mouth agape. I. Lu Mingying couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time, but Yazii roughly understood what was going on. Yao thought this guy might not have any other skills, but he was quite good at petty theft. He reached out and grabbed her hair, dragging her forcefully in front of him. So you secretly leveled up, huh? Disobeying my orders like this, do you think you can escape punishment? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yao Xiang screamed as Yazii grabbed her. She instinctively tried to use her abilities to control Yazii and make him let go, but when she thought of Yazii's domineering and ruthless nature, she knew that the consequences of breaking ties with him would be dire, so she didn't dare to do so. She could only lean her head in the direction Yazii was exerting force and beg for mercy in a pitiful voice. I was wrong? It hurts, I'll never do it again. Yazii snorted coldly and released her. The art of managing subordinates boils down to clear rewards and punishments. He continued, you secretly disobeyed my orders, which deserves punishment, but you also saved me, which deserves reward. Do you want to punish and reward both, or cancel out your merits and demerits? Huh. Yao's eyes darted around. What are you going to reward me with, and how are you going to punish me? Yazii smiled slyly. You choose first, then I'll tell you. Yao Xiang's expression changed rapidly several times, then she gritted her teeth and said, I choose both punishment and reward. You're going to punish and reward at the same time, huh? Yazii knew this guy definitely wanted the relic, and was willing to be punished for it, but she never imagined that she had already received the reward. I'm sorry, your reward is the freedom I gave you before, and you've already received it. Huh? Yao Xiang was completely dumbfounded. Now is the time for you to receive your punishment. After saying that, Yazii put his arm around her neck, pressed her down on his lap with his left hand, and flicked her forehead with his right middle finger. Ouch, that hurts. Wait a minute, Yazii, how could you cheat like that? You can't do this. I'm just seeing if you have a genuine attitude of repentance. Who gave you the right to make this choice? Me? How would I know? It hurts. Yao wanted to scream and cry out in pain. She tried to stand up, but Yazii held her down tightly. She tried to shrink back down, but Yazii's legs held her down. Her hands were also pinned down by Yazii, so she couldn't raise them. She tried to cover the back of her head, but she couldn't reach it with her hands behind her back. She was incredibly clumsy. Boom, 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 boom. One flick wasn't enough. Yazii continued flicking fiercely, flicking her 7 times in total, until she was almost screaming herself hoarse before he stopped. You secretly leveled up 7 times behind my back, so I'll flick you 7 times. This time it's just a show. If you dare to do it again next time, it won't be as simple as a flick on the forehead, understand? Yes, I understand. Yao agreed tearfully, then scurried back to her seat in a huff. He then looked at Lu Mingying and waved to her. The innocent-looking girl froze. You're going to flick my forehead too? Mu Yan sneered from the side. You're afraid of a mere flick on the forehead as punishment? Be grateful for the adult's mercy. If it were anyone else, you wouldn't be able to walk for 3 days. Lu Mingying recalled the pitiful look on Mu Yan's face when she first saw her. She gritted her teeth and lowered her head to lean closer. Yazii didn't grab her hair like he did with Yao Xiang. He simply wrapped his arms around her from behind her neck. However, the force with which he flicked her head was no less than Yao Xiang's, producing 7 bang 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 sounds. Lu Mingying gritted her teeth and didn't cry out in pain at all. Her eyes reddened, and after wiping away her tears, she sat back down. Yao Xiang still couldn't forget the good she had done for him, and said to Yazii with a tearful expression, our conversation isn't over yet. I helped you, what about your reward? Yazii wasn't one to back down, so he negotiated with her, of course you'll get your share of the benefits. I'll give you 2 choices, the sacred relic, or the tier 2 crystal core for upgrading. He has 8 second-tier crystal cores, enough to raise Yao Xiang to level 20 in one go. but Yazii certainly wouldn't give her that many at once. He also needs to cultivate Mu Yan and Lu Mengying, who are more loyal to him. If he were to give Yao Xiang, he would only give her 2 at most. Yazii was well aware that this was extremely disproportionate to Yao Xiang's efforts, but resources were limited. If he gave Yao Xiang 1 more, he would have 1 less. In order to minimize his losses, he could only ask Yao Xiang to make the sacrifice. He used to be kind to others without considering personal gain or loss, only to be met with such an ending. Now, given a second chance at life, he would never again be the kind of naive and kind person he once envisioned. I want a sacred relic. Yao Xiang's choice surprised Yazii. He asked in astonishment, you want a sacred relic? Let me warn you, sacred relics only have noticeable effects after being enhanced. I know, it's just a soul crystal, I'll get it myself, Yao said menacingly. You'll make it yourself. Yazii chuckled. Alright, what attributes do you want? Spirit. She answered without hesitation. Mental amplification. Yazii glanced at the man with the square mustache and the stubborn girl standing at the door, then leaned close to her ear and whispered, is your control effect amplified by mental amplification? Why should I tell you? This is my ultimate secret. Yazii was truly exasperated. He took out an unenhanced artifact with the attribute of spirit, and Yao Xiang snatched it away with lightning speed, as if it were a carjacking. From now on, you'll have to pay me 1 of these relics every day as payment, Yao thought. Yazii was shocked when he heard this. This guy really dared to ask for such an exorbitant amount, and he flatly refused. Yao Xiang realized his request was excessive, so he changed it to every 2 days, but Yazii still refused. Thus began their long and drawn-out negotiation. Outside the meeting room, Guo Yunhao, his face grim, removed his ear from the door panel and questioned the man next to him in a low voice. What the hell are you doing? It's been so long, why haven't they turned into zombies yet? The man's face was pale, and he kept wiping the sweat from his forehead. No, this isn't right, it shouldn't be like this. I used the same method this time. Last time, all those people at the hotel got infected, so why are they alright? How the hell would I know? I'm just asking you, is it even possible or not? The man racked his brains, his eyes darting around. Damn it, either the zombie saliva expired, or the high temperature killed the virus, something definitely went wrong somewhere. You idiot, of course I know that. Guo Yunhao slapped him hard on the head in anger. I'm asking you now, how do you kill these bastards in there? The man clutched his head in agony, a hint of madness in his eyes. It's too late to poison them now. How about we just blow them up? Explode? How? I don't have any explosives. No explosives needed. The man whispered sinisterly in Guo Yunhao's ear. We just need to do this, and this again. As Guo Yunhao listened, his eyes suddenly widened, and then a sinister smile slowly crept onto his lips. Yazii, completely unaware that someone outside was plotting against him, finally managed to discuss Yao Xiang's payment after finishing his hot pot meal. It wasn't calculated by the day, but by 10% of his personal earnings. If Yao Xiang contributed to an event, he would have to give Yao Xiang 1/10 of his share of the profits. Of course, someone as shrewd as Yao Xiang would never agree to such an outrageous percentage as 1/10. This is just a minimum percentage, meaning that as long as she contributes, Yazii will give her at least 1/10. This percentage will increase as her contribution increases, with no upper limit. As for Yazii, 1/10 was the limit he could suppress. Considering the crucial role Yao Xiang could play, this percentage was nothing short of exploitation and oppression. But Yazii found a very good reason. While Yao Xiang was helping him, he was also protecting her, and this protection fee was much more expensive than her support fee. Unfortunately, Yazii lost the right to punish her. In the future, no matter what happens, he can no longer punish Yao Xiang like he did before. If he is dissatisfied with her, he can ask her to pay reasonable compensation. If he is really dissatisfied, he can simply part ways. Yao Xiang never wants to suffer such humiliation again. Overall, both sides were relatively satisfied with the outcome of the negotiations, achieving a mutually beneficial relationship by getting what they needed. The negotiation process was tortuous. Yao Xiang repeatedly refused the 1/10 guarantee and demanded at least 1/8. Yazii also refused to back down, and the two sides were deadlocked. Given the substantial gains this time, Yazii promised to give her another second-tier crystal core, and she finally compromised. Let's go. After finishing their hot pot, it was time to leave. The sickle had been retrieved, and Yazii's next goal was to seek revenge on Suhuiya. However, before that, he needed to test Qi Xiang further. Find out Qi Xiang's background and see if he can be used. If he can, take him to the Olympic Sports Center. His ability to control blood might be a big help. If not, squeeze every last drop out of him and then kill him to get his soul crystal. In the apocalypse, Yazii would show no mercy to his former enemies. Even if he were to recruit them into his team, he would remain vigilant and never let his guard down. He was the first to walk over and open the conference room door. Seeing that Yazii was about to leave, the stubborn girl who had been waiting there for a long time strode towards him. Are you leaving? I want to ask you something, is that all right? Yazii looked at her. What's up? I'd like to ask, how did your special ability awaken? Yazii was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed and said, what benefits will I get if I tell you? The black woman frowned. Do I have to get something in return? Yazii laughed. What, you want to get it for free? She slapped her forehead. How is this considered getting something for free? Fine, then tell me, what do you want from me? Hey, are you mistaken? I have no ulterior motives towards you. You're the one who came to ask me questions without any preparation, wasting so much of my time. Shouldn't you take a slap? The girl's eyes darted around, and she said, so your request to me is to slap me. You think you're so smart, huh? At least you're not stupid, right? She leaned her face closer, urging, come on, if you're going to fight, don't waste time. This girl had a fierce spirit. Yazii narrowed his eyes slightly. He thought for a moment, then gently slapped the girl, like a casual interaction between lovers. The girl giggled, is this your slap? It's actually quite gentle. Yazii chuckled, you won't think that way soon enough. Why? Because I'll tell you, I don't know how to awaken special abilities. The girl's expression froze, and she said, hey, ZG, aren't you cheating? Really? At least now you know something I didn't. The girl fell silent. Yazii shrugged. I know you want to become a special awakener, but unfortunately, I can't help you. If you can't help me, does that mean someone else might be able to? Perhaps. After Yazii finished speaking, he turned around, opened the door, and walked out of the conference room. Guo Yunhao had been waiting outside the door. When Yazii came out, he went up to greet him with a fawning smile. Yazii didn't want to waste any more words with him. He packed some supplies in the supermarket and was about to leave. Guo Yunhao knew that they had crawled in through the dog hole, and this time he was determined not to let him crawl out through that dog hole again. Mr. Z, this way please. I specially cleared out the secret exit of the underground parking lot and even prepared a Land Rover with a full tank of gas for you as a small gift. This thing drives really well, haha. Mr. Z, come over anytime you have time. As he spoke, the muscular man, weighing 200 pounds, handed over the keys to the Land Rover with both hands. Seeing how understanding and easygoing this guy was, not even holding a grudge from before, Yazii smiled, took the car keys, and said, I didn't expect you to be so capable. Okay, I'll come back for hot pot sometime. He patted Guo Yunhao on the chest and laughed, don't worry, you won't eat for nothing. Not at all. For Master Zi to eat and take so much from me is a huge favor to me, Guo Yunhao. I'm telling you, no matter how long it takes Master Zi to arrive, I will greet him respectfully, and I will never go back on my word. Come, bring the wine. At his call, a beautiful woman who had been waiting nearby came over carrying a bottle of Mutai Golden Osman thus leaf. Yazii happened to know this wine. It cost over 30,000 yuan a bottle. However, in the apocalypse, a bottle of liquor costing over 30,000 yuan is nothing special. Guo Yunhao opened a bottle of Beiju, poured himself a full glass, and respectfully offered it to Yazii, saying, wishing you a safe journey, Master Zi. He drank it down in one gulp with such bold and unrestrained movements that Yazii was inspired by his spirit. He also grabbed a cup, filled it to the brim, and, imitating him, drank it all in one go as if it were water. As a result, he almost died after taking that bite. His throat and esophagus burned like they were on fire, and he only felt better when his stomach felt better. Yazii couldn't help but cough. He had been careless. If you can't drink, don't try to do so much like others. Guo Yunhao laughed heartily, praising Master Zi's impressive drinking capacity. He waved his hand, tossed aside his glass, and turned to leave. After getting into the driver's seat of the Land Rover and familiarizing himself with it for a bit, Yazii prepared to drive away. Just as he started the engine, he suddenly felt a little dizzy. Feeling a bit dazed, I realized my alcohol tolerance is still too low. Yazii smacked his lips. He really shouldn't have drunk so much. Damn, showing off ruined everything. Qi Xiang sat in the passenger seat next to him, covering his toothless half-mouth, leaning slumped against the car door. Lu Mingying and the other two sat in the back seat, while Yao Xiang burped contentedly, rubbing his stomach. She hadn't eaten such a hearty hot meal since the apocalypse, and before she knew it, she had eaten a little too much. Yazii ate a lot too, but his appetite had become enormous. It looked like he ate enough for 4 or 5 people, but he was only about 70% full. He felt a little dizzy, but staying conscious was no problem. He turned on the headlights, gently pressed the accelerator to start the car, and followed the directions of the supermarket's assistants as he slowly drove out of the parking lot. Farewell, Mr. Z. Yazii glanced in the rearview mirror and saw that Guo Yunhao was really a good guy. The 200-pound muscular man ran all the way to see him off from the parking lot, laughing heartily and showing that he was not a vengeful person at all. He stretched his left hand out of the window and waved, as if to say goodbye one last time. However, just as he turned off the parking lot exit and onto the main road, and was accelerating, suddenly, boom, Yazii couldn't react to what happened in that instant. He only knew that his vision was instantly engulfed by the flames, and the huge impact swept everything away. It was as if his soul had left his body, and the shock almost shattered his consciousness. He felt that it was really just a tiny bit off, just a tiny bit off. If his constitution hadn't been stuck at that exact point, he would have lost consciousness and wouldn't even know how he died. Now, he realized it clearly. It's an explosion? The car exploded? He was in excruciating pain all over his body. He could feel that his hands had lost all feeling, probably because they had been blown off. He was also completely blind and his mind was filled with tinnitus. Guo Yunhao, you even bombed me too. I'll kill your whole family. Qi Xiang's agonizing screams came from the seat next to him, and Yazi's muscles were spasming wildly from the pain. He suddenly remembered the words Guo Yunhao had shouted as he chased after the car earlier. Rest in peace. I'm going to get lost, you son of a BCH. Yazii was utterly enraged and, without the slightest hesitation, immediately activated time reversal. Time in the entire world suddenly stopped, then began to rewind. Yazii enveloped himself in a thin membrane of laws, his brain blazing with rage. Indiscriminate killing is not my style, but since you're courting death, I'll grant your wish. Rewind 20 seconds, and everything returned to normal. Yazii was about to drive the car out of the parking lot, and as he was going uphill, he gently applied the brakes to stop the car. He took a few deep breaths to calm his anger, then stuck his head out of the car window. On his face was that meaningful yet utterly meaningless smile that he always wore. He said to Guo Yunhao, "Brother Hao, come here for a second, there's something I forgot to tell you." Guo Yunhao's fawning smile froze for half a second, as if he hesitated for a moment, but he still came over eagerly. He rubbed his hands together and said, "Is there anything else you need, Master Zi?" Guo Yunhao could never have imagined that his half-second hesitation would determine his life or death. Yazii smiled broadly, with this guy coming over, the car wouldn't explode. Only then did he open the door and get out of the car. He slowly reached out and put his arm around Guo Yunhao's shoulder, pulling him away from the deadly Land Rover. Because of the height difference between the two, Guo Yunhao didn't dare to let Yazii put in too much effort, so he kept bowing like a little brother, with his expression extremely respectful and obsequious. Yazii sneered inwardly, and as he walked, he whispered to the 200-pound, cunning, muscular man, "Brother Hao, you really have a cruel heart." Huh. Guo Yunhao looked completely bewildered. "What are you talking about, Master Zi? I don't understand a word you're saying." "You really don't understand." "I really don't understand," Guo Yunhao said confidently, yet his face was full of doubt. Then, he suddenly realized with a self-righteous air, "Oh, I get it. It must be that brat Qi Xiang talking badly about me to you, Grandpa, right? You can't trust that guy's words, Master Zi." "Aha, ahaha, ahahaha." Yazii gradually began to laugh, then threw his head back and laughed loudly. "All I can say is, you almost succeeded. Planting a bomb in a car, you're really something." Guo Yunhao's fawning smile froze instantly, and his complexion went from rosy to pale in just 2 seconds. Yazii just stared at him with a smile, but the anger in his eyes burned like a raging fire. Guo Yunhao had already realized that something was wrong and immediately wanted to launch a surprise attack on Yazii. However, his sudden attack was destined to fail, because Yazii had already laid a trap, channeling a higher level of lightning elemental power from his body and transmitting it like high voltage to his right hand, which was wrapped around Guo Yunhao's bare shoulder. Ugh! Guo Yunhao was struck as if by lightning, his whole body trembling from the intense shock of the lightning element, his eyes rolling back, and his lower body becoming wet. The men behind him, seeing this, all looked terrified. They wanted to make a move, but dared not. Snap! A burnt smell filled the air. Guo Yunhao's heart stopped beating, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Yazii received a soul crystal of a mid-level awakened, as well as 7 sacred relics, almost all of which were enhanced. This quantity surprised him slightly. Yao Xiang and the other two finally got out of the car and belatedly ran over to ask Yazii what was going on. "Nothing much, I just wanted to tell you something. You were all killed in the explosion." "What?" The 3 pretty faces, which had turned pale at the same time, also became filled with extreme anger almost simultaneously. "Damn it, that's infuriating. They actually resorted to such a treacherous tactic. That's just asking for death. So you know what to do, right?" Yazii glanced at the several panicked men opposite him, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Kill them all, leave no one alive." Yazii's order immediately sparked a bloody and brutal life or death struggle. The opposing team consisted of 5 elemental awakeners, 4 men and 1 woman who coordinated skillfully. Upon hearing Yazii's order to kill them all, they immediately unleashed their formidable fighting prowess. The 5 people instantly scattered, 2 to the left and 2 to the right. The woman in the middle shouted and swung her arm, splashing out countless water droplets. These droplets were quickly frozen by the ice elemental power of the man on the left, turning into ice spikes that shot towards Yazii and the others. Yazii's eyes widened, and he instinctively retreated while blocking. Lu Mengying reacted quickly, immediately erecting a wall of howling wind that blew away all the incoming ice spikes. The short man on the right shouted, having already gathered purple lightning in his hand, which he was about to throw at Yazii in the shape of a spear. Yao Xiang gritted his teeth and stretched out his right hand, but he suddenly turned the spear around and pierced the lightning spear into his companion who had already summoned a fire dragon. The man was both shocked and furious. "Zhang Wuqiang, what are you doing?" Rumble! The edge of the lightning spear accidentally touched the fire dragon summoned by the man, triggering an explosive overload reaction that blasted the 2 of them away. Yao Xiang then turned his attention to the balding man on the left, who was covered in frost, and made him ambush his companion, freezing his movements until they were sluggish. Then, he picked up a sharp ice spike from the ground and ambushed his companion from behind, stabbing it into his neck. Sizzle! The balding man's companion was focused on Yazii, wary of his unknown special abilities, when he was suddenly backstabbed, his ice spike piercing the side of his neck by the balding man. Blood splattered! He screamed and collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his wound like a pillar. The wound had definitely pierced his carotid artery, and he was clearly beyond saving. Large sum of money. Seeing him fall to the ground severely injured, the woman in the middle let out a shrill scream. She went completely mad, her eyes bloodshot as she pulled out a dagger from behind her and charged at Yao Xiang with a frenzied roar. Lu Mengying summoned a gust of wind, blowing frost elements with a slowing effect onto the woman. The spread of the wind elements also caused her some damage. Her skin was immediately frostbitten, but she didn't care at all. She was determined to kill Yao Xiang, as if she would take Yao Xiang down with her even if she went to hell herself. Startled by her ghostly charge, Yao instinctively tried to back away, but ended up falling flat on her backside. Mu Yan immediately pulled her up, raised her hand, and slapped her across the face, while shouting sternly, "You BD, go all out? What are you afraid of?" Ugh. Yao Xiang was somewhat stunned by her attack. Ye stepped forward, tripped the woman who was rushing towards him, and then stomped on her without hesitation. He grabbed her chin from behind and snapped her neck with a crack. This is a brutal life or death struggle. Once it begins, there is no turning back, no room for maneuver. It's either you die or I die. Ye quickly collected the artifacts she had dropped. Then he went over to the guy who had been seriously injured and lying on the ground earlier and gave him a quick death, taking his artifacts. These guys almost all had 2 or 3 artifacts, all of which were enhanced. Yao Xiang then realized what was happening and quickly restrained the last remaining balding, frost-covered man. Seeing that all was lost, the man was desperately trying to run back. But no matter how fast he moved, he couldn't outrun Yao Xiang's will. Yao Xiang took control of the situation, and he immediately stopped in his tracks. He shakily picked up a loose piece of ice from the ground and was about to stab it into his neck, but the tip of the ice hovered a centimeter away from his neck, unable to deliver the final, fatal blow. Yao hesitated. Only this last one remained, and he should be considered a prisoner. Killing him would be too cruel. But Ye didn't hold back. The other party was going to blow them all up, so how could he hold back? With a stern face, he strode over, grabbed the icicle in the other's hand, and pressed it down hard. Pfft! The sound of damp icicles piercing flesh rang out, and the man's eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground. Ye then took the sacred relic from his body. Those 2 aren't dead yet. Mu Yan walked up to the 2 people who had been blown away by the overload reaction and reminded Ye to stand guard and let him go over and finish them off. Ye grinned maliciously, picked up a dagger from the woman's corpse, and walked over. Suddenly, the short man who used lightning opened his eyes and grabbed Mu Yan's bare ankle. Careful. Ye rushed over, but it was too late. Mu Yan was electrocuted, her eyes rolled back and her body convulsed. She fell heavily to the ground with a thud. Ye pounced and plunged a dagger into the dwarf's neck. He was also electrocuted by the dwarf before he died, causing his eyes to roll back. Ye, however, was physically strong and withstood the attack. The other fire user, who had been pierced by a lightning spear earlier and was severely injured, was now on the verge of death after being blown away by the overload. Ye first went over and killed him with a single strike, then put away the sacred relic to prevent it from attracting mutated zombies before squatting down to check on Mu Yan's condition. Mu Yan. This sight chilled Ye to the bone. She wasn't breathing. Then I tore open her shirt and oversized bra, and reached inside to try it on. Holy crap! My heart stopped racing. No way, he just died like that? Ye couldn't believe it. He checked his pulse and the artery under his neck again, but there was still no movement. Holy shit. Ye flew into a rage and turned to glare at Yao Xiang. Why didn't you control this person just now? Yao wanted to look away. She had done it on purpose. Mu Yan had slapped her hard just now, and she was still holding a grudge. Moreover, her relationship with Mu Yan was already very bad. She thought that if she had been a minute slower, she could have taught Mu Yan a small lesson. But who would have thought that she would be electrocuted like that? Ye was so angry he was almost going crazy. He pointed at Yao Xiang fiercely, his expression more ferocious than ever before. If she dies, you won't get away with it either. After saying that, he buried his head and began to perform first aid on Mu Yan, including CPR and artificial respiration. At this point, he didn't care about whether Mu Yan was dirty or not. Ye just wanted to save his loyal dog. With a momentum that spares no expense, Lu Mengying quickly came over to help, kneeling beside Mu Yan and pinching her nose to blow air into her mouth. Ye no longer needed to perform artificial respiration and rhythmically pressed on Mu Yan's chest. Oh right, I think I had some adrenaline in my bag. Lu Mengying suddenly realized what was happening, put down her backpack and hurriedly started rummaging through it. Ye called Yao Xiang over to give Mu Yan CPR. She rushed over in a panic, but her movements were completely off, not pinching the nose properly and not matching the mouth correctly. Ye was so angry that he cursed loudly. What kind of rubbish did you make? How can air even get in? Pinch her nose and seal her lips tightly. Huh? Oh. Yao Xiang then realized what to do and kept blowing air into Mu Yan's mouth. Lu Mengying's adrenaline had been found. As an intern, she prepared the medication on the spot and administered the intravenous injection in one go. Then she took over Yao Xiang's job and performed artificial respiration on Mu Yan. Ye continued to rhythmically press on Mu Yan's chest. Come back to life. Come back to life. Ye was frantically chanting in his mind, completely unaware that Qi Xiang had already disappeared from the passenger seat of the Land Rover. He had already run away the moment Ye started fighting with the supermarket gang. Ye continued the first aid procedures. Half a minute after the adrenaline injection, Mu Yan suddenly moved, opened her mouth and gasped for breath. She spread her limbs, opened her eyes wide, and almost sprang up from the ground before starting to breathe rapidly. Yazii felt exhilarated. She's alive? Lu Mingying wiped her mouth vigorously a few times, then silently stood up. Yao Xiang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Mu Yan really was dead, then she would have to prepare to face Yazii's wrath. Mu Yan stared wide-eyed, as if she didn't understand what had just happened. Yazii lifted the back of her neck and said, "You almost died. We almost couldn't save you." Huh? Oh. Mu Yan quickly remembered, and while treating her injuries, a wry smile appeared on her face. "I was electrocuted. I'm so sorry, sir. I was careless this time and caused you so much trouble." "It's nothing. You're one of my people, so of course I'll do everything I can to keep you safe. Just don't do anything so dangerous next time. You're the healer, so just stay at the back of the group. Don't go near the enemy until you're sure it's safe." Mu Yan turned over and knelt before Yazii, respectfully saying yes. "Change your clothes, I just tore them." Yazii stood up and surveyed the battlefield. Of the 6 people who came out of the supermarket to see him off, none of them are still alive. But Yazii always felt like he had missed something. Strange, what could it be? His gaze inadvertently fell on the Death Range Rover parked there. The passenger door was slightly ajar, and the prisoner who should have been inside was nowhere to be seen. He suddenly slapped himself on the head. Broken. Yazii didn't dare approach the car easily, so he went around to the other side of the car's rear and looked at the passenger side. The person has indeed disappeared. He turned to Yao Xiang and asked, "Where's that guy?" "Huh? Who?" Yao Xiang didn't react for a moment. She was still staring blankly at the corpses in front of her. "Qi Xiang," Yazii reminded him. "Qi? Oh no, he's gone." Yao thought, covering her head. Yazii frowned. "You can't sense him anymore." I didn't even know when he disappeared." "Right, it must have happened while we were fighting. Can you sense which direction he's running in?" No, I can't feel him at all anymore. They run fast." Yazii chuckled through his nose and turned back towards the supermarket. "Let's go. There are definitely still Guo Yunhao's remnants in the supermarket. I won't let any of them get away." Mu Yan and Lu Mingying immediately followed, especially Mu Yan, who was filled with murderous aura. Yao Xiang also wanted to follow, but the corpses on the ground made her unable to look away, and she suddenly knelt down and vomited. Yazii stopped and turned around. Yao felt extremely nauseous and almost threw up all the hot pot they had just eaten, so he had no choice but to walk back. Upon closer reflection, it's clear that Yao Xiang killed almost all of them by herself, so it's normal for her to feel disgusted. Without her body control ability, Yazii would have had to transform to deal with them, but that would mean Lu Mingying and Mu Yan wouldn't be absolutely safe. His transformation was so loud, and since they were in an underground parking lot, there was no way for them to hide. "Are you alright?" Yazii went over and gently patted her back, handing her tissues and bottled water. After a while, she said somewhat dazedly, I killed them all." "You've killed someone before, haven't you?" Yazii scoffed at her. "What are you pretending for now?" I didn't." Yao covered her head. "My previous actions were out of necessity, but this time it was a one-sided massacre. I killed them all." Her eyes were unfocused and dazed. Yazii slapped her awake. Snap. Yao wanted to glare at him. "Why did you hit me? I told you not to hit me again." Yazii sneered. "Look at you, acting all saintly. They were going to kill us all. They even blew up the car." Yao Xiang's face darkened. "But I didn't experience it myself. How would I know they did that to me?" "Hehe, you really want to know, don't you?" Yazii immediately pulled her towards the Land Rover, which terrified her and caused her to struggle frantically. "What are you doing? Let me go." "You didn't believe that car would explode, did you? Why don't you sit inside and drive it 30 meters? See for yourself if it explodes." "No way. I'm not stupid. I wouldn't drive this car knowing there's something wrong with it." "Aren't you eager to know what they did to you?" Yazii scoffed. "Go ahead, the truth is right there. Go find out for yourself." Yao wanted to cower, shaking his head repeatedly. Yazii mocked. "What, didn't you distrust me?" I never said I didn't trust you. I've always trusted you." This girl is starting to deny it again. Yazii was too lazy to argue with her, so he stared into her eyes and announced unilaterally. "Listen, in my ranks you must obey my principles. I neither indiscriminately kill innocent people nor are women, that's my bottom line. But if anyone dares to harm me, I will repay them 10-fold, 100-fold. If someone greets me with a smile, then I won't do anything to them. These people died entirely because of their own actions, understand?" "I understand," Yao Xiang said, pursing his lips. Now that you understand, why aren't you leaving? If you're going to leave, then leave. Why are you yelling at people?" Yao pouts and walks ahead, but Yazii shakes his head, takes 2 steps to overtake her, and arrives at the metal gate at the supermarket entrance. The door here was already closed. He kicked the door twice, but there was no response from behind it. Only then did he remember the walkie-talkie. He reached back to where he had previously used the square-shaped mustache and pulled out one. He turned it on and connected it, but there was no sound coming from the other end. "Pretending you're not there, huh?" Yazii sneered. He knew that the people inside must already know what was happening outside. His boss and all the high-ranking combatants were wiped out. There was no way they would dare to open this door for him. but Yazii was equally certain that someone would be standing next to the walkie-talkie, listening to what he had to say. Not going to talk, huh? Pretending nobody's there? Heh, the walkie-talkie's already connected. I don't care if nobody's really there or not. I'm telling you, if you don't open the door in 5 minutes, I'll break it down by force. And nobody inside will survive. After he finished speaking, he smashed the walkie-talkie, jumped onto the hood of a Mercedes parked nearby, and lay down. He didn't care about the dust anymore. He figured he could just tell Mu Yan to clean it up. Mu Yan and the other two also rested. Yao Xiang first pretended to drink a few sips of water, and then suddenly asked about the questions he had just learned. Loot? 6 soul crystals, plus 19 sacred relics. Yao Xiang's eyes immediately lit up. What about my share? Yazii said calmly, you have 2 sacred relics and a soul crystal. Hey, how come there's only so little? Because of your clever tricks, you almost killed Mu Yan, so this is all you have left. Yazii looked at him indifferently. Or do you have a different opinion? Yao seemed about to speak but then stopped. This time, Mu Yan became Yazii's excuse for exploiting her, but she couldn't refute it. After all, she's now on the same team as Yazii, and she has the responsibility and obligation to do her job well. She could have used her abilities to prevent Mu Yan from being in danger, but she failed to do so, so that's her fault. Yao Xiang accepted it. After all, a soul crystal and 2 sacred relics were a great fortune for her. Yazii didn't keep her hanging on for her reward. He immediately gave her 2 artifacts that primarily boosted spirit, one of which was enhanced to +8. Here's the +8 enhancement for you, but I won't give you the soul crystal. I have a use for it. Why are you looking at me like that? Generally, 1 soul crystal can only enhance an artifact to +4. You've hit the jackpot this time. Oh, is that so? Yao Xiang was unaware of the rules for enhancing sacred artifacts and was immediately suspicious. Yazii simply pulled her aside to conduct an experiment, giving her a soul crystal to try enhancing it herself, and then rewinding time. He can control whether the laws of time are inclusive or not. It's that thin film. He only needs to actively remove the film of the laws that envelop Yao Xiang, and she can retain her memories and travel back in time, just like Yazii. This was a piece of cake for Yazii. Fortunately, this experiment didn't trigger a double experience boost. Yao Xiang saw that her artifact was indeed only upgraded to +4, and readily agreed to Yazii's previous proposal. She essentially gained a soul crystal for free. How could the shrewd Yao Xiang possibly refuse? Yazii also profited. He couldn't use the +8 spirit relic because he now realized the importance of physique. If he hadn't had a decent physique before, he would be a corpse in a car wreck by now. So now he's not focusing all his energy on spirit anymore. Instead, he removed the +12 agility artifact he was wearing and replaced it with a tier 3 artifact of the same slot that adds plus constitution, one of the artifacts dropped by the 2 first-generation demon corpses. This tier 3 constitution artifact, combined with his extremely rare steel dragon lizard spine which grants a percentage-based increase to constitution, is an absolute steal. The agility attribute is honestly not very useful to him. It only makes him run faster when escaping and makes him more agile and swift in melee combat. He doesn't really need it, since he can solve everything with a single scythe anyway. Compared to his ability to save his life in critical moments, agility is merely icing on the cake. Yazii now understands that there are no useless attributes, only suitable combinations. Now, attributes he used to despise, such as blood chi and constitution, are very useful to him. On the contrary, he feels that he doesn't need to increase strength and agility so much. No, strength is still needed. Looking at the overflowing artifacts in his system space, Yazii couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He had obtained 2nd and 3rd tier artifacts from killing the 2nd generation and 1st generation zombies. These artifacts had better base stats than 1st tier ones, but they all required soul crystals to enhance them to achieve significant effects. And he needed his soul crystals to try and get the 5 times experience boost from the steel dragon lizard's spine. We don't have enough soul crystals. If only artifacts could be used as fodder for other artifacts, Yazii thought to himself, then tried it out and found that it didn't work. The only way to upgrade artifacts is by strengthening them with soul crystals. His discarded relics were practically worthless except for being given away. No, it's not about giving it away, it's about training it. Yazii couldn't help but turn his gaze to Mu Yan and Lu Mengying. He had previously given each of them a +12 blood chi relic, all of which he had plundered from Qi Xiang. Now that he had so many unused relics, there was no reason not to properly equip them. Especially Lu Mengying, her wind elemental power is incredibly useful in battle, both agile and convenient, and it played a significant role just now. Yazii plans to prioritize training her. However, another problem arose in Yazii's mind. He could simply give the relic to Mu Yan, who was blindly loyal to him, but he couldn't give it to Lu Mengying. That would make her too proud. He had to think of a reason to distribute the relic as a reward. Yazii couldn't help but ponder. Yazii couldn't come up with a good solution, so he simply tried to probe directly. He left Yao behind and called Mu Yan and Lu Mengying to the back of the car. He first gave Mu Yan 3 enhanced relics for different parts of her body, which increased agility, stamina, and constitution, perfect for her role as a healer. Her reaction was exactly as Yazii had expected. She knelt down respectfully to show her loyalty, and Yazii could easily sense her fiery passion from her words and actions. She would probably kneel down and lick his feet without hesitation. Ever since Yazii started to overcome all obstacles, this woman's illness has become increasingly severe. However, Yazii is quite happy to see this situation, although her morbid jealousy and possessiveness are a problem. On Lu Mingying's side, after seeing how many sacred relics Yazii gave Mu Yan, she roughly understood his meaning. Should they choose to cooperate with him independently like Yao Xiang, or should they choose to offer him absolute loyalty like Mu Yan? How exactly do you want to stay by my side, Junior? Can you tell me? Lu Mingying hesitated for a moment before speaking. Her choice had never changed. You are my greatest benefactor. Without you, I would have none of what I have today. I will repay you with my life. I will do anything you ask, but I must retain my dignity. When have I ever disrespected you? Yazii stared into her eyes, but she gently looked away, which made Yazii feel a little uneasy. What is this pure and innocent-looking junior really thinking? Today's experience of being tricked by Guo Yunhao made Yazii somewhat suspicious. He needed to find out Lu Mingying's true thoughts, otherwise he wouldn't be able to have peace of mind. When have I disrespected you? Tell me. That happened a few times before, but not anymore. Don't worry, I would never betray you. How can I trust you? Lu Mingying was taken aback. I said, how can I trust you completely? She was both amused and exasperated. How should I know? I trust you completely, but as for you doing the same to me, I have absolutely no clue. Yazii had a good idea. His method was to find out the secret that the other party was most unwilling to tell, and to hold on to her biggest weakness. Tell me your deepest secret. Yazii wouldn't believe verbal guarantees, he only believed concrete evidence. Lu Mingying was startled, her eyes darting around as she said, I don't have any secrets. The seed Yazii planted in her heart took effect. He sensed that Lu Mingying was lying. Go over to Yao Xiang's side and see what she's doing. Yazii sent Mu Yan away, then pulled Lu Mingying to a corner further inside. Now that no one's around, you can talk. I really didn't. Lu Mingying was both amused and exasperated. She was putting on quite a convincing act. Yazii shook his head. You know what I hate most. His words silenced Lu Mingying. She knew very well that Yazii hated being lied to, especially by women. So the innocent-looking beauty didn't hesitate for long before saying with a wry smile, okay, I can tell you, but what good will it do you? It's incredibly useful, it lets me trust you completely. Yazii thought for a moment, then added, and personally, I'm also quite curious about your secrets. Hey, senior, you wouldn't happen to have a crush on me, would you? Lu Mingying covered her mouth and let out a teasing laugh. Yazii could never possibly fall in love with her, he would never fall in love with any woman again in his entire life. Don't get me wrong, it's even less likely for a man. So he handled it with ease, reaching out to gently lift Lu Mingying's chin, and slowly bringing his face closer. What, is that not allowed? Holy crap! Lu Mingying exclaimed in surprise, no way, are you serious? Senior, is this a confession? Yazii chuckled. That's why women are such foolish creatures. When you're too shy to confess your feelings or deny it outright because you genuinely like them, they pretend not to see it or can't believe it. But when you wear a mask of pretense and express your love to them with the composure of a lion roaming freely, they are more likely to believe it. Yazii smiled slightly and whispered in her ear, stop talking nonsense, just tell me your deepest secret, so I can continue to trust you without worry. Lu Mingying's excited eyes suddenly dimmed. I see. She already knew that Yazii didn't truly love her, he only wanted her loyalty. She understood perfectly why Yazii was acting this way. He suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder because his fiancée betrayed him, causing him to no longer believe in love and never fall in love with any woman again. Lu Mingying once thought she might be the one to break the ice, but now it seems she is far from qualified or capable of doing so. Perhaps she could try to improve her skills in this area? She seemed to see a faint light, and her eyes gradually brightened again. Speak, Yazii cupped her face, pressed his forehead against hers, and whispered, nose to nose, urging her, you can say anything, just don't lie to me. You should be able to guess, I can tell. Is it a seed of the soul? Lu Mingying cupped Yazii's face in her hands, then suddenly sensed his obvious displeasure and lowered her hands. That's right, but it's too late for you to back out. I don't regret it. I knew it all along, your inner seed definitely has other abilities. She realized that Yazii wasn't flirting with her, but rather manipulating her emotions. What Yazii wanted wasn't a seemingly loyal partner, but an absolutely devoted one like Mu Yan. But that would mean she would lose her dignity, which she absolutely didn't want. She was determined to fight for her dignity and battle Yazii, the great demon king, to the death. Then you still accept it? Yazii asked her. Do I have any other options? Yazii laughed. Of course, I never force women to do anything. Lu Mingying snorted through her nose. Yes, you won't force them. You'll offer them another path they're even less willing to take, like the path to the underworld. Yazii burst into laughter. You're so smart, Junior. The senior is not bad either. Do you hate it? What do you hate? Yazii suddenly slammed her against the wall, forcefully lifted her pretty face, and lifted her off the ground, forcing her to wrap her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. I hate what I did. Lu Mingying's face turned bright red. This was the first time she had been treated so forcefully by a man, and she was on the verge of losing control. Let's get back to what we were talking about. She fled in disarray. Don't you really want to know my deepest secret? Go ahead and say it, Yazii chuckled. When I was in 6th grade, I falsely accused a teacher. He was our PE teacher, young and handsome. Back then, I really liked him. No, I loved him. One afternoon after school, I found a moment and ran to his office to confess my feelings. He rejected me on the spot, and I was heartbroken, so I cried. Just then, our homeroom teacher walked in. She was a very strict middle-aged female teacher, and she asked me what was wrong. I said. Lu Mengying stopped abruptly halfway through her sentence. She cried, tears streaming down her cheeks, her face filled with self-blame and regret. Yazii could already guess what would happen next. I vehemently denied it. I falsely accused him of trying to harm me, of molesting me, of groping me. I ruined his life. Stop talking. Yazii covered her mouth, and she burst into tears. I'm sorry to have made you reveal such an embarrassing secret. I never expected that this seemingly innocent girl is actually a bad girl at heart. When she vents her emotions, she doesn't care about anything and dares to do such outrageous things. Women. However, Lu Mengying's willingness to tell him about this was a sincere expression of her loyalty. She wanted respect, so Yazii gave her respect, and he accepted the girl's loyalty without hesitation. A very good deal. Yazii gently put her down, offering her his broad chest so she could wipe away her tears. With the girl half embraced, he glanced at his watch. The 5 minutes he had mentioned earlier had long passed, but the steel doors of the supermarket showed no sign of opening. Very well, you really think he can't break through, huh? A chilling aura began to rise in Yazii's heart. Yazii held Lu Mengying for a few more minutes until she had completely calmed down before handing her the 3 holy relics he had prepared, including the rare item that increased wind attribute manipulation. He casually explained the value of rare attributes, but Lu Mengying showed no joy whatsoever, only a bitter smile. It seems I'll never be able to repay your favor in this lifetime. Yazii chuckled softly. What's the point of talking about favors? You're completely mine now. He put his arm around the girl's waist, which met with slight resistance. No, there's at least one thing I'll never give you. I have no use for that thing of yours. Yazii smiled slightly, released her, and turned to walk out from the corner. When Mu Yan, who was waiting outside, saw him come out, she respectfully lowered her head, but her eyes were fixed on Lu Mengying with suspicion, as if she suspected that she had done something private with Yazii. It's perfectly normal for a man and a woman to have such suspicions after hiding in a corner for so long, but she quickly determined that nothing had happened between them because she couldn't smell anything. If they had done it, it would have smelled, so Mu Yan was quite certain that they hadn't done anything. A smile gradually spread across her face. Yazii had no idea what she was thinking. He was furious because the people in the supermarket had completely ignored his words. As the weak, they are so utterly unaware of their own shortcomings. As the strong, he will teach these people how to survive in the apocalypse. Let's go. I can't transform here, let's go outside first. Yao Xiang, who had been studying the relics in front of the door, only snapped out of her daze a moment ago and exclaimed in surprise, You're going to transform? These people don't know the rules, so I'll teach them. Yazii walked quickly toward the exit with a gloomy expression. Mu Yan followed closely behind him with a murderous aura, and Yao Xiang hurriedly chased after them from behind. Are you serious? Otherwise what? If you break open the entrance from the outside, won't they be left with no choice but to let zombies and other survivors come and go as they please? With so many supplies in the supermarket, how can they possibly hold it? I care whether they can hold out or not. Yazii suddenly realized something. Why didn't he just take over the supermarket chain altogether? Anyway, he's already taken away the leader and high-ranking combatants here in one fell swoop. Most of the people left are cowardly women who pose no threat to him. As long as he kills the few people who are temporarily holding power and not opening the door for him, taking over this place will be a piece of cake, right? In this way, the place would actually become his own property. He could then forcibly break down the outer walls and force his way in. Isn't that like demolishing his own house? Yazii immediately stopped in his tracks. That's true. You've changed my mind. I'm going to take over this supermarket and turn it into my own territory. Huh. Yao exclaimed, her eyes wide. The adults should have done this a long time ago. Mu Yan was the first to stand up in support, followed by Yao Xiang, whose eyes lit up like light bulbs because this meant she could eat hot pot every day. Lu Mengying had no objections, but she was worried that Yazii would become like Dong Zhou, who led his army into Luoyang and indulged in debauchery. However, she also felt that Yazii wasn't that kind of person. Now, let's brainstorm and come up with a way to get in from here, Yazii said thoughtfully. It's hard to think of a solution. I suggest we wait a bit, Lu Mengying said. We can leave a note outside the door. That way, the truth won't be hidden anymore, and when we come back, they'll most likely open the door. Great idea. This is a brilliant idea. Currently, only a few remnants who are close to Guo Yunhao control the walkie-talkies, preventing his threats from effectively reaching everyone in the supermarket gang. If most people knew he was going to break down the door, they would definitely advocate for opening it. Those remaining members weren't deliberately courting death by concealing information. They knew perfectly well that they wouldn't survive if Yazii came in, which is why they ignored his threats. Their thinking is easy to guess. If they can break through the wall and kill us, then go ahead and try. Anyway, we're all doomed if we let them in. After I die, who cares what happens to the world? The lives of others are none of my concern. This kind of mentality is perfectly normal in the apocalypse. Yazii gladly adopted Lu Mengying's plan and left notes on the ground outside the supermarket, on the windshields of nearby cars, and even in the dog holes, so that the combat personnel coming out wouldn't miss them. If the guy with the square mustache and the stubborn girl see these notes, things will be much easier. And there's a very high chance they saw them, since they're practically the only remaining fighting force of the supermarket gang, and they're likely to be among the people who come out. After writing the note, Yazii led his men outside. He showed no fear as they passed the deadly Land Rover, and even took out his backpack and sickle from inside. His physique is now dozens of points stronger than before, so he's not afraid even if this thing suddenly explodes. Yao Xiang, on the other hand, was somewhat frightened. As she passed by, she clung tightly to Lu Mengying's arm and walked along her outer side as if she were afraid of dying, leaving Lu Mengying speechless for a moment. Emerging from the parking lot, Yazii headed straight for the Olympic Sports Center. Su Huiyu was still there. Now that he had his weapon, it was time to reap the rewards from that vile woman. At the same time, in a certain urban area more than a kilometer away, Qi Xiang drove his car through the streets in a disheveled state, moving slowly at 30 miles per hour. On both sides of the car and on the hood, several Bloodblade fans were constantly churning, annihilating any zombies that were attracted to it. The loss of one tooth caused half of Qi Xiang's face to almost collapse, and coupled with his sinister and hateful expression, he looked terrifying at first glance. Watching the zombies rushing towards him, only to be torn to bloody limbs by him, the windshield wipers constantly wiping away the blood splattered on the car's windshield, he couldn't help but mutter viciously to himself. That damned Yazii! He dared to knock out half my tooth and steal all my sacred relics. You just wait, I'll go find you a surprise gift right now and send it to you, guaranteed to make you wish you were dead. He grinned triumphantly, a crazed, bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. As long as you dare carry that scythe stained with my blood, you can expect to be hunted down to the ends of the earth. Yazii bent down to pick up a car key and suddenly shivered. He touched his nose, straightened up to observe his surroundings, and then pressed the unlock button on his car key. No response. The grass isn't even in this area. He threw down the keys and continued rummaging through the pockets of the headless zombie in front of him. There were plenty of headless zombies, more than 20 more were waiting for him to rummage through. On Yao Xiang's side, the three of them had a clear division of labor. Lu Mengying was responsible for cutting off the heads of the zombies that were constantly being attracted to them, Mu Yan was responsible for extracting the crystal cores, and Yao Xiang was responsible for dragging the dead zombie corpses to Yazii. They are looking for a car. Driving is the easiest way to get to the Olympic Sports Center, but they were unlucky. They searched many people but couldn't find anyone with a car key in their pants. Even if they were lucky enough to find one, their car wasn't parked nearby. This street is clearly full of cars. Yazii was speechless. The car they had driven here earlier was nowhere to be seen. Even a fool could tell that Qi Xiang was responsible. Yazii would definitely not let that guy get away with it. If they met again, he wouldn't give him a single word of explanation, he would just kill him. The group maintained a clear division of labor. Lu Mengying gradually started using a fire axe to chop down the zombies. It seemed that her elemental power was exhausted, as she was having a hard time using the axe. So Yazii threw his large scythe to her. Holy crap! That knife is so fast! It chopped my head off in a flash. Lu Mengying quickly discovered the sharpness of the sickle and exclaimed with delight. Yazii snorted a laugh. What else did you think? This is equipment that dropped after I killed a tier 4 mutated zombie of the Overlord level. You think it's just some ordinary item? Amazing? No wonder it's easier for you than my windblade attacks. Ha ha ha, so satisfying. Ah ha ha ha. Lu Mengying was overjoyed, wielding her large scythe and harvesting relentlessly. Yazii had given her relics that enhanced her power, so she used them effortlessly. As Yazii watched her laughing gleefully while reaping kills, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Female medical students are truly terrifying. This girl is destined to be a female demon. Her efficiency in killing zombies increased dramatically. Yao Xiang, who was responsible for dragging the corpses, complained incessantly, and Mu Yan's workload also skyrocketed. But she didn't complain at all. Instead, she mocked Yao Xiang, saying that she was spoiled and pampered. Yao immediately retorted, asking Mu Yan why she didn't become a latrine cleaner when she could extract crystal cores so quickly, given her extraordinary talent. These words made Mu Yan's face turn pale with anger, and she retorted. The two women were having their usual spat, leaving Yazii speechless. But his worries soon ended when he finally unlocked a Toyota SUV parked on the street and jogged toward it. They're gone. Damn it, this car's out of gas. Yazii climbed into the driver's seat and started the engine, only to find that the car's fuel gauge was almost at the starting position, and it would probably stall after driving less than 1 kilometer. Lu Mengying's reminder followed immediately. Yazii, the fuel tank cap on the back of this car has been pried open. Yazii quickly got out of the car to check, and found that it really was true, and which BD had stolen the car's gas. Could it be someone from the supermarket? They need oil to generate electricity. Mu Yan ran over and reminded her. Yazii then realized what had happened and ran around checking the nearby cars, discovering that the fuel tank caps of almost all of them had been pried open. Grass. Enraged, Yazii kicked the back of the white car in front of him. Lu Mengying and Mu Yan ran to the outer perimeter to clear out the pursuing zombies. Yao Xiang came over, panting, and asked, "So what do we do now? Let's find a place to rest first." The zombies here are endless, and you won't be able to keep up. Yazii had just finished speaking when he saw Mu Yan get bitten by a zombie in the chaos. Her water element skills weren't very good in combat. It is difficult to cause damage without combining with other elements. They ran away. Over here. He quickly shouted in that direction, then turned and ran into an alleyway on the side of the street. Inside the alley was a general store, from which one could go up to the second floor next door. The passage to the third floor was through a large, unlocked iron gate. Yazii's eyes lit up. This thing was perfect for keeping zombies out. This way, the third floor. Yazii rushed over and blocked the door, while Yao Xiang and the other two quickly ran in and shut the door shut. The zombies below charged like mad tigers, but the narrow stairwell restricted them too much. Only 3 or 4 could exert force at a time. This is what is meant by one door can hold off 10,000 men. Huff, huff, I'm really tired. Lu Mengying slumped down in the corridor, constantly fixing her hair. Mu Yan and Yao Xiang were also fixing theirs, but they were more blatant. Yao Xiang took out her phone and turned on the camera, while Mu Yan used water elements to conjure a mirror. Yazii was truly impressed. These flirtatious women never forgot to maintain their appearance. However, it was indeed quite comfortable to have beautiful women by his side at all times. Yazii leaned on the balcony of the suspended corridor, watching the zombies surge in like ants below. It's too easy to lure them in broad daylight, especially on a main road. If you stop in one place for a while, zombies will swarm in like a tide. Adults, water. Mu Yan was panting heavily from exhaustion, but she still managed to hand over a bottle of mineral water. Yazii waved his hand, pulled her over, and checked the wound on her arm where she had been bitten. Upon closer inspection, there were no wounds at all. The skin on her entire arm was as white and smooth as jade, and the wound had naturally healed completely. He's really something, worrying that the nanny might get hurt. Coming to his senses, Yazii noticed Mu Yan staring at him intently. That look reminded him of a time when he was intimate with his ex-girlfriend. Their gazes were so similar that it instantly irritated him. He couldn't help but coldly rebuke her. Why the hell are you staring at me like that? I'm so sorry, sir. Mu Yan lowered her head in fear, but Yazii grabbed her chin tightly and forced her to raise her head. What did you mean by that look you just gave me? What are you thinking? Lu Mengying and Yao Xiang were both taken aback, while Mu Yan held her breath and kept avoiding eye contact. Yes, I'm so sorry, sir. I couldn't control myself. I'm really so sorry, but I really couldn't control myself. Can't control it? Can't control what? I can't control Lord Yiyan. What? Yazii felt a sense of absurdity. He wasn't some pretty boy, so how could he be attracted to a mature and voluptuous beauty? Oh, this beautiful woman is Mu Yan. That's all right then. What a bold and sy fox, Yao sneered from the side. Can't you see that Yazii finds your body dirty? And you're still forcing yourself to be provocative. Mu Yan glared at her with murderous intent, her hands clenching so tightly they cracked. What the hell did you say? I knew it. Yazii doesn't even want you. He thinks you're dirty. The only reason he keeps you around is to have you as his dog. You're just a dog. What are you bragging about? You BCH, you're asking for it. Mu Yan went berserk, baring her teeth and claws, and tried to rush over to beat Yao Xiang, but Yazii grabbed her wrist and pulled her back. She looked back with a wronged expression, and her eyes instantly turned red. Yazii was touched by that look, and he looked at Yao Xiang unhappily. What the hell did you say? Apologize to Mu Yan right now. Isn't what I said the truth? Yao Xiang slightly shrank her neck, her eyes darting away. Since it's the truth, why should I apologize? Unless you admit you don't mind that her body is dirty. What's wrong with that? Yazii, now only wanting to secure Mu Yan's loyalty, reluctantly admitted, I never cared. But who would have thought that Yao would deliver a fatal blow to him? If you don't mind, why don't you kiss her? Mu Yan was taken aback, and looked at Yazii expectantly, whose face was almost green. Who says I have to kiss her just because I don't mind her appearance? I don't even like her. You don't like me either, but you still kissed me, didn't you? And you kissed me so enthusiastically and seemed to enjoy it so much, you even put your tongue inside. I was. Yazii wanted to explain, but found himself speechless. Yao rolled her eyes. Come on, do you think I don't know what kind of people you men are? You want to kiss any pretty girl you see. With Mu Yan's looks and figure, if she were a virgin, would you resist kissing her? If you really don't mind, then kiss her for me. If you kiss her, I'll apologize immediately, kneel down, and apologize to her. Yao was certain that Yazii wouldn't kiss Mu Yan, and she even made that boast, putting Yazii in a difficult position. Kissing Mu Yan would be disgusting, but not kissing her would be too hurtful. Mu Yan might be severely traumatized, and there's no guarantee that someone with her mental illness wouldn't do something crazy. Yazii wouldn't be surprised if she secretly committed suicide. He had seen too many similar cases during his internship at the mental hospital. But, really? Although Mu Yan is a stunningly beautiful woman with a typical internet celebrity face, tall and voluptuous, Yazii felt utterly disgusted and repulsed by the things she had been through. But he still didn't want to lose Mu Yan, his loyal follower, so Yazii decided to take a gamble to keep her. He chuckled, feigning disdain, and in front of Yao Xiang and Lu Mengying, under Mu Yan's expectant gaze, he grabbed her chin and kissed her. Their lips met, and there was no sense of filth. On the contrary, it felt exceptionally clean. Mu Yan exuded a pure, watery scent. Since they were going to do it all, Yazii stuck out his tongue and discovered that even the woman's mouth and nasal cavity were completely free of any unpleasant odor. Anyone who's ever kissed a girl knows they sometimes have bad breath. Even his ex-girlfriend, or Yao Xiang, had a slightly unpleasant smell in her mouth, since there are as many as 200 billion bacteria in a person's mouth. But Mu Yan was different. Her lips were like pure water, soft and smooth, without the slightest odor, pure in every way. This was the purest kiss Yazii had ever given. So pure, yet it sent a violent jolt through him, plunging him into a state of self-doubt. Why did he feel that Mu Yan was dirty? The purest spring water in the world is right in your mouth, yet it is dirty, polluted by human perceptions. Their lips parted, and Mu Yan's eyes rolled upwards. She was too excited, and her whole body went limp like mud. She leaned back weakly, and Yazii gently put his arm around her slender waist, but he still felt that she was dirty. How can a woman who has been used and abused be considered clean? She was indeed still dirty. She was just a pair of worn-out shoes. Yao Xiang was stunned. She hadn't expected Yazii to actually kiss her. What are you waiting for? Kneel down and apologize. Yazii chuckled and said to Yao Xiang. Yao Xiang looked as if he had become a sculpture. Mu Yan leaned softly against Yazii's chest, as if this were her safe haven. She looked at Yao Xiang gratefully. Without this troublemaker's accidental but helpful assistance, she would never have been able to kiss Yazii. Mu Yan felt an unprecedented sense of happiness. How could she not know that Yazii disliked her for being dirty? Even Yao Xiang could see it, so how could she not see it? She was the one who knew it best. Despite this, Yazii kissed her to comfort her, and for that kiss alone, Mu Yan was willing to give everything for Yazii. This is exactly the effect Yazii wanted to achieve. Yao Xiang only realized at this moment what a stupid thing she had done. Not only had she pushed Yazii to her formidable rival Mu Yan, but she also faced the humiliating situation of having to kneel down and apologize to her. This is a classic case of the key to the treasure chest went down the wrong way. No treasure appeared, but poop came out. Or, as the saying goes, lifting a stone to drop it on one's own foot, or trying to steal a chicken but losing the rice instead. In short, Yao Xiang is now filled with regret. Like a robot, her movements were so slow that she knelt on the ground, pausing before finally acknowledging her defeat. Gritting her teeth, she apologized to Mu Yan. I'm sorry, Sister Mu Yan, I shouldn't have said that to you. It's okay. Mu Yan was in a great mood, so she didn't press the matter. I'll forgive you this time, but if you dare say that to me again, I'll show you what super double means. Multifold bonus. Yao Xiang couldn't help but shudder. She had been hung up and whipped by Mu Yan before, and even now, thinking back on it, she couldn't help but get goosebumps. All right. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Yazii coldly released Mu Yan without any gentleness, as he didn't want this woman to have any unnecessary misunderstandings. Let's go upstairs and find a room to rest. I need some personal time, and you guys must be tired too. Yes. Mu Yan was the first to catch up, while Lu Mengying, who was lagging behind, shook her head at Yao Xiang speechlessly and walked in second. Yao Xiang, who was lagging behind, gritted her teeth in resentment. She couldn't understand how she could be so stupid as to do something so foolish. Sigh. Bad luck and low character, always running around like a dog. Yazii found an internet cafe upstairs and easily dealt with the dozen or so zombies wandering around there. He ignored the movements of the three women over there, found a private room, lay down, and began to use time rewind to enhance his artifacts. This is what he meant by personal time. He currently has 6 soul crystals, one of which is of intermediate grade and belongs to Guo Yunhao. He plans to use 3 soul crystals, including this intermediate grade 1, to strengthen his extremely rare sacred relic, and the remaining 3 primary grade 1s to strengthen his newly acquired tier 3 upgraded constitution sacred relic. When enhancing an artifact, multiple soul crystals can be used as fodder, so he only needs to try 2 5x XP enhancements. This greatly increases efficiency, otherwise, he might not have been able to complete it even today if he tried 6 5x XP enhancements in a row. He's quite adept at this, it's just a matter of constantly rewinding and rewinding. With the rewind time and cooldown time, he can rewind once every 6 seconds on average, which is 5 seconds in the real world. Based on his past experience, it usually takes about an hour to get a 5x experience boost. This time was no exception. He got his first 5x experience boost in a little over an hour, and kept trying until noon. Subtracting the time spent slacking off, he probably did it nearly 500 times. In other words, the probability of getting a 5x experience boost after enhancing an artifact once is 0.2%. This probability, for the average person, forget about it. Unless you've upgraded a massive amount of artifacts, you really won't be able to witness this golden light of enhancement from the system. However, relying on his ability to rewind, Yazii almost cheated by raising the probability from 2 in 1,000 to 100%. Absolutely wonderful! After successfully creating the sculpt, Yazii's dragon spine was also upgraded to +16. A vibrant steel dragon lizard's spine, extremely rare. Equipment slot, necklace. Effect, strength +240. Additional effect, constitution +80%. Special effect, can transform into a dragon lizard form for a certain period of time. After the transformation, the same body part cannot be replaced with other artifacts for 1 week, can be triggered after fusion with an artifact. Enhancement level, plus 16, 9%. After using 3 soul crystals, the experience gained increased from about half of plus 6 to 9% of plus 16. Yazii pondered for a moment. He had previously used 15x experience booster to upgrade the artifact to level 4, just shy of level 4. 2 5x experience boosters, which is equivalent to 10 soul crystals, only brought it to a little over 6 levels. It was clear that the experience required to upgrade this artifact was on an increasing trend. As expected of an extremely rare and top-tier relic, the higher the level, the more experience points are required to upgrade it. Unlike ordinary Tier 1 white relic, the experience points required for enhancement do not change, and it can only be enhanced to plus 12 at most. In terms of consumption, it only requires 1 5x experience enhancement pill, and the experience points will overflow. However, judging by this trend, even with 3 5x crystals, he could only upgrade to around plus 9 or plus 10. The fact that he could directly reach plus 16 was indeed due to the use of a mid-level soul crystal. Intermediate soul crystal, it's really good. Yazii continued to strengthen his weapon. He still had another tier 3 relic that increased his constitution waiting for him to acquire. He checked the attributes of the artifact. Coronary artery of the first generation variant, 3rd order. Equipment slot, hair accessory. Effect, constitution plus 62. Additional effects, spirit plus 8%, agility plus 8%, elemental capacity plus 8%. Enhancement level, 0. Yazii glanced over and found that the attribute increase of the Tier 3 artifact was about 10 points higher than that of the Tier 1 artifact, and it also had 2 more sub-attributes in its additional effects. He already knew that a normal, unenhanced artifact could have a maximum of 4 substats, and that every 4 levels it would gain 1 new attribute. If it reached 4 substats, it would choose one of the existing 4 substats to double the effect. In this respect, the 3rd tier is much stronger than the 1st tier. However, the potential of artifacts does indeed lie in their enhancement cap. If a Tier 3 blank artifact can break through the level 12 cap, it will be much better than a Tier 1 artifact. Yazii roused himself and began to work. This time it took him about an hour. Halfway through, Yao came over to take a look out of curiosity. When she learned that he was trying to get the relic, she immediately glared at him and accused him of cheating by using his ability. He couldn't be bothered to talk to this idiot and shoot her away like a fly. He opened the enhanced artifact to examine it. Coronary artery of the first generation variant, 3rd order. Equipment slot, hair accessory. Effect, constitution plus 222. Additional effects, spirit plus 26%, agility plus 8%, elemental capacity plus 17%, stamina plus 9%. Enhancement level, plus 16, maximum. For a Tier 3 artifact, plus 16 is the maximum enhancement level. Yazii smiled slightly. Before he could achieve a 5x enhancement, he could enhance it to plus 3 by 3 soul crystals in one go. Since the experience points required to upgrade ordinary artifacts do not increase, he almost lost money. The secondary stat bonuses are 2 points of spirit, 1 point of elemental capacity, and 1 point of stamina, which is quite good. This is a maximum benefit. After enhancing his artifact, Yazii opened his attribute panel with satisfaction. Grade, LV.28, 23%. Selected 1, Intermediate Elemental Awakener. Property, Blood Chi, 268. Spirit, 334. Endurance, 225. Strength, 298. Agility, 41. Physical condition, 488. Ability. Yazii was somewhat surprised. He hadn't paid attention to his attribute values for a long time, and he had unknowingly grown to this level. His strength is high due to the dragon spine, his constitution is almost doubled thanks to the secondary stats, his blood and chi have 2 bonuses, and his spirit has more than 40% bonus from the secondary stats, so now he's at 334. This means that his backtracking time can be extended to more than half a minute, which is significant for him, giving him more room to maneuver when using backtracking. His high physique of 488 points also means that he is destined not to be easily killed. If he survives the first wave of sneak attacks, he can use the rewind function to recover all the losses. Absolutely perfect. Yazii closed his eyes contentedly. After working on the artifacts for so long, his mind was already starting to wear out. Now, he needs a high-quality lunch break. Humans enjoy a high-quality afternoon nap that lasts until evening. When Yazii woke up again, it was almost 8 p.m. The private room was pitch black. He got up and took a sip of water. A beam of white light from a flashlight shone in from the corridor outside, and he could faintly hear a girl's voice. Just as he was about to get up and go out, he suddenly frowned. He sensed that Suhuiya, who had previously stayed at the Olympic Sports Center, had actually come to this area, moving back and forth at high speed within a 1-kilometer radius, about 3 or 4 kilometers to his north. What's going on here? Yazii had no idea what she was doing, so he went over to check on her. Now his strength has increased significantly, and he's in excellent condition. He can't wait to kill that woman. So what if she mutates into a zombie? As long as she retains consciousness, she's still alive. He will never let that woman live? Yazii gritted his teeth. He recalled the scene that he hated to the core, the woman's panting behind the door, and how she let another man put his hand between her legs without any resistance. Thinking of that scene, Yazii felt like he turned into a block of ice, emanating a chilling aura as he walked out. Yao and the other two seemed to be discussing whether or not to wake him up, but seeing that he had come out, they didn't need to waste any more words. Yazii frowned and asked, "What's wrong? What happened? Why did you wake me up in such a hurry?" He walked up to Mu Yan and held out his hand. "Here's some water to wash your face." Mu Yan quickly stretched out her hands, and a steady stream of clean water gushed out, just like a faucet. After washing his face, he frowned and looked at Yao Xiang. "What happened? What's wrong with you? Why do you seem so menacing?" Yao asked him in return. Yazii sneered, "I sense that BCH is nearby, and I'm preparing to go kill her right now. Can you sense her?" Yazii then realized that he hadn't mentioned this information. "What else? I planted a seed of love in her mind." Yao's eyes widened. "No way, you actually buried a mutated zombie? And she actually let you bury it?" Yazii scoffed, "What do you mean by agree or agree? I don't need her permission at all." Yao Xiang was stunned. Her expression was like someone who had suddenly discovered that something they had always firmly believed in was wrong. It was like the expression of an ordinary person when they first learned that a black hole is not actually a hole, but a sphere. They were so shocked that they stood there dumbfounded. She never imagined that Yazii's seed of the soul could actually be forcibly planted in someone else. She had always thought that this thing required the other person's consent. Before that, Yazii could have done it without her consent. She was deeply shocked. Yao Xiang was lost in thought when Lu Mengying looked at Yazii with a serious expression. "It seems something terrible happened while you were asleep. I wanted to wake you, but Mu Yan wouldn't let me." "What is it?" Yazii glanced at Mu Yan, who bowed respectfully and said, "It is my duty to ensure your peace and quiet, and I will not allow anyone to disturb you." Lu Mengying, who was also studying medicine, naturally knew how serious Mu Yan's illness was. She shrugged helplessly and said, "About 20 minutes ago, when there was still a bit of twilight in the sky, a group of dark dots suddenly appeared in the northern sky and flew this way. But halfway there, they were intercepted by several dark dots flying in from the east, as if they were fighting over there." "Where?" "It's over there, about 3 or 4 kilometers away." Lu Mengying pointed north, and Yazii's eyes widened instantly, because that was exactly where he sensed Sohuiya's location. "Let's go. We've really run into a jinx today. Sohuiya is over there." "Huh?" Lu Mengying exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Yazii immediately picked up the sickle and was about to go out when his stomach started growling. Yao Xiang and Lu Mengying exchanged a glance, suppressing their laughter, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Mu Yan quickly opened her backpack and took out food, which was dry food such as bread and biscuits. Yazii didn't pay attention and took it, eating it with milk as they walked downstairs and onto the street. He didn't spend time looking for a car. Most of the cars in the vicinity had their gas tanks pried open by the supermarket's people to get fuel, probably using hollow hoses. Besides, the distance from here wasn't far, and it was nighttime, so the number of zombies he could attract would be relatively limited. As long as he didn't turn on his flashlight, he would be fine. He didn't need to turn on the flashlight. Yao thought that although they might not be able to see clearly, as long as they stayed close behind him, they wouldn't have to worry about anything. They walked along the street like that, but Yazii was so eager for revenge that his speed was practically running, so it only took him about 10 minutes to get there. A few hundred meters away from the central area, beneath a building, Yazii suddenly stopped. He saw it. More than a dozen black dots flew and fought at extremely high speed in the sky. At first glance, they looked like flies fighting, a chaotic scene. However, each strike was powerful and heavy. Yazii's dark vision worked again, and he saw Sohuiya. The woman had completely transformed into a demonic corpse. Her blood-red eyes had fully grown, and the horns that had sprouted from her head had become even more ferocious. However, her bat wings, pale blue skin, and long tail remained largely unchanged. Her companions were 3 demonic corpses. Judging from their appearance, they should be 1 first generation and 2 second generation. Good heavens, she managed to gather all the fish that slipped through the net last night. She was fighting against harpy zombies, which Yazii was very familiar with. Their numbers were 4 times that of the demonic zombies, but their combat power was inferior. With a 4-fold numerical advantage and tacit and skillful teamwork, she was able to fight them to a standstill. "What's wrong, Yazii? Why did you suddenly stop? Is there something in the sky over there?" Yao Xiang couldn't help but ask from the side. "Quiet down, they're fighting in the sky. Them. Mutated demonic corpses, and harpy zombies." Yazii watched intently from below. The zombies were fighting fiercely in the sky, tearing off pieces of skin and flesh with each collision. Mutated feathers drifted and scattered, and the trails of splattered blood illustrated the aesthetics of violence. Especially Sohuiya, this woman is incredibly fierce. She single-handedly restrained most of the opponent's fighting force, and her speed was so fast that even Yazii, watching from such a distance, found it somewhat difficult. The leader of the harpy zombies was no match for her. If she hadn't been so few in number, she would have taken him down long ago. "What's going on up there? I'm completely clueless here," Yao Xiang said anxiously beside him. The 2 sides are currently evenly matched, with the demonic corpses outnumbering the demons. Yazii explained to her that the battle was raging on the other side, and the key point was that the battlefield was in the air, so even if he stopped time, he couldn't go any further. Damn it, if only he could fly after transforming. Yazii clicked his tongue. Now he could only wait for them to finish fighting. However, this way he could also reap the benefits without lifting a finger. Those harpy zombies killed Dr. Jia, and he was just worried about not being able to find them to take revenge. Once we kill Suhuya and her 3 henchmen, none of these harpy-bodied mutant zombies will escape. It would be best to create an opportunity to wipe them all out in one fell swoop, using only one time stop. As Yazii was excitedly making plans, Yao Xiang suddenly grabbed his arm. Yazii, I've sensed a special awakened one. What? Where is he? It's in this building, about 100 meters away. Yao pointed towards the large hotel across the street, indicating that she meant the upper floors, and Yazii immediately understood. Haha, it seems he's not the only one reaping the benefits. Was that guy originally in this hotel? Yazii asked. I think so. I felt him coming downstairs, and he's still walking down now, still going downstairs. Yazii was puzzled. If they were supposed to be watching the fight from the sidelines, they should have been hiding somewhere to closely observe the situation. If they were going to leave, they should have gone up to higher ground. Why were they coming down instead? Yazii surveyed the large hotel across the street. It was a slightly curved, multi-story building, about 20 stories high. The main entrance was blocked by several cars and piles of gravel and cement. 3 of the cars had been overturned and were covered in cement, piled together like a huge lump that couldn't be blown up even with explosives. Judging from this, there must be a group of survivors inside. Hotel helper? Is this special awakened individual a member of the hotel gang? Yazii frowned. No matter what, he would not allow any other competitors to covet his position. He decisively ordered, go to the hotel first, we'll chase him away. What if we can't get rid of them? Yao asked instinctively, then saw Yazii reveal a sinister smile. If they can't be driven away, it's simple, just kill them. Yazii led the younger ones across the road to the hotel entrance. Yao Xiang, that living radar, had another report. Huh? He suddenly stopped. He suddenly stopped, waited, and then slowly started walking upstairs again, retracing his steps, as if he could see us. Lu Mingying stroked her chin and analyzed, this special awakened individual may possess perceptive abilities such as X-ray vision. Yazshan agreed. The moment they arrived, that person went up to them. Wasn't that obviously trying to avoid them? Such keen perception meant either X-ray vision or a kind of individual intuition like Yao Xiang's. What do we do now? Yao asked. Keep going, pretend we didn't notice him. Yazii took out a roll of hemp rope, took a running start and jumped, climbing up a ventilation window 7 meters above the ground. The window was locked from the inside. He smashed it open with one punch, climbed over, and after confirming that the surroundings were safe, he let Yao Xiang and the other 2 climb up using the rope. Mu Yan had a powerful artifact that boosted her strength, so she climbed up easily. Lu Mingying was also alright, but Yao Xiang was hopeless. She only managed to get up thanks to Yazii. His location. Right above our heads, the climb upstairs is much faster now. Lu Mingying said, this confirms it, that person's ability is sensory. Yazii tossed the rope to Mu Yan. The ventilation window led directly to the fire escape, and he walked up the stairs step by step. Pretend you haven't noticed him. Don't alert him. I happen to need someone with a keen senses right now. Just stay alert and take it one step at a time. Yao wanted to ask, whom do you want to recruit? We'll try to recruit the pretty girls, as for the guys, we'll test them first. Why don't beautiful girls have to undergo tests? Yao protested in a low voice, you really are a pervert. The beautiful woman is pleasing to the eye. Yazii, of course, wouldn't reveal the real reason. He had already reached the 7th floor of the hotel. Along the way, he saw many dried bloodstains, but no corpses, confirming that the place had been cleaned. To his dismay, the passageway leading up from the 7th floor was blocked, as were the ventilation windows. Only a half-open metal door stood nearby, from which faint voices could be heard. There are people inside. Lu Mingying listened intently for a moment. She could amplify her hearing using wind elemental energy. It's a group of elderly men and women, they're playing cards and chess inside. Yazii was stunned. Elderly men and women playing cards and chess? Had he perhaps time-traveled? Even in the apocalypse, the simple working people still suffer just as much. Lu Mingying sighed. An old lady was complaining about how much she had to wash every day, and the worst part was there was no running water. What the heck? Yazii didn't care about such things. All he wanted to do right now was go upstairs and catch the person, so it was best for him not to disturb the elderly folks inside for the time being. Go downstairs, climb up from the 6th floor window, and go straight to the 8th floor. Yazii went downstairs, but he soon realized he had oversimplified things. The exterior walls of the hotel's upper and middle floors were made of a completely smooth coating, with absolutely no footholds. He would have to turn into a gecko to climb up. He was standing by the window, covering his head. Hua Pinjao, who was standing nearby, wanted to ask him what to do now, but all this woman ever did was ask him that question. She was like a pig. I'll give it a try. Lu Mingying suddenly stepped forward and volunteered. Maybe I can use the strong wind to lift myself up. Yazii raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you can do this? Be careful you don't fall flat on your face. If you fall, why don't you just turn back time? Lu Mingying was quite at ease and immediately jumped onto the window. She was wearing light brown leggings with leg rings, and a dagger was clipped to the leg rings. Yazii suddenly noticed that her legs were very long. I went. Lu Mingying stretched out her right hand holding the rope. Without warning, a strong upward gust of wind swept up outside the window, howling and carrying immense force. She jumped in and was instantly blown into the air. Oh my god! A fierce wind howled, and Yao Xiang covered her mouth and exclaimed in surprise. Lu Mengying had just disappeared from her sight almost instantly. Ye Ziyi had not expected the wind she had created to be so powerful, and he stuck his head out of the window to look up. Good heavens, she flew straight up to more than 10 stories high? Damn, with you around, why would I even bother climbing walls anymore? Ye Ziyi yelled, and Lu Mengying burst into laughter. I didn't expect it to be this powerful. Thanks to the artifact you gave me, the wind force at full power is doubled, though it does consume a bit of elemental energy. She climbed through a window and threw down a rope. Ye Ziyi climbed up along it, reaching the 6th floor and then the 13th floor of the hotel. Instead of letting Mu Yan climb up slowly, he pulled Yao Xiang up first. His first question to Yao Xiang was, where is that guy? Is he on this floor? If the distance was close, Ye Ziyi was prepared to rush over and catch him. He's still 2 floors upstairs. He ran to the other side. Yao hurriedly pointed to the opposite corner upstairs. Ye Ziyi scooped her up in a princess carry, gave Lu Mengying a few instructions, and then started running. You all stay here and wait. I'll take Yao Xiang and go after them first. Good. Ye Ziyi immediately climbed to the 15th floor and then kicked open the passageway door. He didn't care about revealing himself at this moment. Since the opponent's ability was perception-based, there was no need to worry about their combat strength. Behind the door was a corridor, and beyond that, a lobby was laid out like a bar. Several young women were drinking at the counter. They were dressed but practically naked, and they all looked over in astonishment. Sorry to bother you? Ye Ziyi ignored them, carrying Yao Xiang straight through. The place was full of scantily clad young women, with bright lights and red wine. He rushed forward, and at the end, he saw several girls staring blankly at the exit of the passage. Yao Xiang pointed in that direction as well. Right there, he jumped out of the building. What? Ye Ziyi ran out of the passage and found himself on a spacious, open-air platform. The place was decorated in a very high-class style, with all the building materials being semi-transparent, and even the walkway under his feet was made of glass. He looked outside, and in the darkness, he clearly saw a person flying towards the building across the street on a red hang glider. Looking closer, he realized, oh my god, isn't that Qi Xiang? Those red gliders were clearly formed from his blood. The special awakened one you sensed is flying right across from us. Ye Ziyi asked with a grim expression. Yeah, about 40 meters away. Did you see him? I can't see anything, it's too dark. I saw him, that's Qi Xiang. You couldn't even tell. Yao Xiang was extremely surprised. It's that guy who escaped? I didn't know. Ye Ziyi's expression was grim. He knew that Yao Xiang couldn't distinguish special awakened individuals by sensing, but he had no idea how Qi Xiang had sensed his movements. Damn it, how does that guy know my location all the time? Could it be a talent? Like your dark vision? Yao guessed. It should be. Ye Ziyi put Yao down. He still couldn't quite accept it. How could a passive skill have such an effect? Damn it, now he knows I can sense him from a certain distance. It'll be much harder to catch him next time. I think so. But Ye Ziyi is almost helpless right now. He doesn't have the ability to fly, so how can he chase after him? As for Lu Mengying, it's fine if she pursues him alone, but if she has to take care of both him and Yao Xiang, the burden will be too heavy. But she was no match for Qi Xiang on her own. Although Ye Ziyi had confiscated all the relics, his special abilities were still troublesome and unpredictable. Lu Mengying's wind blades were no match for him. After a moment's thought, Ye Ziyi realized that he had no choice but to take a gamble. He's going to use time rewind to see if he can turn that guy back? Ye Ziyi should have used time reversal a long time ago. He should have used it when he caught up with Qi Xiang. If he had, he definitely would have been able to catch up. However, the rewind function has a cooldown period, so he wouldn't use it lightly. Ye Ziyi's relatively conservative personality caused him to miss the best opportunity. Actually, you can't blame him for making a bad decision. How could he have known that this guy was actually Qi Xiang, and that he could fly out of the building? He assumed his opponent couldn't escape and would have no choice but to fight. He planned to use time stop when both sides entered the combat phase to defeat his opponent in one fell swoop. But it's too late to think about these things now. But it's okay, he can try again. Ye Ziyi decisively activated time reversal, taking Yao Xiang with him, breaking free from the constraints of the laws of time and waiting in place. It was almost pitch black all around, and Yao couldn't see anything, so she didn't realize that she was in a world of time travel. Ye Ziyi ignored her and stared straight at Qi Xiang. He watched Qi Xiang fly backwards little by little, counting down the seconds in his mind. The maximum duration of his current rewind time is 34 seconds. Of course, he can overdraw it, but overdrawing it will cause a mental backlash, resulting in a very severe headache. Ye Ziyi tries his best not to do that. He felt he didn't need to do that. 34 seconds was a long time. He refused to believe it wouldn't be enough for Qi Xiang to back up. It turned out to be enough. The previous 20 seconds would definitely not have been enough, but now 34 seconds is sufficient, and even a second or two is extra. As Ye Ziyi watched Qi Xiang retreat, a sinister smile crept onto his lips. As soon as Qi Xiang stepped back onto the glass platform, he changed the time reversal to time stop, pushing Yao Xiang to the back. Then, he raised the sickle and swung it at Qi Xiang's neck. The sickle passed by swiftly, its sharp metal gleaming with a beautiful sound, and Qi Xiang's head and body separated with a snap, almost without any obstruction. At this moment, Yazii was like the Grim Reaper in the Dark Night, wielding a scythe that led people to the underworld. However, Qi Xiang was somewhat uncooperative. He was not dead. Normally, a person who has their head severed will die, but Qi Xiang is different. His ability allows him to continue living. With only 1 second remaining in the time freeze, Yazii didn't waste it. He unleashed 3 swift slashes, instantly cleaving Qi Xiang's skull, which wasn't much harder than an ordinary person's, into 5 pieces. His brain was practically sliced into the shape of a sandwich. Surely he's dead now. However, Yazii did not receive any notification from the system at the moment he cancelled the time freeze. Still not dead? Yazii's eyes widened as he saw Qi Xiang's 5 severed heads fall to the ground and begin to automatically connect. Just like when Yazii killed the demon corpse lord. Holy crap! You think I'd let you get away again? Yazii stomped hard on it, instantly crushing the thickest part of the brain tissue into a puddle of white fluid. With his step, the blood that was connected like spider silk immediately seemed to lose all its vitality and stopped moving. System upgrades followed in quick succession. You, Tier 2 Chosen 1, killed a Special Awakener, Tier 2 Blood Master, Awakening Value plus 10. Selected player's identity grants an additional plus 10 Awakening points. Exceptional Genetic Aptitude, Awakening Value plus 80. You have obtained 1 Soul Crystal of an Intermediate Elemental Awakener. You have obtained 1 Soul Crystal of a Tier 2 Special Awakener. Tier 2 Blood Master? Yes, yes. Yazii couldn't help but grin and chuckle a few times. What amused him even more was that there really wasn't a single sacred relic on this guy's corpse. For a Tier 2 Special Awakener, this is just too tragic. No, he was too ruthless. He robbed this guy of all his relics. He immediately used the 100 Awakening points to unlock the skill slot for the extra Awakening skill, so that the next time he defeats a Special Awakener, he can directly learn the new skill. As for the Tier 2 Special Soul Crystal he obtained, he would naturally keep it to try and double the level of the Mind Seed. With a plan running smoothly in her mind, Yao wanted to walk up behind him. Has it been resolved? Yay, he's dead. Yazii turned around and joked, do you want to inherit his abilities? How is that possible? I'm only level 10 now, I'm still a long way from level 20. I can get you to level 20 instantly, Yazii tempted. I have plenty of Tier 2 crystal cores. He was joking. Without plus 12 artifact fodder, even if Yao wanted to level up to 20, he wouldn't be able to break through. However, Yao Xiang had no idea. She froze, as if in disbelief, her face beaming with genuine excitement and joy. Really? You're willing to let me use it? Of course, as long as you agree to become completely mine, Yazii continued, testing the waters. Yao's breath hitched, and her eyes darted left and right. What do you want from me? Yazii chuckled. You know perfectly well what's going on in your heart. Yazii had always been perfectly aware of Yao Xiang's designs on the beautiful woman. I'll think about it. Yao Xiang immediately squatted down, dipped her little finger in Qi Xiang's blood, and put it in her mouth. Although it was dark, she could still see it at such a close distance. Having absorbed Qi Xiang's genes, Yao Xiang also had a lot of information coming to mind. Yazii lightly kicked her and asked, what exactly are the effects of this guy's ability? It's about controlling your own blood. Yao Xiang's eyes lit up. With your mind, you can connect with every drop of blood in your body. Your spiritual power is directly materialized through the blood, making the blood a carrier of your spirit, moving at will, changing shape at will in the air. What's that term again? Right? Like an extension of your arm. That's a very useful ability, Yazii commented. That's right, I can turn my blood into any weapon or tool imaginable. It couldn't be more convenient, even a deadly poison. As long as my blood enters someone's body, they're finished. Yazii deeply agreed, as this ability was almost identical to the mutated demonic corpses he had dealt with before. I want this ability, Yao Xiang said immediately. You want it? Sure, no problem. Yazii slowly pried a finger off Qi Xiang's corpse, put it in a medicine bottle, and then threw the body downstairs. However, I killed that man. If you want his abilities, you'll have to get my permission first. It's a deal. A deal? We're practically family, why are you talking about this? Yao said with a fawning smile. Go away, go away. Who's talking to you here? Who's talking to you? TCH, you cheapskate, how do you want to trade? Yazii let out a chuckle from his chest. This vase was not only beautiful in appearance, but also in her imagination. Of course, he wouldn't let her master such a powerful ability. Once Yao Xiang inherits this skill, her strength will undoubtedly increase significantly. If she becomes stronger, it will become more difficult for Yazii to continue controlling her. There's even a risk of being ambushed and killed by her. If you want her to inherit the business, you must first guarantee her 100% loyalty. However, Yazii could not guarantee this at all. This woman was a habitual liar, and even if he planted the seed in her heart, Yazii could not guarantee that she would be loyal to him and not have any disloyal thoughts. Therefore, Yazii would absolutely not allow her to inherit this skill. But he wouldn't be foolish enough to say it directly. Instead, he would take the opportunity to test the waters, with a smile on his face. The transaction is naturally Qi Xiang's doing. Are you prepared to pay the price? Ready. Yao nodded solemnly. It's just a seed of the heart, you can plant it. Yazii revealed a devilish smile. Sorry, my demands go far beyond that. Huh? Didn't you just say that as long as I agree to become completely yours, then? What a joke? You think planting a seed in your heart will make you completely mine? No, what else? By planting the seed, you can keep track of my every move, I'll have no way to escape your grasp. But how can I guarantee you won't betray me? How could that be? I don't want to die so soon. What other conditions do you have? Yao Xiang felt guilty, worried that Yazii would make even more outrageous demands. As it turned out, Yazii actually brought it up, and all of them were the conditions she resisted the most. Of course, all of it. I want all of you. Yazii pulled her close, wrapping his arm around her waist and drawing her into his embrace. He reached out and pinched her chin with his right hand. His lips slowly approached, and Yao instinctively turned her head away. Yazii forcefully turned her face back, staring into her large eyes as if scrutinizing prey. Why are you hiding? Have you forgotten how you grabbed my head and kissed me passionately last time? Yao Xiang's face flushed red, and her fragrant, soft body struggled wildly. That time? That was different. Yazii chuckled, stopped teasing her, and asked directly. So, are you willing to accept these terms?